Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the move of what if Deku's quirk was a danger to himself? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. All things considered, Aizawa Shoyuta is a simple man. He runs on coffee, spite, and the precious amounts of sleep he can sneak in. He isn't one to normally make rash decisions, rather taking any information he might be given or sometimes find for that matter into consideration before he forms a plan of action. Even when it's simple choices, he bases his own on common sense and logic. Make a mistake? Fix it. Lose something? Find or replace it. Have a problem? Figure out the solution, and if you can't do that, make one. From day one, when he was put into general education, Shoyuta knew that his best bet at getting into the hero course was by winning the sports festival. By logic, he didn't expect to get into the top 3 though. That didn't stop him from trying, seeing as his quirk isn't flashy or powerful by any means. In the same sense, he had to work harder than anyone else to get a chance at taking the next step toward his goals. At the time, he'd already been working himself to the brink, though luckily it wasn't enough to sabotage himself. That would have been illogical. In the end, his efforts in clawing his way to the top were rewarded. He'd secured himself a spot in the hero course and became one of the 2 personal apprentices to Nizu, Yue's sadistic principal. Don't get him wrong, the rat taught him plenty of useful skills when he was still a student, but he's also unpredictable and takes joy in making life harder for those around him. Minor inconveniences are his favorite form of torture at this point. In the same year he transferred courses, he'd been swarmed by a duo of loud extroverts. It didn't help that one of the 2's quirks literally made him a walking microphone, but that's beside the point. No matter how hard he tried to push them away, they wouldn't leave him alone. Their persistence in befriending him annoyed Shoyuta to pieces. He didn't see the purpose of surrounding himself with distractions. Besides, being friendly just to be friendly didn't seem logical at the time. That way of thinking was a mistake, of course. Eventually, he did crumble to their affections and even welcomed another member into their group. Her jokes were vulgar and the costume she had was questionable at best, but Kiyama Nimuri had fairly won over Oboro and Hizashi, so he let her stay. The platonic love he harbored for Hizashi had crept and grew to be fair past the point of being just friendly. It was a struggle to deal with until one of the other 2 in their squad had taken the initiative to play matchmaker. And while his help was needed, that didn't mean Shoyuta originally wanted it. Overall, up until their 2nd year at UA, life was going well enough for him. Sure, there were the occasional struggles, but everyone had to face some kind of struggle in order to see true success. He supposed that at some point, some deity had decided he had too many things going his way and set out to balance the scale. How did he come to that conclusion? The same year he and his husband got together, they lost Shirakumo Oboro. Some said it was bad luck, others claimed it was what came with being a hero, and the rest couldn't care less. Heroes died every day, so to them, Oboro was nothing more than another statistic. That vile way of thinking disgusted Shoyuta to no end. That was their friend, he was still a kid, and he would have saved so many people. Oboro was someone that Shoyuta, Hizashi, and Nimuri would always hold dear, consequences be damned if anyone ever tried tarnishing his name. Shoyuta was protective of the ones he cared about. Sue him. It was nothing short of miserable in the beginning. While they grieved together, each person still had been affected differently. Hizashi fell into depressive episodes not long after they started their last year of UA. At first, he tried staying positive and keeping things light, but in the end, the toxic air had weaved itself into his heart and mind. He would act fine one moment, but the minute he would begin to crack again, it ended in sorrowful hysterics. He had cracked and splintered, slowly falling apart until one day that he shattered. That was okay though. Shoyuta and Nimuri were there to pick up the pieces and put them back together. That's what friends did. That's what you did for the people you loved and cared about. Though, sometime in the middle of Hizashi's own misery, before his sanity nearly broke, their senpai closed herself off. She avoided any vulnerability and nearly snapped when certain subjects were brought up. Her once annoying, raunchy jokes were even rare occasions. He'd never admit it, but he had missed her weird sense of humor. As for Shoyuta, he dealt with it the only way he knew how, locking his own emotions into a tight vault in the innermost parts of his mind. He'd willingly led himself down the path of numbness and cut off the things he didn't want to feel. He doesn't know when the worst of it started or when it took over everything he knew, but the empty pit in his chest had overstayed its welcome for far too long. He knows that now, and he'll never allow himself to make that mistake again. To this day, Shoyuta isn't completely sure what had broken them out of that dark, thick fog. Maybe it was Hisashi's tipping point that had finally done it, or maybe it wasn't. Whatever it was, he knew that it had done wonders in the long run. They still grieve for their fallen friend, but it hurts less now. It made the ache of loss just that much easier to handle. After graduation, Nemuri was already well on her journey to making a name for herself, seeing as she was a year ahead of them. Hisashi became more of a limelight hero and then later decided to take on a side job, which turned into two somewhat side jobs. He had started his own station and it grew to be a sensation after only a few weeks. To this day it's still going strong. It was honestly impressive how he managed to balance 3 jobs and still function normally when Shoyuta himself can barely find the time to even sleep between his own 2. Apparently, it was because they were all equally important to him, but that remains to be proven otherwise. His 3rd job, which he had somehow roped Nemuri and Shoyuta both into, was being a teacher at UA. Hisashi was always particularly skilled in it during their own high school years, so it didn't surprise Shoyuta when he had been assigned to teach English. Not a lot surprised him all that much anymore. After all, it'd only make sense. He's dealt with all sorts of different people and rather odd situations in his lifetime so far. He's even had his fair share of Quirk accidents, and those can be worse than any tomfuckery that Nemuri or Hisashi could ever get into. Being a hero means that most of the time, those accidents are bound to happen more often. Whether it be during a villain fight, in a panicked crowd, when a child first manifests their quirk due to stress, and even during everyday civilian life. So yes, it's pretty safe to say that it would take something so unexpected to surprise him all that much. Those in his circle know this. Those that don't know him as much as his friends and colleagues do know it takes a lot to surprise him. And it's not that it just surprises him, but he's almost disappointed in himself for not seeing it sooner. While this is certainly one of the exceptions that do take him by surprise, he should have put something together with the information he's gathered and filed away. Shoyuta sees the moment that Hisashi puts together the same revelation he does as his husband slowly brings a hand to his mouth in. What bothers him the most is that as an underground hero, he has to be observant. He should be able to break down any information he can gather and figure out the picture he's meant to truly see. It's common sense. Aizawa knows the skills he's trained and honed for years. Thanks to Nizu, he's had a knack for noticing the smaller things, the more important and hidden details. But this? He would call it unexpected, but even that's an understatement. He had the information, he had the signs and clues. He had enough time to paint the whole picture. So why didn't he put it together sooner? Every year, during the first week of school, there's a bet that circles around the UA staff. Not all of them participate in it, but most do. The ones involved place money into this bet every time it restarts and the school year begins anew. And while Aizawa Shoyuta is never actively in on the whole thing, he's plenty aware that he's the one they're betting on. Or rather, it's the number of students he expels that they gamble for. Last time, Nemuri won since she'd predicted he would empty out the entire class. They had no potential, so he played the ruse of sudden death. Metaphorically, of course. The ones he didn't actually expel went to the general education classes. His friends say his ways of handling students are harsh, but it's better to have a broken heart than to die as soon as they step onto the field. That being said, by now, Shoyuta knows Nizu purposely gives him the more chaotic and troublesome ones. Those from the number that get enough points to secure a spot in the hero course, anyways. Sometimes they have the potential to be heroes, and sometimes they don't. That's the harsh reality of life. Watching the newest bunch of participants for this year's entrance exam, Shoyuta can already feel the headache forming. It's more solidified the moment one of the examinees breaks nearly a third of his body in order to save a girl that had gotten trapped in the rubble. Nizu just gets that look in his sadistic, beady little eyes. God damn it. Once all the exams and tests are done, Nizu takes his time turning off each camera before swiveling in his chair to face his subordinates. So, any thoughts on this year's lively bunch? He sounds too chipper. He can already tell what's coming. Some of the room pipe in with their opinions, but it doesn't take a genius to figure out Nizu already knows which students are going where. He always does. When the time comes to look over his homeroom roster, he sees that Izuku Midoriya is on the list. Of course he is. Shoyuta can already tell this one is going to be a problem student. That's if he doesn't expel him the first day. With the lack of control of his quirk, it's clear he never cared to train his power. If he's truly how he seems, he won't last long in Shuta's class. First in-person impressions are odd. For starters, there are already a few things Shuta's picked up by the end of the first day. The kid is weirdly quiet. Not that he hasn't had students like that before. Hell, one of his other students, Koji Koda, was mute, but he's rather kept to himself for someone with such a flashy quirk. He was skittish around his peers and easily startled. When he does speak, it's so gentle and soft. Aizawa wonders how he's ever able to hear the boy, how anyone does, really. On top of that, he avoids looking at people, besides Shoyuta himself, weirdly enough. It's not even just avoiding direct eye contact, but anyone as a whole. He acted so different from how Shuta's seen any other kid with a flashy quirk would. That's strange in itself, and it confused him to no end. Another thing he noticed was the immediate recognition from Midoriya when he walked into the classroom. There were small tremors of excitement that had accompanied such an odd expression. It was as if he was all might of all people rather than an underground hero. People weren't supposed to know who he was, so how did this kid figure it out? The next detail he had filed away was the marking on the base of the kid's neck. It wasn't big and obvious, seeing as Aizawa wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't been watching during the seated toe touch test. But the fact was it was still there. Tattoos are a possible offense if a student is caught with one, so why did this kid think it was a good idea to have one? Midoriya didn't seem like a delinquent as far as Shoyuta could tell, and he'd seen the same marking on 2 other students, so maybe it was some sort of weird identification, especially if the other 2 with the marking were legacy kids of all things. No pro-heroes, or parents for that matter, in their right mind would allow their kid to get a tattoo at that age in the first place. It's not an immediate red flag, but it is something he'll be looking into, just to see if he can make any sense of it. He's an a-hole, not a villain. Yeah, the students he gets are hellions, but that doesn't mean he'd willingly allow them to be hurt if he can help it. And lastly, the bracelet. Jewelry is allowed, of course, but he knows that the thing that the kid wears around his wrist isn't there for the sake of decoration. It's too off. Of course, it could always be some kind of weird fidget toy since he's seen Midoriya click something on the side of the bracelet several times. Hizashi's had his own experience with fidget toys, so he'd know more about it. And later he does ask. Unfortunately, Hizashi was just as clueless about it. That isn't to say that the rest of his students are normal. Around half of them have something that he's already made a mental note for. For a few, it's only minor observations, but others have things that could turn into a problem in the long run. For example, take Katsuki Bakugo. His attitude is brash and his pride could use some work. His personality is nearly a replica of his quirk, which can be a dangerous combination. His quirk is lethal, and a calm, clear head is best to accompany it. He also seems to have no problem attacking other students, much less calling them such derogatory names. Seriously, what kind of person refers to someone as something so insulting like a Dekunabu of all things? His attitude needs some correction and adjustment for certain. If he fails to show any change at all, I'll see to it to expel him. Furthermore, I can only hope that Midoriya has the common sense to correct his peers on the matter of names, seeing as a few of the others seem to have picked it up already. The very next day he catches the bubbly girl, Ochako Uraraka, calling Midoriya the same insult as if it were a cutesy nickname. And the kid just lets her. Either Midoriya knows what it means and doesn't care, or he knows, but is too scared to correct people. Whether he knew it or not, he tensed every time she said it. Based on that alone, Shoyuta can guess it's the latter. This boy is going to be troublesome indeed. Miss Uraraka, I would advise against referring to your peers in such a manner. I understand you might not realize the true meaning behind the name, but UA has a strict policy against bullying. I suggest finding another for your sake. Thankfully, she heeded his words and settled on just Midoriya. The kid was still skittish and tense, but it was an improvement already. Baby steps. That doesn't mean he likes how the boy looked nearly shocked at him saying something about it, even if it was only for a moment. By the time the bell had signaled it was time to SW classes, Shoyuta was already out the door. He could only hope that All Might, that buffoon, would stick to the lesson plan that he'd already had laid out. A simple slideshow and then a canned A. That's it. The number one hero wasn't dumb enough to go against what he'd been told to do, right? Shoyuta hated being wrong. Despised it. Everyone did. It was logical that people didn't enjoy being proven the opposite of their beliefs. However, it's in times like this that he loathed it with a burning passion. Japan's symbol of peace was supposed to have common sense. Every hero had to have some kind of common sense if they wanted to last in the field. So why does Recovery Girl have one of his students in her office on only the second day of school? Why does he have extensive injuries to the point it hinders him from being able to attend the rest of his classes? Shoyuta would like answers to many of his questions right now. He also would like to strangle some sense into that giant idiot for endangering his students. However, those things will have to wait. Patience, Shoyuta, patience. More important matters require his attention. Ones like his student that's completely passed out due to exhaustion from the nurse using her quirk to heal the brunt of his injuries. There's still signs of minor bruising and even a few burns, but it's not as bad as it was before. This also confirms the tattoo theory. Due to the mass of hair the kid sports on his head and the high-collar uniforms, Shoyuta had only been able to see some of it during their assessment tests. The design was simple enough as it sat at the base of Midoriya's neck. But a flower of all things? Or rather, some kind of symbol that looked close enough to one. The lines looped and curved into what could have been a lotus. He wasn't an expert. What it was for, Cammy only knows. Seeing as he was their homeroom teacher, Recovery Girl made the call to inform him about it, even if he already knew. That Todoroki boy and young Yaoyorozu had the same mark when I had to heal their own injuries. Right, that's still a thing. Yagi better hope that Cammy has mercy on him because Shoyuta sure won't the next time he sees him. Just in case, I did some tests, and imagine my surprise when I found out it's not from ink. You think it's somehow Quirk-related? That's the most possible reason, but I can't wrap my head around 3 different students being affected by the same one. Even if it is just a mark, there's no telling why those 3 have it in the first place. He took note of the metallic brace locked on the kid's wrist. It was damaged and burned beyond use. I tried taking it off before I healed him, but he was adamant about it staying on. Not like it's any good. But it wasn't in the way, so I let him keep it. That conversation sticks to him as he looks over the footage from the battle trials that All Might had set up. There was no rhyme or reason to pitting random students against each other before they could even learn to properly use and control their quirks. Not to mention the absolute shit show that resulted from Midoriya and Bakugo being allowed to fight each other. It wasn't even fighting if he was being honest with himself. Without audio, Shoyuta had to go based on the visuals alone, though that didn't stop him from determining the situation for what it was. At first, the meek kid had used himself as a target and distraction so his partner could find the faux bomb. He had gotten a good move in at the beginning, but after that, it was more of a hunt for blood. Things changed after Bakugo had let off a nasty explosion and damaged the thing around Midoriya's wrist. How it stayed on, he couldn't say. The kid looked panicked once he realized what had happened to the device, which was a strange enough reaction by itself. What followed was the most confusing part. Midoriya had run off once more, hiding in one of the dozens of rooms. Once he was tucked into a shadowed corner, he took a few deep breaths, knowledgeable enough on how to keep himself calm. Yagi was lucky enough the kid was smart. If he did turn out to have an attack, then that buffoon's head would have already been on a stick by that point. After some time had passed, Midoriya steeled his face, took one last deep breath, and left the room. He searched Bakugo out, not that it would have been hard. The other had been letting off a constant stream of explosions, running around and acting like a toddler having a tantrum. Once the two found each other, Midoriya had immediately taken to simply talking to Bakugo, making no move to fight the other yet, only moving out of the way when it was necessary. Whatever the kid had said set off the ash blonde enough to provoke him to lunge. Midoriya kept talking as he dodged the attack, and in between Bakugo stumbled out of surprise. In the beginning, it looked like he was going to use another explosion to propel himself forward, but it never happened. He just stared at his hands with a lost and extremely irritated expression. Midoriya continued to talk. The other kept trying to attack him, obviously going to use his quirk every time, but still, nothing. All the while, the kid just kept leading him around the same floor. He went left, right, back in circles. It was clear he was trying to keep Bakugo distracted. What wasn't clear, however, was the whole thing with his quirk. He kept yelling and screaming as he attacked. In the middle of the whole thing, he'd eventually even looked as if he was accusing Midoriya of something. Still the boyot. He wasn't doing much besides that and evading Bakugo's attacks, so what was wrong with the blonde's quirk? What exactly had happened in there? After what only could have been a few minutes, Shoyuta could tell the other had enough. Instead of being upset though, he looked smug. His teeth were nearly bared as he smiled, clearly bragging if his body language said anything in itself. If only the DMN cameras had audio. It would make understanding shit much easier. Shoyuta watched as the steeled expression morphed into one of pure fear and horror. He was quick to turn tail and run, but his reaction wasn't fast enough for what came next. Bakugo proudly held one of the gauntlets up and pulled the pin out. Now that he thought about it, they closely resembled grenades, though it seemed that was the whole point. It made more sense once a massive explosion was sent from the support gear. It nearly shook the whole building with the pure force and power it packed. If that wasn't bad enough, Midoriya had gotten caught in it. He couldn't see much at first from all the smoke that was obstructing the cameras. Once that cleared, the underground hero felt his stomach sink at what he saw. The kid was clearly unconscious with nearly half of his costume singed and burned. Hell, was he even breathing? He slammed his hand on one of the buttons across the control panel to pause the video and stormed out of the observational room. All Might had officially set the record it took for someone to be put on his sheet list. All of the students had already gone home, the sun setting to signal just how long he had been watching those videos. But Shoyuta didn't care about the time. He was a man on a mission and couldn't care for formalities as he slammed the door to the principal's office open. Before he could get a word out, Nizu had raised his paw to silence him. I think I already know what this is about, Aizawa. Sit down, let's chat, shall we? The man took a deep breath and nodded. Tea. I'll pass, thanks. Just get to the point already. Nizu sipped at his porcelain cup, letting the flavor linger on his tongue before he replied. Of course, of course. I can already tell you that what Toshinori did today, putting it kindly, was out of line. Not only did he endanger the students, but he failed to stop the fight before anyone got seriously hurt. It's quite unfortunate what happened to Midoriya. And that isn't to mean the rest of the fights weren't bad, but I can say with confidence that his had been the worst. Wouldn't you agree? Shoyuta sighed. Why even hire him in the first place, much less trust him to teach students without the proper license? The biggest reason is the commission. They would try to ruin the school's reputation if I had rejected his application or even made him wait another year for him to get his affairs in order. They're very impatient with these things, especially when it comes to appeasing the higher-ranked heroes. Shoyuta can't say he's wrong. The hero commission was nothing but a bunch of a-holes who had the power to get what they want and do as they saw fit. And the other reason? While I can't disclose much to you, what I can tell you is that it has to do with Midoriya. Well, let's just say that there's a reason he doesn't have very much control over that power of his. What, did he not get much chance to practice with it all, or were quirk counselors just that bad at their job? Nizu hummed, taking another sip of his drink. You could say that, but not quite. I'll let the boy explain it to you further if he wishes to do so, since this is more of a personal matter. Something wasn't adding up. What does my student have anything to do with All Might being allowed to teach? The rat, sadistic as he is, only smiled. The underground hero sighed but took that as his leave, more determined to get the information he was missing. He hated secrets, and the principal knew it. The secret might not be his to tell, but that doesn't mean Nizu should enjoy making Aizawa feel as if he's running in circles. By the time they were scheduled to go to the USJ, he never found the right time to talk to Midoriya or wring answers from Yagi, unfortunately. Somehow the hulking giant of a man managed to avoid him. It was weird. The more he observed the kid looking for answers, the more questions he had. Maybe this is why Nizu gives him the more chaotic kids. He knows how to deal with them correctly, and he's observant of their needs. Yes, it may seem odd to pay so much attention to his students, but if Shoyuta is going to help them, he has to understand what needs to be helped. He can't fix a problem if it's not addressed. Besides, Vlad would never survive teaching the types of students that Aizawa gets. It's safe to say the USJ was a complete disaster. From the moment they got off the bus, it was one thing after another. All Might was a no-show because he'd used up his 3 hours earlier that morning, so it was up to Shoyuta and 13 to make up for the slack. That wasn't even the worst of it, though. Oh no. The underground hero would have gladly taken that minor inconvenience over the entirety of the rest of that day. Somehow, villains had broken into the school records and planned an attack when Class 1A was set to visit. They had scattered his students, picking on them when they were in smaller numbers. And there were so many. As soon as Shoyuta had defeated one opponent, the next one would be right there. The whole time he fought the mass of thugs, he could just feel the leader and his 2 other lackeys watching him. What made it worse was when he caught a glimpse of 2 of his students by the shore of the flood zone. Thank Kami they looked generally unharmed, but they were still so close to the fight. What kind of teacher, much less pro-hero, would he have been if he'd allowed them to get hurt? At some point, the leader had joined in. He let himself get pulled in by the hero's capture weapon, using it as an opportunity to grab the hero. He'd been forced to blink while the pale villain still had a hold of him. That was a mistake. In the time his eyes took to recover, the leader's quirk had already been in effect. He'd mocked Shoyuta as it crumbled and decayed through his sleeve, making its way to his arm. In the process of his skin beginning to crack and fall apart, someone had called out, "Hey, handyman!" The decay had stopped its path. Shoyuta didn't hesitate to use the distraction to jump out of the villain's grasp, taking that moment to see the source of the voice. "How about you and your buddies go F-off?" If he wasn't fighting for his students' lives as well as his own, Shoyuta might have just thought the situation was ironic. One of the quietest and most reserved students he had was mouthing off at a villain. His vocabulary was colorful in itself, almost matching one of his other students. It was as if the boy had no fear at that moment. The bracelet was missing from his wrist. It probably fell into the water or got broken somehow before they'd gotten to the shore. "What did you say to me, brat?" "You heard me, Beach." What was this kid thinking? The villain chuckled, lightly scratching his neck. Weird reaction, but it's better that he hasn't attacked yet. "Oh. What are you even here for anyway? Was your plan really just to attack a bunch of kids?" He tilted his head, only barely. Shoyuta fought to keep his breathing in control, observing the area. The only ones left were the 3 that haven't done much yet. One of which was currently occupied by his reckless student. He was stalling, the underground hero had finally realized. You could say that, but no. Our goal here is to kill the symbol of peace. Society relies on him too much while putting heroes on an undeserved pedestal. It's all his fault, so that BSTRD needs to be eliminated. Midoriya paused, thinking over his answer carefully. I mean, yeah, he's not the best teacher in some areas, and he's still new to teaching, but I wouldn't say he needs to be eliminated. Besides, if you really do have a more solid reason to be here, I don't think your message is going to get across this way. The warp user stepped forward. Tamura Shigaraki, do not entertain this mere child. He is trying to distract you from your vision. The light scratching from before quickly turned into something out of irritation. Shut up, Kurojiri. I do what I want, he snapped. His attention was on the boy as quickly as it had left. What makes you say that, brat? Think about it. He saw his student trying to stay calm through that whole thing, keeping a clear head as he balanced on the tightrope of life or death. Shoyuta could proudly say he was doing better than how many pro heroes might have handled the situation. You say you're here to kill the symbol of peace, but a lot of villains do. Even if you do succeed in killing him, no one is going to understand why. The more interested the leader, Shigaraki, looked, the longer he took to attack, the more Midoriya's shoulders lost their tension. His posture alone was radiating more confidence, much like how it was before. Your message is going to be lost within the story of you terrorizing UA students and killing All Might. Sure, I know what you're trying to get across, but that's only because you told me. Everyone else out there won't be very willing to welcome the ideals you have because you'll be painted as the enemy. Shigaraki paused, but only for a moment. You're a ballsy little hero brat, aren't you? His words startled the boy, making him look as if he wanted to take it all back. I might just spare you simply for the fact that you amuse me. Unfortunately for you, I still have to complete my quest. He faced the still, hulking figure, Nomu, and pointed towards Shoyuta. Without a sound, it crept towards the hero. What did you tell him to do? Midoriya asked, his voice changing to something panicked. Shigaraki grinned, bringing his arm back to himself and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the beast took off, gaining speed faster than the hero could ever hope to keep up with. He didn't have time to react as it took his head in a crushing grip. Before he knew it, his vision began turning dark and red. His skull was pounding and his thoughts were swarming from the concussion he knew he had. It had been done so easily. For just a moment, he could have sworn he heard one of his students, but it was cut off as he was sent into the ground once more. And if that wasn't bad enough, once the beast stopped the assault on his skull, it changed targets. Shoyuta felt it before he heard it, the strain and popping before the tension finally snapped. His arms were broken beyond use and he could feel the nausea creeping up to his throat, but he forced it down. He still had his students to protect, damn it. They were still children. There was no way out of the creature's grip, and with his vision going in and out, he was at a loss. He was verging further on the edge of being unconscious no matter how hard he fought to stay awake. In one moment, he was still under the tormenting weight of the beaked thing, and the next, he could feel careful arms carrying him. He couldn't say what happened after that. He'd only heard certain voices until his mind and body finally gave out. The next time he woke up, and actually remembered it, his eyes stung from the harsh, bright lights illuminating the room. The disinfectant smell alone made his nose burn. Hisashi was there by his side, but he looked like a wreck. His long, blonde hair was now in a low, greasy ponytail and his eye bags might have just rivaled Shuta's own. His husband probably stayed with him the whole time he was out, and there was no telling how long he'd been under. When Hisashi noticed he was awake, there was a sigh of relief. "How are you feelin', hon?" his husband asked, keeping his voice quiet and soft. So considerate as he's always been. He loved Hisashi so much. He hummed, "Not any more tired than usual." That got a laugh, and if it wasn't one of the sweetest sounds he's ever had the privilege to hear. "I feel alright for the most part, though that's probably because of the painkillers. Unfortunately, you'll be feeling pretty sore once they take you off the drip." His demeanor was quick to change as appealing red eyes teared up, threatening to spill at a moment's notice. His husband was always more open with his emotions than he ever was. "You made me worried sick, Sho. I don't know what I would have done if I'd lost you." Shoyuta opened his casted arms, welcoming embrace. Hisashi was quick to comply. "I'm okay now. That's what matters, right?" His husband mumbled, "I still wish you would have been more careful. We both knew what we signed up for when we chose this hazardous occupation." "I know." A moment passed before Hisashi pulled away from the hug and opted for running his gentle fingers through Shuta's scalp, careful of the bandages, even if it was only for a minute. He stayed quiet, a contemplative expression on his face. Something was bothering him. That much was clear. If he wanted to ask Shoyuta a question, he never did get the chance to. At that moment, a man in a tan trench coat and fedora strode into the room. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. Shuta's worked with him before, not bad company. "Detective, what brings you here?" The plain man sighed. "You know how it is, the usual when these things happen. I just gotta ask a few things and then I'll be out of your hair. The underground hero nodded. With that, Tsukachi brought out a small notebook from one of the pockets of his coat and began the process. In the midst of it all, there was one thing Shoyuta had forgotten. Something he should have taken into account sooner: his students. How is my class? Were any of them hurt? Tsukachi smiled. Careful, Eraser, you're going soft. I'm really not. I would think it's common sense to worry about the well-being of the children I was supposed to protect. Supposed to. He'd been overpowered by a villain and rendered useless. Not to mention there was no telling how long it took for backup to arrive after he'd lost consciousness, leaving the students to fend for themselves. Yeah, this year was already at a great start. Yes, of course. They're all fine aside from a few scrapes and bruises, most of them at least. One boy was sent to intensive care as soon as EMS and paramedics arrived. Even though he already had a hunch about who it was, it never hurt to ask. Izuku Midoriya, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, it had to be the problem child. I wouldn't worry too much, the kid will make a full recovery. He's being sent home tomorrow morning if it helps any. Shoyuta let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. That's good. Kami, those kids are going to need so much therapy. After the remaining questions were asked and a few more words exchanged, the detective took his leave. Hizashi watched the door for another moment before he looked back to Shoyuta. He was in one of those episodes of overthinking again. You want to tell me what's going on in that head of yours, Zashi? His husband took a deep breath before he said, I don't want to rush to conclusions, but Shoyuta joined their hands as much as his caste would allow, giving a gentle squeeze of reassurance. His behavior definitely raises some red flags, and I don't like what those flags are pointing to. Well, that's one way to get his full attention, as if Hizashi didn't have it already. I haven't seen any physical proof of it being the case, but what else am I supposed to think? When I tried calling on him in class, he completely froze up. Then there's the whole ordeal with that brace. I did some research just to see if I could find out what it was, but no luck. He has clicked it a few times that I'd seen though. So there is a purpose for it. Shoyuta sighed. I'm less worried about the trinket than I am about his behavior. There are too many signs to ignore. Hizashi rubbed his thumb absently across Shuta's arm. If there really is something going on, we'll take care of it. Though, it'd be important to build up more trust with him first. They never do get to bring up the topic after that. What, with so many things happening, there wasn't the time. They continue to watch for any more signs and alert the other if it's something concerning, but neither hero is able to take those puzzle pieces, to sit down and put them together to see what it all means. In all honesty, what would soon transpire during the sports festival would be tame compared to what followed. If only someone would have warned Shoyuta, then he might have been able to at least mentally prepare himself for what's yet to come. If only. The day everything changed after he was diagnosed as quirkless, Izuku Midoriya knew life wouldn't be kind to him. His quirk was to always be unsaid and unused. It was to be as if he truly was quirkless. With quirk suppressants every week, which turned into everyday it wasn't hard to hide. Hell, it would take someone a while to realize what it was even if he did use it. Izuku also had enough common sense to know that Inko and Hisashi Midoriya were not his real parents. When he asked, according to his mother, they didn't want him, so she and her husband had gladly taken him in. They raised him as if he were their own. He should be grateful for their kindness. He's reminded of this enough for it to always linger, especially when he used to dare to even think about breaking the rules. They were simple enough, something that should have been easy to follow. And some of them were. There were only 15 after all. It's the punishment that comes with breaking one of those rules that scares him, and it's worse if he breaks several in the same instance. While it's not often he breaks them, it's been enough to warrant different instincts and responses. For example, he's able to read people better because of it. Unfortunately, it doesn't help all that much since he can never escape the bruises and scarring. Sometimes, and only sometimes, does he allow himself to wonder if his biological parents would have been different. What would they have been like? On the occasions when sleep is kinder to him, he dreams of that other life. It's always warm and comforting. They're never physical with him, even when he makes a mistake. Even when he provokes Katsuki, they don't punish him. They forgive him for his mistakes and let him know it's going to be okay. It's a fantasy and he knows it. He does. This is why he tries to cherish it every time he gets to live in that what-if world. Unfortunately, the days he wakes from those dreams are never as gentle with him, rather harsh and bitter. Life could be worse. His parents could be downright abusive or even neglectful, but they're not. He could have been kicked out of the house at his age, wandering the streets and foraging for food, but he hasn't been. When he follows the rules and stays obedient to orders, they're kind enough. And yet he's still terrified of going back home every day. School isn't much better, but it's less anxiety-inducing than the alternative. And doesn't that just send guilt through his mind every time? Instead of being grateful for the kindness his parents have shown him, he acts like a spoiled child. What's worse is that he has to hide a new quirk from them and pray they don't find out. He's already on strike 2 of their new disciplinary system. One more strike and the punishment will be worse than he could imagine. It wouldn't be their fault though, only his own for not following the rules. When All Might offered him a quirk, his quirk dash, he didn't think about what would have happened afterwards. In that moment, he could only think how he wouldn't have to pose as quirkless anymore. He wouldn't be powerless and weak. He would be All Might's successor, and isn't that an honor? For him, a useless and pitiful Deku, to be given the opportunity of a lifetime. He doesn't regret saying yes, but he does regret allowing himself to be seen on TV beforehand. That was when his parents decided to implement the 3-strike rule. By the time it was official, he'd already used 2 strikes because of Rules 5 and Rule. They let him get away with breaking Rule 8 since he'd been attacked by the same villain beforehand. However, that would be the only time he was ever given a pass for disobeying orders. Father made sure he understood that. During the 10 months, when he trained with his new mentor, there were times he had to hide the bruising and burns. They were his fault anyway, and he didn't need All Might to get the wrong idea. It wasn't all that bad though. Katsuki had held back with his lessons and was much more merciful after the whole sludge villain incident, so it wasn't as often that Izuku had to wear a long sleeve in the blistering heat. His mentor never said anything about it on those days, but he did send an odd look Izuku's way. He was fine really. When those 10 months were finally over and the day of the entrance exam had arrived, Izuku had yet to realize his mistake until it was too late. In turn, he'd sported new, angry red branding across his back. Father reassured that the burns weren't just random, only meant for the pain. They would hold true meaning soon enough. Unfortunately, he never said what that was. Additionally, there were dark lines of bruising around his ribs and front. It hurt to walk to school the following week. He was lucky to have the rest of the weekend to heal as much as his limited time would allow. It wasn't nearly enough, but he used his last strike, plus some. The consequences were inevitable. They always were. Once he got into UA, time away from home seemed to get better than it was before. No one knew he was quirkless, and the only one to really yell at him was Katsuki, but that part was the norm anyway. He made 2 friends on just the first day. What's better is that Eraserhead was their homeroom teacher. Izuku could proudly say that the underground hero was his absolute favorite, even above All Might. He practically fought quirkless and weirdly enough, they had similar quirks. The activation was different, but the effect requirement and purpose were the same. And even though it only worked if he was looking at someone, Izuku still had his fair share of experience with muzzles. No one knew of the quirk of course, that would have been breaking Rule 1 dash, but they still hated it when he talked. While it never left any scars on his face, certain parts did dig and prod into his skin, making it red and irritated, dented even. To avoid being subjected to having one forced onto him, Izuku learned to keep his mouth shut. Avoiding eye contact was also necessary as it provoked Katsuki and any other aggressors to hurt him. Well, that and it was just plain disrespectful. This worked for the most part, but when he would unconsciously mutter his thoughts aloud, the teachers always brought out that heavy mass of metal. On those days, the other students were usually too busy laughing to attack him as much as they normally would. Others simply took pity, though that only applied to the few who were nicer about it. The point is that he let himself stay hopeful that UA would be better than Aldra. So far was. Aizawa-sensei had reprimanded him about his quirk and rather wasted potential to be a hero. He was right, of course, but it still hurt to hear those words come from someone he looked up to. At the end of the assessment, his threat to expel someone turned out to be true. Izuku had been in last place, so surely he would have been the one expelled. But he wasn't. Mineta Minoru, a short, perverted kid, was the unlucky fool. He'd been harassing the girls the entire time and later tried to grope the invisible girl, Toru Hagakure. Aizawa-sensei used his capture scarf to stop the boy in his path, clearly disgusted with his behavior. Mineta was sent home very shortly after. His quirk would have been great for heroics, but his lack of basic human decency had ruined that potential. Sounds like someone else he knows. The rest of the first day went as fine as it could have, but the second day had turned out to be, well, not so great. Their normal classes went by fairly quickly, and everyone was excited for their first heroics class, which had turned out to be instructed by All Might. That part was great. More than great. It's just, great hero? Absolutely. Good teacher? Not so much. All Might was just inexperienced is all. He was learning, so there's still room to grow. Nevertheless, their lesson that day wasn't something Izuku would ever want to do again, especially if it was going to end the same as the first time. He and Uraraka had been paired against Katsuki and Ida. Of course, the first choice of action Katsuki had decided to take was to find and then relentlessly attack Izuku, but that's fine. That was the point of the battle trials. They were supposed to duke it out, at least that's how All Might phrased it. Sometime in the middle of it all, after Izuku's close call to a freakout, he couldn't help but remember something Eraserhead had said before leaving for his first class. Well, he grumbled about it, but still, Izuku was pretty sure he was one of the only students that heard it. Something about a slideshow for their lesson? Did that mean All Might went against the original lesson plan? That didn't make sense. All Might wouldn't have done that. Maybe it was for another class. Either way, he'd broken 2 rules on the same day again. And while he wasn't punished, he did go to bed hungry that night. A gentle reminder. Not much else happened besides the usual for the rest of that week. Classes were interesting and everyone was so nice, including the teachers. He just hoped his grades weren't going to suffer. He'd taken similar courses online in his free time beforehand, which was a lot if you didn't count the time he had to heal from his punishments, so he was at least familiar with the material. On days when they weren't as forgiving, it hurt to breathe at best, excruciating to walk at worst. The point is, grades were important. They were included in the set of house rules, number 13, if he remembered correctly. So, if he can manage to keep things high enough, that was one less strike he had to worry about. Sometime during the following weeks, they were scheduled to do rescue training. The USJ had been a great place to be until it wasn't. Izuku shuddered at the memory of it all. The image of Eraserhead bloodied and mangled haunted his nightmares after the first night home. He couldn't even wake up in the comfort of his own bed since he'd gone against Rule 8, therefore using his third strike. Recovery Girl questioned the new bandages, not once looking convinced of his lies. The same day students are allowed back at school, Eraserhead is there, nearly bandaged from the waist up. You never did tell me what happened at the USJ after I passed out. I didn't, did I? I think it was mainly the tail end of the whole thing that you missed, but apparently one of your students kind of freaked out when you went under. The USJ attack is fresh in his mind, plaguing his thoughts with things he would rather forget. Which one? I think it was the little listener. According to some of the statements I'd heard, he had tried carrying you off to safety after telling the other student with him to get somewhere safe themselves. He'd pretty much taken that Nomu on himself. The threat of that thing drove him to act, to protect one of the only adults that's yet to punish him, no matter the reason. Despite his grumpy demeanor, he was so kind. Eraserhead had already been out of commission as it was, barely breathing after taking so much damage from the monster looming over him. So, he had to eliminate that monster. It hurt Eraserhead. It needed to face the consequences of its actions. Hisashi, that thing was meant to kill All Might. When I tried to erase its quirk, its speed and strength were still on par with the number 1 hero. With Azui running to safety, it was just him and Aizawa-sensei. Though, the latter was still unconscious, breaths ragged and shallow. He was so close too. Izuku had practically smelled the irony stench of blood. He had needed to get his teacher out of that thing's grip. With Eraserhead in proximity, he'd been open for someone to steal his support items. That's kind of the reason why Midoriya was so messed up. Both of his arms were nearly shattered, and only one was from his own quirk. Some of the listeners said he'd acted as if he didn't feel it, even managed to find an opening to kill the Nomu despite being so beat up. The gears turned in Izuku's head, spinning and working until that thought sparked an idea. It was violent and immoral, but it had been a matter of life or death. So, the boy had mentally apologized to his teacher before he did what was necessary. He really hoped Eraserhead wouldn't mind losing a knife, as nice as he is. By the time All Might had shown up, the Nomu was dead. One of your knives was missing from the hilt, so I can only assume that it was the one we found shoved into the skull of that thing. Its grip had loosened and it kept jerking, thrashing until Izuku found enough strength left to twist the blade further into the pink and squishy organ. Blood had sprayed his face and neck, covering his skin in the cold, red liquid. The body had finally gone limp, eyes glazing over and losing whatever life they might have had as it dropped to the ground like a puppet without strings. Then, he did what he could to get you away, but he also just started yelling and cursing at the hand guy. Shigaraki? The villain's hands were twitching at his sides, and Izuku really didn't want to risk the hero getting hurt anymore. Eraserhead had done enough to protect them, he could at least be granted this much of a courtesy. As much as he had to stop and break from using his quirk, Izuku knew the effects lingered as long as the sound waves were still there. That's the one. The warp villain and Shigaraki had left when they saw that All Might was there, as late as he was. Big Guy was able to take the other students to the entrance, but with Midoriya's state, he had to wait until everyone else arrived. Besides, I don't think the kid would have let him get close. Even in the condition he was in, he did what he could to keep you safe. In the end, we managed to apprehend most of the villains and things were able to calm down a bit from there. All Might was there that he knew. His mentor was safe. Eraserhead was not. I'm sensing a but here. He remembers the taste of iron, the coppery metal palate. He also remembers someone crying out in pain, but it wasn't anyone he recognized. He'd hurt someone that was going to help his teacher. Embarrassment and shame had crept and crawled in his throat. Nice going, Deku. Some hero you are. All of the students except Midoriya understood that they were safe. It took biting an EMT for him to get out of that panicked aggression. He was pretty distressed after too, quite apologetic once he realized just what happened. Though, it was as if he was also scared of something, expectant almost. And isn't that one of the worst combinations, especially when it's coming from a child? I'm sorry, you said he bit someone? That would be correct, drew blood too. Little listener was dead set on protecting his favorite hero. Zashi, you do understand I'm underground. No one should know who I am. I still can't see how he knew in the first place, the moment I walked in, no less. Besides, I really don't think I'm the kid's favorite. If it's anyone, it'd be that big oaf. I don't know how else to tell you this, but he looks at you like you hung the moon and stars. Hell, you're the only one he'll even look in the eye for more than 5 seconds without going back into his shell. Face it, there's no denying there's some sort of attachment, or at the very least, favoritism. For the life of him, Shoyuta couldn't figure out why though. However, looking at Eraserhead now, Izuku can feel his shoulders sag in relief. He was still hurt, but he was okay. Katsuki's been awfully quiet. That relief lasted for a few moments, only long enough until their homeroom teacher had explained that the sports festival was fast approaching. At the end of the month, they would get their first shot at being recognized by heroes and hero agencies countrywide. Everyone was excited, thrilled even for the event. That is, except for Izuku. He knew it was coming. The sports festival has always been an annual event, only growing more popular with every year that passed. To be able to intern with one of the professionals was a dream. It was an honor if you were able to gain the favor of one of the top 10 no less. Sure, that part was nerve-wracking in itself, but that isn't the part that sends Izuku's stomach to knots. It was the fact that the whole thing was televised. And yeah, you were being watched by thousands, judged by hundreds of pros, but he could care less about that. His parents are going to see him on TV. Avoiding cameras was specifically ordered. Being recorded, much less having his picture taken, was banned altogether. They never did explain why, but that's how it was for most of the rules anyway. They had their own assumptions on what course he was in too, and he never corrected them. It was for the best. Liar. Now that he thought about it, he's still surprised they let him go either way. They just don't want him getting hurt. They did care about him, despite the fact that he was an ungrateful child. Surely Aizawa-sensei will understand. Though, with the man still missing a knife because of him, Izuku can only pray for mercy. So, after classes are over and everyone else has left, Izuku takes his time packing his things, making a note to himself to run home so he's not late after he talks with his teacher. The man in question looks at him, expectant, but patient. After everything is put away in his bag, ready to go, he takes a deep breath and does what he can to block out the everlasting fear that, unfortunately, seems to follow him before approaching his teacher. Midoriya, he greets. This is Eraserhead, there's no reason to be afraid of him. You have to accept whatever punishment he gives if you want any ounce of his respect, or are you a coward? He ignored the small tremors that traveled through him and looked up to the man, forcing himself to not break eye contact. It wasn't very respectful to look someone in the eyes, but Izuku desperately needed to get his point across with his teacher. Despite not being able to see them much then, his mind supplied him that Aizawa-sensei's irises were nearly a golden color, similar to one of his own. Sometimes he almost wished he had the underground hero as a parent. How great that would be. Aizawa-sensei. Is there something bothering you, kid? You can tell me if that's what it is. He took another deep breath, pausing only for a moment to fiddle with and click the brace around his wrist. Even when he loses or breaks it, father has plenty of spares on hand. Rightfully so. First, I want to apologize for taking and ruining your stuff. I had no right to touch your things and I'm really sorry. And then he waited. Eraserhead had every right to ignore his apology, to yell and berate him for his actions. Midoriya, here it comes. You have nothing to apologize for. You did what you had to keep yourself and your classmates safe. And while what you did was reckless, I would like to thank you. Well, don't give me that. Oh, he said that out loud. You were forced to fight. If anyone is to blame for what you did, it's me. Izuku went to protest, but he was stopped before he could get a word in. It's my job to teach you how to fight and defend yourselves, but it's also my job as a hero to protect my students. You're barely first years for God's sake, and I failed to keep you safe. To be blunt, I don't know if I would have been able to see another day if it wasn't for you stepping in, so thank you. He still got hurt, all the while Izuku just watched from the sidelines. However, there it is. I want you to promise me that you'll at least try to avoid putting yourself in danger like that again. That was not what he was expecting, but if it makes Aizawa-sensei any happier then he'll take it. I promise. His teacher nodded, seemingly satisfied with his answer. Now, was there anything else you wanted to discuss? Now for the hard part. Oh boy. Deep breath in, and a deep breath out. The confidence to look at his teacher had long since left, his gaze now flitting around. About that. He clicked the brace again, feeling the weak suppressant enter his system. Would it be possible to not participate in the sports festival? His face was practically covered in bandages, but Izuku could still tell the question caught his teacher off guard. I know it's required, but, yeah. Eraserhead crouched to be at his level, balancing himself on the heels of his boots. Kid, I'm going to need a better explanation than that. The man's voice stayed even and soft, yet firm. It's just that my parents are really particular on cameras and is he really going to do this and risk getting expelled all because he was too scared to tell the truth before? If he does get kicked out, it'll be his own fault anyway. Might as well keep the ball rolling while he still has it going. I told them I'm in a different course, Gen Ed, to be specific. They've always been really worried about me getting hurt, so I might have lied to them about it. The tremors from before were coming back, slowly but surely. He paused to see if Aizawa-sensei would reprimand him yet. Nothing. So, he continued, digging an even deeper hole for himself. If they knew I was in the hero course, they'd take me out with no questions asked. That is, you're afraid that with the sports festival being broadcasted, they'll find out. Bingo. Izuku nodded. Even though hoped it wouldn't be the case, he braced himself for the disappointment from the man. He already gets it from his mother and father as it is, so he should expect it from other people as well. Besides, I don't think being recorded for all the world to see would be the best option if I want to be underground, keeping personal information limited and all. Underground? Eraserhead asks, curious. Izuku hums. Yeah, kind of like you. Publicity never really seemed all that great, and I feel like I could make a bigger difference there rather than if I went into being a limelight hero, he trailed off. I'm getting off topic. What I'm trying to say is I was hoping there was some way I could not go into the sports festival. He looked back up to his teacher and quickly added, I'll do whatever it takes to make up for my absence, I promise. Eraserhead sighed, his knees popping as he stood back up. Your reasoning is solid enough, I'll give you that much, but unfortunately, I can't allow you to skip on this. It's a mandatory event, kid. Not only that, but it's your first chance at being recognized by agencies. Izuku's shoulders slumped. Of course, what else did he expect? He had to own up to his lies at some point. His parents probably would have found out some other way even if he was granted permission to not participate. Just his luck. However, I'll make sure to put in a good word with your folks if it comes down to it later on. Sounds all right? No, yes, sir. Thank you. His teacher nodded. Now, you should be getting home before it gets too late. With one last goodbye, Izuku left. It went better than he thought. Aizawa-sensei could have yelled at him, even if he would have deserved it, or hit him. His mother is the one that usually has that burden, but that doesn't mean he doesn't hate it any less. Sometimes, if he gets lucky, he'll be numb from all the bruising, mostly at least. Other times it all just blends together, making it hard to tell when it ends or when it starts. Needless to say, the next mornings always make him regret being grateful for those short absences of any feeling. Izuku lets his mind wander from topic to topic, never staying on the same one for very long. A method he's learned to pass the time. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. He's barely outside the school gates when his phone rings. He scrambles to get it out of his pocket and check the ID. It's his mother. He notes the time and realizes that the talk with his teacher took longer than he thought. Izuku quickly accepts the call, stammering out, Hello. Izuku, where are you? He is in so much trouble. I'm on the way home, I swear. I just got held back by one of my teachers. Oh, and why is that, dear? He had to force himself forward, walking home to face the consequences of his actions. The urge to run and go the other way itches at his mind, nagging at impulse. They had some questions on an essay. It's not nice to lie to me. Can you tell Mommy why you really were held back? She wants that kind of truth. He was supposed to admit to his mistakes, even if he wasn't lying. And sure, half the time he does have to lie about it, but that's not the point. I was being disruptive in class. Being honest wasn't so hard, was it, baby? Now, you know what this means, Izuku. His chest pounded and his breathing was becoming increasingly rapid. That makes 2 strikes already. It had only been a few days since his last punishment and he was breaking more rules already. Rule 8 should have been easy. Hell, it was one of the easiest on the list itself. Rule 9 should have been easier to follow to the least. All of the staff treated him the same as any other student, and they didn't seem to hate him. It kept happening so often, making it to that final DMED number. Even if he did run now, he was to keep a tracker on when he wasn't at school or home. They would know the minute he turned it off. Yes, ma'am. But hurry home now. And like that, the call had ended. When he arrived back, his mother and father were both there, waiting for him. Father carried the pointed rod he always used, the smell of burning flesh always a reminder of his mistakes, while Mother simply held her arms crossed. His parents let him inside, but before he could escape to his room, metal collided with his head, sending sharp pains that pounded through his skull. It wasn't enough to knock him out or give him much of a concussion, but it still hurt. Izuku could hear them talking while in the comfort of his bed, only making out muffled words rather than anything coherent. Despite this, he still could tell that they were upset. The volume alone was telling. Sometimes he can imagine what they're talking about, while other times he hasn't a single clue. Individual strikes meant he would have to miss a meal or so, but he really wasn't worried about going to bed hungry. If he got up early enough, he could cook himself a small breakfast and leave before his parents woke to their own alarms. Which is exactly what he did. He'd nearly missed the open window he had, too busy planning ways to avoid having his face being recorded. They would be saying the students' names, so in the end it really didn't matter. Izuku was lucky enough to hear his father's phone going off right when he was heading out the door. Throughout the next few weeks, he manages to avoid getting in trouble again. Even in their heroics lessons, there aren't many opportunities for him to get injured too badly, so he'll take it as a win. Sometimes they'll be given a study PRD if there's a test coming up, and he uses that as a chance to make sure he's caught up on everything to turn it in before it's due. He uses this, along with other subtle methods, to gain the teacher's favor. If they don't hate him, they won't sabotage his grade, and he really does not need another strike. So, becoming a teacher's pet is what it's come to. One thing that Izuku has come to notice is how Todoroki hovers around their group, or rather, himself. Usually he or one of the others invites him to join them at lunch or an activity, but he always declines. Ida and Azui say it's his choice if he doesn't want to join them, but Uraraka says he's being plain stubborn. And yeah, he does come off as cold and distant to his peers, but to Izuku he just seems lonely. Isn't there a saying about how loneliness is one of the worst feelings in the world? Izuku sure thinks it is. Given the opportunity, he'll make it his mission to ensure the boy understands he doesn't have to isolate himself. It's not until the sports festival that he's given an inkling on just why Todoroki acted the way he did. Objectively speaking, I'm stronger than you. Oh yeah. Izuku assumed that was pretty clear by now. However, All Might has kept his eye on you, yes? While the man is his mentor and does occasionally talk to Izuku, he wouldn't take it that far. All Might doesn't exactly acknowledge him, much less spare him a glance in class. And Izuku understands he's busy. That can't be helped. He can't be the center of attention, nor does he want to be. The talks they have are usually about One for All, how he's progressed, or rather his lack thereof. All Might's warned him once before that on the chance he doesn't get a hold on the man's quirk by the time internships are over, there won't be a second thought in taking it back. It's not often, but the times All Might feels he's falling behind, he takes to reminding Izuku of Mirio Togata, the boy who originally was going to receive One for All. Either way, while he is grateful for the time he gets with his mentor, Todoroki might have been a bit off with his own assumptions. Besides, it's safe to say you and I might be more similar than I'd originally thought. Though, that just gives me more of a reason to beat you. Call it what you will, but Izuku didn't know what to do. Todoroki was clearly challenging him, likely expecting for Izuku to respond in kind. Whether it be in words or actions, he doesn't think he could. Izuku wants the opposite of whatever attention their temporary rivalry would bring. He shouldn't even be using his quirk during the entirety of the sports festival. He shouldn't, but All Might was clear on his expectations of what he wanted to see Izuku do. The boy tried telling him that he didn't want to be a limelight hero, similar to what he said to Eraserhead, but the man shut him down. Izuku was meant to be in the spotlight like his mentor, no matter how much he wanted it to be the opposite. All Might said he didn't have a choice. He was to follow orders, lest the hero take back the quirk he so graciously gave Izuku. Orders and obedience was something Izuku had nearly perfected. Something he's familiar with at least. It can't be all that much different from how it is with his parents. As long as he behaves, he won't need to worry about any punishment. Fortunately, things go relatively smooth during the first round. He didn't even have to use any powers to get first place. But that's where the good stops. He'd been so caught up in the rush that he forgot about avoiding drawing attention to himself. He'd won the race and had been awarded the 10 million points for it. It was terrifying to have so many eyes on him. Uraraka had been nice enough to team up with him when the cavalry battle was announced. Hatsum, a support student, joined their group. She said it was to showcase her inventions, her babies, as she called them, but Izuku was happy to welcome her nonetheless. Tokoyami was the last to make up their team. With those three factors alone, Izuku could be more confident that they might just make it to the last event. Unfortunately, in the midst of it all, his brace had been destroyed beyond repair. It kept steady upon his wrist, but he would need to take it off when he got the opportunity. Izuku didn't need to chance something going wrong and messing up his arm or joints somehow, much less the needle getting broken while it's still inside of him. Yeah, no thanks. When the cavalry battle was over and the remaining teams were announced, everyone was given a half-hour break for lunch. However, before Izuku could follow suit and get something on his stomach, Todoroki pulled him aside. He's led along for some time, only a few moments before they arrive at Todoroki's chosen destination. It's one of the already deserted hallways, one that's guaranteed to give the two privacy. Izuku can't help but tense under the boy's cold gaze. His wrist throbs from the tight grip of the ruined brace, giving him something to temporarily avert his eyes to. He resists the urge to hiss at the pain as he waits for Todoroki to begin. And he does, face hardening more so. I broke the promise I made to myself a long time ago. The others didn't notice it, but in that moment, I could feel the raw power coming from you. And when you have used your quirk in the past, its strength nearly matches with the #1 hero himself. That was an accident on his part, a larger mistake he would have rather not made. But what's done is done, and he's already breaking a few rules as it was. Still, Izuku doesn't like where this is going, what he's implying. Oh, okay. Keeping that in mind, along with the fact that you have the same mark I do, the Lotus Dash. So that's what it is. I have to ask, Midoriya, are you All Might's secret love child or something? He was serious. The irony of it all though, it makes Izuku chuckle. That chuckle soon flows into near hysterical laughter. By the time he's able to catch his breath, his face is pink and his surroundings are somewhat blurred together. Izuku takes one last deep breath, wipes his eyes, and looks to Todoroki. The other boy is certainly taken back, to say the least. His stoic expression, almost like Eraserhead, doesn't change much, but it's enough to pick up on. I apologize for that, I didn't mean to laugh. It's just that I actually wouldn't know the answer. Though, I'm pretty sure that theory would be wrong. Izuku shrugs. Todoroki's brows raise, just barely. How would you not know? That doesn't make any sense. This'll be a first. No one else knows this or is supposed to know really, but I'm adopted. I've never met my real parents, nor do I know who they are. So it's a possibility? Izuku shrugs again. I wouldn't count on it. Todoroki pauses, taking in the information. Either way, you know who my old man is, Endeavor? Izuku nods. The guy is a bit of a brute, not really a good example of a hero you ask me. Demis. His hand instinctively came up to his mouth, as if that would stop him from saying anything else that would make things worse. Oh shit. Sorry. I shouldn't have said that. No, you'd be right to think that. Tell me, Midoriya, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? He knew enough. They were illegal all across the country. They became an issue with the first generations after quirks became more widespread. Each one was meant for the same purpose, to create powerful children. Many were forced into these relationships by old-fashioned arranged marriages. It was eventually named unethical. However, that didn't stop my father when he used his wealth to buy off my mother. That's wrong. Endeavor ignored the law and did something bad. He broke the law like a criminal. Rule breakers have to be punished. He tried again and again to make the perfect child that would someday beat All Might. Rule breaker, but he failed each time. The quirk marriage wasn't working, so he turned to other methods. As a last resort, he threatened this woman into using her quirk, all to create the perfect tool. Izuku's hand made its way to the base of his neck, tracing along the skin. Her quirk. The markings identify anyone she's made. I read that her quirk relies on the compatibility of the parents, how capable they are for raising a child. I learned she had been hospitalized for weeks after the process with my father was done. It shouldn't have come as a surprise when years later, my mother poured boiling water on my face. She said my left side was unbearable. She hurt him. She hurt him, but who's really at fault? Endeavor must be punished for his crimes drove her to do it. Izuku's seen his numbers. He's seen the fatality rates and the percent of property damage. He's no hero. He's no better than any villain. I challenged you to show that BSTRD that I won't use his med quirk. I want him to see that I don't need his fire to win. And in a way, you understand that, don't you? At first, I thought your connection with All Might was simply because you two have similar quirks, but that's not it, is it? Did he not hear what Izuku said earlier? He might not know who his parents are, but he's confident that All Might isn't one of them, no offense to the man of course. Izuku was at a loss for words, unable to stop the boy from leaving and explain the truth to him. Either way, I'll win against you with only my right side. I apologize for taking up your time, see you in the finals. And like that he left. Anything Izuku does will only draw more attention, and when he has to fight it'll be bad. Focus will be solely on him and his opponent. Turning it into a rivalry is only going to make things worse. Not that it's Eraserhead's fault, but at this point, the whole event might as well be a death sentence. Though, if he does somehow manage to make it to fight Todoroki, he'll have no choice but to try and talk some sense into the boy. Only using half of his quirk because of pettiness? Izuku isn't even supposed to use his quirk, intentional or not. He finds a spot to eat his lunch during the remainder of the break, then heads back to the main field when the festival resumes its activities. After midnight reveals the first pairs to fight, Mike is quick to follow with the mini-games that would be open to every student. A few students, such as Mashireo Ojiro and Nairenjiki Shoda, give up their spots for the same reasons, close enough to, that is. Apparently part of the fault lies with Hitoshi Shinso. Something about the nature or side effects of his quirk. Ojiro warns him to not answer the boy, lest he trigger the quirk. He needed someone to respond to him in order to take control, but Izuku can't be as worried about it as he probably should be. Partially because of the fact that his anxieties are aimed elsewhere, but also since his quirk would be active if he did respond. The suppressant had already left his system by now, so Shinso's quirk would be cancelled by then. Izuku will need to be careful, one slip-up and people might get suspicious of him. So, following Ojiro's advice, it is. Before Izuku left the safety of the hall that led to the field, a large and firm hand had stopped him. All Might, was there something you needed? His mentor was, conveniently enough, already in his smaller form, so Izuku was able to avoid his quirk working on. His trademark smile was gone. Don't lose to this boy. If you do, then I'll have to up the intensity of our training, during school hours of course. I understand how peculiar your parents are of curfew. Is that clear? Wise, sir. Good. I would hate to be disappointed. With that, he was sent on his way. The harsh and sudden light from the sun forced Izuku to squint. From what he could tell, Shinso either hated him for some reason, or he was just really enthusiastic to fight. Kind of like Katsuki, who's been avoiding Izuku since the USJ incident. It hurt to know the boy didn't want anything to do with him, but there was nothing Izuku could do about it besides accept things how they were. Let's give it up for Izuku Midoriya from the Hero Course and Hitoshi Shinso from General Studies. The rules are quite simple, either knock your opponent out of the ring or force them to yield. I can do this. I can do this. Just like sparring with another student, only with thousands watching. Can't be worse than fighting All Might. Feel free to go all out as we've got our very own recovery girl on standby. Any life-threatening blows are off the table though. Real heroes capture the villain, not kill them. Deep breaths. In for 5, out for 5. Izuku squared his shoulders, preparing himself in case his opponent attacked first. They always do. Ready? Let the tournament begin. Shinso's posture suddenly became more relaxed. He made no move to fight, hands tucked into breath pockets. You know, that monkey boy is kind dumb for giving up his spot like that. Such a shame he had to protect his pride over something so simple. Izuku kept his mouth shut and took a few tentative steps toward Shinso. Remember what Ojiro said. Though, I suppose I can see why he did it. You gifted hero students are guaranteed spots from the start. So what if you opt out of the finals? What matters is you still get to stay with your friends. Those with less flashy quirks? They have to fight tooth and nail to even get a chance at transferring. You privileged golden eggs would never understand that, though will you? He couldn't let Shinso's words get to him. He had to block it out. He's done it with the other Aldra students, surely he can do it now? You'll never understand the feeling of being lesser than your peers, the fear people are so quick to show when your quirk is outed to the entire school. You'll never know what it's like to be put down. Izuku rushed at the other boy, set on taking him out before this match went on any longer. It turns out he can't tune Shinso out. Yeah, he won't understand the struggle of having a quirk that people categorize as villainous, but he does understand the feeling of being quirkless and the treatment that comes with it. He understands what it's like to be at the bottom of the hierarchy. He may not know it, but what Shinso says are lies. And that's not fair. At least the other students at Alderus said things that were true, they were honest. Shinso tried to dodge, but he wasn't fast enough. His lanky stature made it easier to tackle and force him to the ground. It might have helped that All Might's training had been more intense since the sports festival was announced. It was exhausting, but the man was only looking out for him, so he really should be grateful. Shinso grimaced as Izuku dug his knee into the boy's chest, holding his shoulders still with both hands. Shinso Hitoshi has just been bulldozed with little hesitation from his opponent. What's wrong, Midoriya? Have I hurt your feelings? That's too bad. You don't know what you're saying. He wasn't given the chance to continue as the other planted his feet to Izuku's stomach and kicked him off. Oh really? Tell me, how am I wrong? Shinso lunged just as Izuku got back up, striking and creating a fresh bruise that settled across his cheek. The boy used his close proximity to send a blow to the other's sternum and followed with just enough force at the neck. It wouldn't create any lasting damage, but it was enough to stun him. Shinso made a choking noise upon impact, hunching over from reflex. Izuku Midoriya nearly takes Shinso out with a dirty move. Shoyuta, what are you teaching these kids? Don't point that at me, they came like this. Izuku used this chance to swipe his leg, taking his opponent's feet out from under him. Shinso scrambled to get up, wincing as he did, but Izuku knew he couldn't let this drag out more than it already has. He pushed his shin to the boy's spine, taking hold of his arms and getting elbowed in the process. His nose was not spared, the hard crunch of it being broken echoing in Izuku's ears. He could feel the blood dripping down his lips and past his chin as he tried to push past the throbbing, dizzying pain. He hated how familiar it was. Izuku forced Shinso's arms to bend and curl to his back, taking hold of both wrists with one hand all the while the other wriggled and fought to get free. Get off me and just lose already, damn it. Shinso's legs kicked and swung at Izuku, catching his side just that much more. Even with Midoriya keeping him in a tight hold, this kid is not giving up. Izuku quickly learned to not leave his opponent any give when the back of Shinso's head impacted with his own. Shinso Hitoshi, do you give up? Midnight called from the sidelines. No! He yelled back at the hero, even as Izuku used his other hand to hold between the top of the cervical spine and the base of the skull, keeping his head still. If you are still immobilized by the end of my countdown, I will be forced to call the match. Yield. You and the rest of your privileged friends. Yield. Izuku pleaded once more as the crowd synced with Midnight. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm sorry. He couldn't disappoint All Might. He owed so much to the man. The least he could do is follow his suggestions in return. That doesn't mean it hurt any less to see the dejected look on Shinso's face as he climbed off. Whatever, he huffed, walking off into the tunnel he'd entered from only minutes prior. A swift win for Izuku Midoriya, and neither even used their quirks. He would be wrong about that, but no one has to know. No one can know. He knew half the reason he won was because Shinso was thrown off by his quirk not working. It was subtle, but there. Izuku didn't know what he would have done if he had to break a finger to win that match. Not only would he be reprimanded by All Might and Recovery Girl, but his extra quirk would have been outed to his parents who are surely watching. He knew they were. Midoriya was an anomaly. That much was true. However, that doesn't mean he's the only one Shoyuta has to keep an eye on. No, there are definitely others. Katsuki Bakugo wasn't as aggressive as he originally thought. While he was still loud and brash at times, Shoyuta knew he had mellowed out rather fast after the USJ. Without a doubt, the incident was traumatic for his students, but that doesn't explain his sudden change in behavior. Something at that level doesn't just flip the way someone acts. Not only that, but the same boy who Bakugo nearly killed, he left alone. Between the USJ and when they were sent home, Something had to have happened. It was logical enough to assume so. Why else would Bakugo go from yelling to just below a normal volume every time Midoriya was in his line of sight? He even avoided the kid on some occasions. Every time he was around to see it, it was obvious Midoriya didn't understand his behavior either. Something was going on. All Shoyuta had to do was find out what. The next student that concerned him was none other than Shuto Todoroki. Of course it had to be Endeavor's kid. Nothing against the boy himself, but his father was a brute who essentially went by the motto of, shoot first, ask questions later. If the giant scar around his eye, Shuta's best guess about it being some kind of thermal burn that wasn't treated correctly wasn't bad enough. The way he refused to use his other quirk was a mystery. Should have been a mystery. It's not very hard to guess part of the reason was his father. Their quirks were near copies of each other. Maybe it was some kind of teenage rebellion? There was more to it that Shoyuta knew. He'd have to approach carefully if he wanted to get answers. The last student he'd been more worried about was Denki Kaminari. It didn't take a genius to figure out he was struggling with his work during the first weeks of school. Shoyuta had come to find out he had undiagnosed dyslexia. Seriously, how hard was it to put that together? Kaminari admitted he had seen several specialists, but they all said he was faking it. The boy's mother, thank small mercies, was logical enough to understand he wasn't doing it for attention, that there was genuinely something going on. From there, it was easy to get appointments with Inui and extra lessons from Mike. With time, his assignments began to improve, and naturally so did his grades. They weren't perfect per se, but progress was progress. He was the easiest one to help. And wasn't that the problem? Despite the time it took to help Kaminari, out of the ones he knew would be more difficult, he was the easiest. Going to be the easiest, just as soon as he could figure out what was going on between the other three. Speaking of which, he was still lost about what was going on between Midoriya and All Might. The talk he had with Nizu nagged at him, and Shoyuta only got more suspicious every time he saw the two interact. They weren't very subtle about it, so he was able to catch them on the occasions they slipped away together. What was worse is that certain parts of the kid's file were either missing or locked. Shoyuta wasn't one to jump to conclusions, but he didn't like the implications of what could be going on behind closed doors. Though, as incompetent as he was, it wasn't likely that All Might was that kind of person. If he was, then Shoyuta will see to it to personally deal with him. However, the kid doesn't show the characteristics of that kind of victim, so he doesn't mull over it too much. Unfortunately, he'd gotten caught up in other matters to ask Midoriya about his connection to the number one hero. Shoyuta had been given the perfect chance to talk to him about it without the possibility of someone eavesdropping. It couldn't be helped, all in the past to be moved on from. There would be other opportunities. Shoyuta knew this, but he didn't realize it would be during the sports festival. Nothing was out of place up until the last event. It started when he noticed All Might talking to the kid before his match with Shinso Hitoshi. A short conversation, but one he didn't like nonetheless. Midoriya, impressive enough, had used underground tactics in his rather short fight, immobilizing his opponent without relying on his quirk the entire time. The general underground fighting style was considered to be dirty, but when it comes to winning a fight, you have to use any trick you can. Though, it looked like Shinso didn't use his quirk either, for whatever odd reason. It was a powerful one, something that had immense potential in heroics. Similar to Shoyuta, he was screwed over by the practical exam simply due to the fact that his power didn't work on robots. He was smart to also apply for general studies in the case he failed. When it was Midoriya's turn to fight again, Todoroki didn't use much of his quirks either. The fire was to be expected by that point. The other half, however, he'd used without any problems beforehand. He made the motions as if he was going to activate his ice side, but nothing happened on quite a few occasions. It reminded Shoyuta of the battle trials, of the fight between Midoriya and Bakugo. The same thing had happened. The other made the motions to use his quirk, expecting it to work, but when nothing happened, there was quite the shock and confusion. Some kind of quirk malfunction, perhaps? There was no sign of an outside force affecting them, so the reason behind that pattern had to be internal. As if the power switch had been flipped back on, both sides of Todoroki's quirk activated with such vigor. Like when a bottle was shaken up, all the air being compacted until it was finally released. Not once did Midoriya use his quirk, even just to defend himself against the blast of ice and fire that had hurled towards him. He'd been caught in the middle of it all and was knocked out of bounds. Shoyuda had watched the medbots carry Midoriya's unconscious body to the nurse's temporary office. There was blood seeping out of his gym uniform from the times he'd been near impaled by spikes of ice, not to mention the fact that he likely had a concussion from the impact against the stand wall alone. Chiyo had her work cut out for her. The longer he sat still, listening to his husband commentate the event, the more anxious he felt. "What? You feeling okay over there, Sho?" Hisashi's hand was on the mute button as he turned to look at Shoyuda. He looked down to notice his leg bouncing on its own accord and forced it to stop. He was being unreasonable, illogical even. "I don't know what's going on. I feel off." Hisashi hummed, unmuting the mic to announce the next fight before holding the button once more. "Maybe it has something to do with the little listener?" "That's possible, but why now?" Compared to how the rest of your students have come out of their own fight, he did take quite the hit. Besides, I'm sure he'd appreciate the company, especially if it's his favorite hero. Hisashi grinned as he added that last part, clearly still stuck on the idea. Shoyuda sighed, resolving himself to simply accept fate. Common sense says the joke will eventually fade out, but logic knows that this is something his husband won't drop unless it's proven otherwise. Either way, a part of Shoyuda tells him that the anxious feeling won't go away until he sees that Midoriya is perfectly fine. He might as well get it over with. So, with a grumbled, "I'll be back," he leaves the commentary booth and heads to where he presumes the boy will be. With Chiyo's quirk, he'll be good as new in no time. Shuda's worry is unreasonable. Midoriya was hurt pretty bad, yes, but that doesn't explain the weird feeling in Shuda's chest. This is ridiculous. He can hear the echo of Hisashi's voice reverting through the stands, the cheers of the crowd following right after. There's no one else roaming around, so it's as peaceful as it gets for Shoyuda. He doesn't mind it too much, even if he preferred it to be quieter. He listens to the sound of his own footsteps, finding himself unable to turn back, as logical as it would be. Just a quick checkup and he'll return to his husband. The kid might not even be there. Unless his injuries were worse than he assumed, Shoyuda dismisses the thought. It's too late to turn back now, so he might as well go through with it. He sighed once more as he approached where the kid might or might not be. Once he's close enough, the automatic door glides open to reveal that his student is there. He's wrapped and patched up, looking almost as exhausted as Shoyuda feels. The faintest amount of blood seeped through the bandages on the boy's head, forcing Shoyuda to acknowledge that uneasy, off feeling again. He doesn't notice the man's presence, too engrossed in what he'd been doing before Shoyuda got there. The brace is gone, he notes. It's the first time he's seen the boy without that metal device. In Midoriya's lap was a notebook, worn and stained by use, but otherwise in good condition. The only sounds filling the room were the boy's soft muttering and the scratching of lead on paper. It was low, almost too quiet. Had Shoyuda not learned to pick up on the finer details of his surroundings, in this case being sound, the kid's voice would have gone unnoticed. His eyes flickered between the screen playing the matches and the notebook gently cradled by his legs. The muttering strangely reminded him of Hisashi when they were still in their high school years. His husband had a bad habit of saying things out loud that he usually didn't mean to, especially when he had to think more deeply on a problem. There were times when he got so caught up in his head that he was completely unaware of his surroundings, making himself easy to sneak up on. Even the occasional bets were placed during some of his episodes just to see who could guess how long he would go on without any interruptions. The longest one was an hour. Nemuri had bought lunch for the entire group that day and still had plenty of money left over. Only the most stupid or arrogant made another bet with the girl from then on. Shoyuda cleared his throat, startling the kid out of his trance. He immediately shut the notebook, putting it on the side where it was less seen by his teacher. "Sensei, I thought you were in the commentary booth with Yamada-sensei." "I was. It was getting too cramped in there, so I stepped out to get some air." That was a lie, but the kid didn't have to know that. Though I could ask you the same thing. Didn't Chiyo fix your injuries? "Oh, sure. She did, for the most part. I didn't have enough stamina for her to do it completely. Makes sense. Shoyuta paused, looking around. Where is she anyway? She stepped out for a bit. I don't know where she is exactly, but I think she went to find All Might. What does All Might have to do with anything? Besides the weird connection to Midoriya. She can't have gone far considering her job requires her to be here. Though, with her away for the moment, some stuff slipped my mind from our talk before. Midoriya's shoulders tensed, drawing themselves in almost defensively. His eyes were averted from his teacher, suddenly finding the stark white sheet more interesting. Ease him into it. You're not in any trouble, I just have a few questions. Do you think you could be up for answering any? If not, we could always do this at a later date if you need. Shoyuta would prefer it to be now rather than later, but he can't force the kid to answer anything that he's uncomfortable with. Midoriya shook his head, shoulders still hunched but not as stiff. Now's fine. Alright, you told me that your parents don't know about you being in the hero course. If they didn't before, they do now. He got a small nod. So, what I want to know is how you got them to sign off on some of your papers, including the permission slip that was sent home for your trip to the USJ. Shoyuta didn't think someone could pale and flush at the same time, but apparently, they can. Again, you're not in any trouble, I just want to get some answers. I forged their signatures. They never saw anything that would have shown I was in the hero course. They still don't know that I was at the USJ during the attack. Cammy, just how strict were these people? Shuta's had to deal with his fair share of angry parents, but this seems a little extreme. A case of helicopter parenting that has inevitably forced their child to lie to them. They picked you up from the hospital, how were they unaware by that point? The fact that they still knew to get their kid after Nizu himself was unable to get a hold of them threw him off. Also lied about that. I gave the school my number instead of theirs in case of something like that happening, me getting hurt, They would have been called and then they would have known that I tricked them. I'm already going to be in so much trouble as it is dash. Midoriya's face was losing more of its color as he sent himself into a panic. Shoyuta carefully put himself closer to the boy, keeping his voice calm. Midoriya flinched when Shuta's hand made contact with his shoulder. He crouched to set the kid above eye level as he spoke. Midoriya, it's going to be okay, alright? I need you to breathe with me. Focus on me. His breaths were shaky, but Shoyuta could tell he was trying to copy him. That's it, keep following my instructions. Good. The boy clutched onto the sheets, tears at the corners of his eyes threatening to spill. Midoriya quickly wiped them away as his breathing became easier. I'm sorry. Shoyuta could feel his chest tighten. There's nothing to apologize about, shit happens. Some things are out of our control and we have to accept it, no matter how much we might not want to. Do you feel any better? Another nod. He let his hand fall back to his side. Now, as a pro-hero, Aizawa Shoyuta has seen the darker sides of society. That's a given. Daytime heroes deal with petty thugs and thieves, sometimes even just careless villains who thought having a powerful quirk was going to save them from getting caught. They're meant to be there to make people feel safe. Underground pros, on the other hand, it's in the name. Heroes like Shoyuta raid drag rings and take out traffickers. They go undercover and play the role they're given for weeks on end just to gather intel to arrest dangerous groups in one sweep. On the odd occasion, Shoyuta has personally dealt with corrupt individuals that went on sick power trips simply because they had enough money. Hell, he's even had victims that he's had to comfort and those who he couldn't save. It's worse when those victims are barely grown, not yet old enough to understand that there's a darker side to things, still innocent and oblivious. On bad days, he remembers the times he was forced to watch the life leave a child's eyes. Those he considered to be his biggest failures. He's had nightmares about those children. Too many to count. He's fortunate to have his husband there to help him through it. It doesn't stop the guilt from eating at his conscience, but it's enough. Not that he'd ever admit it, but he has a soft spot for kids. Though they knew they never could, he and Hizashi had once wanted one of their own. That wish had long since been crushed by the dangers of being heroes. It's half the reason he became a teacher, on top of Hizashi and Namuri pestering him until he finally gave in. Some students were stressful enough to nearly give him gray hairs, but by gods if he wasn't going to ensure they had a future and got to live past graduation. Considering both of his careers, it's safe to say that Shoyuta has seen a lot. With this comes the things he hates the most. And with the red flags that keep floating around Midoriya, he's afraid that it'll be exactly that. He has to ask, just as a precaution. If it's confirmed, he can get the boy out of that situation. He can help Midoriya, but that's only if the kid lets him. Midoriya, I need you to be completely honest with me here. Can you promise me that? Midoriya looked up to Shoyuta with such confusion, but he answered nonetheless. I promise. As a hero, it's my job to help people, right? The boy hummed in confirmation. As a teacher, I'm supposed to help students when it's needed as well. There are certain behaviors and signs that I need to watch out for as both. Aizawa-sensei, what is this about? I don't understand. Come on, Shoyuta, bite the bullet. Kid, are you safe at home? What? Oh. His eyes widened, realization quickly settling in. His hands waved as he scrambled to answer, I didn't mean for it to look that way, sensei. My parents aren't like that, I swear. Shoyuta wanted to sigh in relief, but refrained. That freak-out probably didn't help, but like I said before, they just get really worried about me. Because of it, they get kind of strict with rules so I stay safe. He bows his head. I'm really sorry about the confusion. It's alright, kid, I'm the one who rushed to conclusions. I'm just glad I asked before it went any further. Was that all you wanted to know? Before Shoyuta could answer, Chiyo had returned with all might in tow. I've told you once and I'll say it again, stop encouraging that boy to be so reckless. He's not the... Shoyuta, good afternoon. Was there anything you needed? Damn it. He can't talk to the kid with the subject of the question around. There's the risk he won't tell Shoyuta the whole truth if he does. No, I was just about to leave. And he did as much as he preferred not to. His walk back to the booth seemed shorter than his trip there, but who is he to complain? He'll find another opportunity to talk to Midoriya before their internships anyway. Though still smug, Hizashi is quick to welcome him back. So how did it go with the little listener? You were gone for quite some time. Shoyuta glared at him through the bandages. It went fine, and I was only there for a few minutes. The kid's temporarily stuck in the infirmary until Chiyo says otherwise, but he looked relatively okay. Shoyuta paused and then added on, he has that habit of muttering like you used to, not that I could make out a lot of what he was saying. Speaking of similarities, have you seen his adorable little freckles? Yours always go away after a while, but any time you go out into the sun long enough, you get M. Shoyuta snorted, yeah, unlike you. Can barely last an hour outside without becoming sunburnt. Well, excuse me for having sensitive skin, Mr. Easy Breezy Tan. Maybe if you used a better sunscreen you wouldn't get so bad. It's not my fault you insist on using the same stuff. I can never find the right SPF, so technically it's not my fault. Whatever, he huffed. Hizashi chuckled, their banter fading out as he had to return to commenting on different parts of the fights. Not that Shoyuta minded. When the event was over they would have more time to talk. Besides, it was entertaining to watch his husband hype the crowd up while he gets to relax. The rest of the matchups go as smooth as one would expect, until it's Todoroki and Bakugu's turn to duke it out. Because of course, how else was it supposed to go? Bakugu gets more worked up than should has seen since the first day. With that mixing up with his quirk, it's a disaster. Even after he knocked Todoroki unconscious, he was still yelling and screaming at the other boy. Midnight had been forced to use her quirk to subdue him. To Shuta's dismay, it only got worse from there. During the award ceremony, he's given no explanation as to why his student was chained and muzzled. Not to mention the fact that someone had put police-grade quirk restraints around his hands. These were children, not villains. So why was Bakugu being treated as such? Whoever was responsible for chaining one of his students up better pray that he doesn't find out. Though, if push comes to shove, he could always just ask Nizu. The rat may not tell him about Midoriya, but Shuta's sure that he'll make an exception for at least this. The principal has a certain hatred for that kind of thing, so it should be fun for him to find them anyway. Izuku was disappointed when Eraserhead left, But the man had better things to do than talk to him, so he couldn't complain. He wasted enough of his teacher's time as it was. When Recovery Girl returned with his mentor, it was obvious she had reprimanded him. What would have caused it? He didn't have the slightest clue. All Might's hands were clenched in irritation and his smile twitched as if he was struggling to hold it. Nevertheless, he kept quiet as the school nurse went through her final tests to make sure Izuku was good to go. Even when she had moved the boy to a more secluded bed, his mentor patiently waited. All Might watched as she went around her office, going about with different papers and tools. When she had finally left again, only then did he spare the boy a glance. Izuku wanted to shrink under his mentor's gaze, but he knew the man would just be more disappointed if he did. You could have easily won that match. Izuku could already feel the lead in his stomach. I just dash. Look at me when you talk, boy. His quirk isn't being blocked by the suppressant. If he does, his mentor might find out about his quirk. He would know that Izuku had lied to him. I can't. I don't want to hear your excuses, and speak up for God's sake, he snapped. Real heroes face the consequences of their actions head-on. Do you realize how embarrassing your stunt was? First, you refused to use my quirk. Why? Because you were scared of breaking yourself? If you're that worried, figure out a way to get a hold of the med quirk then. Not only that, but you were messing around that entire match. An opportunity wasted. For what? Explain to me why you thought it was a good idea to disgrace this legacy with such a pathetic loss. Do I need to up the difficulty of your training? Is that it? No. All Might's smile was gone. His eyes narrowed and piercing. Izuku kept his own eyes trained to the floor where they belong. I mean no. It's just dash. Spit it out, he seethed. It seems there's another problem we'll be working to get rid of. Your stuttering makes you look weak. Do you think villains are going to go easy on you if you're weak? No, sir. You still remember your manners, the use that'll be on the field. The pressure that had been slowly building up behind his eyes was beginning to be too much. How badly Izuku wanted to cry, but he wasn't supposed to, especially with an audience. All Might said crying with someone around was only asking for the wrong kind of attention. And he was the #1 hero, so he must be right. Izuku has to follow All Might's rules if he wants to be a good hero. Before All Might can say anything more, Izuku's phone goes off. He knows the ringtone by heart and mind. Well, aren't you going to answer it? It's rude to make others wait. He supposes that with all the time he spent around All Might, the man was bound to remember who the ID was as well. His mother liked to call quite often to make sure he was safe. That was usually the case, at least. He knows why she's calling, and this time his safety is the least of her concerns. Come Monday morning, see to it you're on time for our training. You know what happens if you're late. With that, he was left by himself for the second time. He fumbled to answer, sweat forming on his brow as his mother spoke. Izuku. Yes. Why can't he keep his voice steady? Why does he have to shake every time this happens? This is his mother. He shouldn't be afraid of her. You remember the rules, right, baby? Why, yes, I remember them. Can you tell me the ones we broke today? Number 11, 12, and 14. Goodness, 3 in a row. I know we were only on strike 2, but you know what this means, don't you? He wanted to hide. He wanted to run to Aizawa-sensei like a coward and beg. He didn't want to face the consequences of his actions. However, Izuku had no escape and he knew it. Still, that didn't stop the urge to avoid the inevitable. Yes, ma'am. You know this hurts us more than it hurts you. As much as it pains me to do it, you must be punished in order to learn. We've tried being lenient, but you've left us no choice. Her voice was thick and bittersweet. It cracked from the tears she was holding back, all because he couldn't follow orders. He broke the rules and therefore broke her heart. She and his father only wanted what was best for him. I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't cut it, baby. Are you ready to come home? No, yes, ma'am. Good. Hisashi and I will be outside of the gates. Hurry along now, we'll be waiting. With trembling hands, Izuku put his phone back in his pocket after she hung up, the silence doing nothing to ease the pit of anxiety that threatened to overtake him. He did what he could to ignore it as he changed back into a casual outfit and grabbed his things. His phone buzzed twice in between the time it took for him to get out of the stadium and on the other side of the school campus. He couldn't bring himself to check it. Though unaware, it was for the best that he didn't stay to watch the rest of the sports festival. His heart couldn't have bared to see his childhood friend restrained in such a way that was all too familiar. His parents did not greet him when he stepped outside of the gates, barely acknowledging his presence as he got into the car. The ride home wasn't nearly any better. It was obvious they were disappointed. Izuku fidgeted in his seat, flitting his eyes to the window and watching as everything passed by. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest, the quick thuds washing out any other noise. He grit his teeth, desperately trying to prepare himself for what's to come. As if that ever worked. Izuku couldn't help but think back to his conversation with Eraserhead. He'd admitted to things that should have made his teacher angry, but not once did the man look upset at him. As far as he knew, anyway. He never once raised his voice, or his hand for that matter. Unlike teachers in the past, Eraserhead acted like he actually cared about Izuku, even going as far as ensuring his home life wasn't a danger to him, as unnecessary as it was, but his teacher didn't know that. He was just being cautious. That's what pro heroes are supposed to do, to keep people safe. The only thing that really puzzled him was why Aizawa-sensei thought his parents were like that. Sure, he gets scared when he's in trouble, but who doesn't? That was the point of a punishment, to scare someone from doing the wrong thing. When they finally arrived back home, Izuku hesitated to get out. The nausea he'd been able to fend off before was coming back with a vengeance. His stomach dropped when his father opened the car door. Whether it was by facial expression or even body language, Izuku could never tell how the man felt. And that was a problem. His mother was very expressive in how she felt, never shy to hide her emotions. She was easy to predict. Izuku knew what to expect from her. All Might was similar in that sense. Though he wasn't as expressive, his emotions were open for Izuku to see. With it, Izuku knew where he stood. But with his father, it's nearly impossible. He gives no external factors that might clue someone to his mood. His voice is always so level and void, even in the times that Izuku messes up. Despite this, Izuku knows to hurry in getting into the house to prevent the consequences from getting worse. So, he drags himself out of the car as quickly as his heavy limbs could manage. His mother follows him downstairs to the basement with his father trailing shortly behind. The air is thick and heavy with dread as he nears closer to the door. Behind it is the plain gray room he'll be chained in up until Monday. Sometimes, in the moments that he's truly alone, Izuku can't help but think it reminds him of a prison cell in those movies he used to watch before he got his quirk. That is, one without the bars, or tiny windows. The only sounds that echo and resonate around them are 3 individual pairs of footsteps on the sleek wood. He takes it back. The sports festival wasn't a death sentence. This was. Izuku stepped to the side, allowing his father access to the door. From underneath his shirt, he pulls out a thin, gold necklace. With it, dangled a key of the same material. The door unlocked with ease, the metal making up the keyhole being worn down from use. Yet another reminder of his failures. His father beckoned him forward and into the room. Knowing the routine, Izuku stepped into the middle where he was to kneel to take his newest punishment. With delicate hands, his mother brought his arms over his head and secured the cuffs around his wrists. She's considerate of the metal, making sure it's not tight enough to leave any lasting marks. Attached to the cuffs is a thick chain that leads up to the ceiling. Izuku knows from experience that there's no escape until his parents decide to release him. Next comes the collar that clamps around his neck, the cold metal sending shivers down his spine. Similar to the cuffs, it's attached to a chain. However, this one was bolted to the ground instead of being above him. Izuku hears his father sigh. He's still behind the boy, somewhere around the doorway where they keep the 2 steel bars. One was meant to brand, its sharp tip dulled and burned from constant use, while the other was just a general pull. I hope you understand we're only doing this for your own good. Izuku's voice cracked as he responded, "Yes, sir." His vision was blocked by the bead of LD his mother tied around his head, the cloth tight on his dyed curls. His contacts were already out by the time he'd left the locker rooms, so at least he didn't have to worry about them getting stuck. It's happened only once, but once was enough. His mother's heels clicked around the floor, settling a few feet in front of him. I don't understand you, Izuku. You know the rules, so why do you keep breaking them? At this rate, you'll end up becoming a delinquent. What am I supposed to do then? Your father and I have done all we can to raise you right, to be a good boy. Her voice wavered, a sob eliciting shortly after. Where did we go wrong for you to end up like this? Guilt and fear began to mix and pierce as one. It was an ugly thing to feel. I didn't mean to hurt you. But you meant to break the rules? His mother cried. No. It wasn't on purpose, I swear. It clearly was no accident either. She paused, her sobs becoming lesser by the minute. She sniffed before she continued. I'm sorry, I'll do better, he chokes out. Baby, there's no reason to cry. We're only doing this because we love you. However, in order for all of us to move on with your most recent stunt, you have to earn back our trust and forgiveness. You know what has to happen now, don't you? She's patient with him, as she's always been. His mother ensures he knows how things are going to go, never failing to speak so gently. Even after he's hurt her dash, she's never yelled at him. Yes, ma'am. He should have been able to avoid it, to follow the rules with ease. With his father handling the first half of the punishment, it was proving difficult to even think. His anxiety and fear from not knowing when or where he'd be struck next was already bad enough, so the loss of one of his senses spiking the pain made it near impossible to notice anything else. Every breath brought sharp twinges to his chest, and every movement made the ache worse. He pushed to listen to the sounds around him, to use them as something to focus on. He made a mental list of all the individual noises, picking apart the ones that almost blended together. It wasn't perfect, but if he can distract himself just enough the punishment will go along quicker. The heavy rattle from the chains every time he moved, and his own ragged breaths were the easiest to listen to. Next came the taps from hard RBB meeting the solid ground. They slowly paced back and forth, from the side, and then behind, slowly making their way to the front. His mother's soft breathing stayed the same as she watched, rightfully ignoring the pained cries and gasps from her guilty son. He moved on to feeling anything to avert his focus from the throbbing, nauseating ache. The most noticeable sensation was his legs. His knees were especially sore, but he knew they, along with the rest of his legs, would numb if he waited long enough. Next was the hard metal that kept him in place. Both restraints had lost their cold feeling, warmed to something less unpleasant by the contact with his skin. The last feelings were familiar, though only one was almost a comfort. Izuku's Beifaldi was damp, and the tears that had soaked through it dripped to his knees. When he shifted, just barely, he was reminded of how stiff everything felt. It'll only get worse with time, but at least it went away after only a few days. Though, that's if he's unable to see Recovery Girl to speed up the process. Off to the side, metal clanged against stone and Izuku slumped forward, letting the chains hold him upright. The strength to do it himself had long since left. The relief was only temporary, lasting up until he heard the sound of his father using his quirk. Despite the exhaustion, his body tensed. There's no need for that, Izuku. His mother assured. The cold, rough feeling from the scissors blade startled him. No matter how much he knows to expect it, this part tends to catch him off guard. We can go shopping for a replacement later this week, all right? Izuku nodded. He listened to the metal pieces as they slid against one another, cutting through his shirt. It would be bad to accidentally burn the clothing into his skin, so they wait until the other half of the punishment to cut him out of it. The halves were quick to fall from where they once laid, leaving his torso bare. The temptation of letting go prodded his consciousness. He had to fight it off, just until they left. Only then can he rest. Izuku couldn't be less prepared for the scalding tip to lay against his skin, for it to slowly drag across his back at an agonizing pace. Fresh tears fell as he cried out from the agony of it all. The sizzling, popping sound accompanying the putrid stench of burning flesh made his head spin, and the nausea that had been building up was at its peak, soon tipping over with little warning. His head jerked forward as his lunch spilled onto himself and the floor. He choked back from the force of the collar keeping him back, coughing as his mother's light footsteps had gone out of the door. His face contorted from the smells combining into one. He had to force the next wave of that sick feeling down, lest he make things worse. His mother was back as quick as she left. She was closer to Izuku than before as she wiped his face with a damp, yet warm cloth. She moved onto his legs, cleaning up the mess he made of himself. "I think that's enough for today." "What the hell are you talking about, Inko? I barely even started." Her voice held an edge as she repeated, "Hisashi, that's enough for today. Besides, he's got the rest of the weekend to think about what he's done. Your mother's saving you a world of hell, boy. Be grateful." "Is this really happening? He's getting isolated earlier?" "Yes, sir." After his mother finished cleaning up, she followed her husband back upstairs. She locked the door behind her, leaving Izuku to his thoughts. He didn't understand why he was being let off so easily, but he was relieved that it was over. He could finally let go and succumb to the relief that only sleep can give. Once he can no longer hear their footsteps echoing from outside the room, that's exactly what he does. The next few times he's awake, it's only for a few minutes until he's put back under. He stretches when he can, moving as far as the restraints will allow him to relieve the stiff feeling from sitting so long. The dull ache in his stomach helps him keep track of how much time has passed. Fortunately, he's unconscious for the duration of his isolation. Only bits and pieces does he remember the soreness of the dark markings that paint his torso. And so, it feels as if he'd only been there for a few hours before he hears the telltale sign of his mother coming back down to release him. The BLNDFLD is the first to come off, followed by the collar, and finally the cuffs. She slips the newest Quirk suppressant brace on his wrist, the needle piercing through his skin and into the needed vein. It stings, but he would prefer it over everything else any day. His mother waves him off, reminding him to be quick about getting ready so as to not be late for school. He still had a little over an hour before it actually started, but he still had to train with all might. Yet another lie he's told to his parents. This one wasn't as big as some of the others, so he doesn't feel as guilty about it. Izuku hurries up the stairs and quietly goes to his room. He slips on his uniform and struggles with the tie longer than he should, eventually giving up with it still looking like an abomination. He'll have to look up a tutorial sometime later. After he brushes his hair and teeth, feeling presentable enough, Izuku runs out of the house. He still has a few minutes before the first train leaves, but he'll be cutting it close. By the time he slips through the closing door, and the train is off to its next stop, Izuku is a breathing mess. He can usually walk halfway and still make it, but since he woke up later, he'd been forced to push his own limits. His latest injuries didn't help the situation in the slightest. The adrenaline in his system makes his hands shake as he holds onto one of the overhanging poles. A few people recognize him from the sports festival, but they keep to themselves for the most part. Other than that, the ride to UA is mostly uneventful. As soon as the doors open again, Izuku is off once more. He dashes through the towering gates and heads inside. The cool air of the halls is a comfort from the warm weather outside as he jogs to his first destination. He gets lucky when he discovers Recovery Girl is in her office. "Back again so soon, Midoriya? The day has barely even begun." His cheeks heat up. "I was hoping you could heal me before class started. I took care of most of your injuries from the festival already. Are a few scratches really bothering you that much? I may have gotten myself hurt during the weekend. I'm really sorry about this, Recovery Girl, but I don't think I'll last the rest of the day without it. You need to be more careful, young man. Getting hurt this often isn't going to help you in the long run." "Yes, ma'am. I'm really sorry about this." "Don't apologize, things happen. I'm just glad you have enough self-preservation to come to me about this, unlike your teacher." She grumbled, somewhat irritated, and kissed his cheek. While the aches and pains went away, exhaustion settled heavy in his eyes and body. "Aizawa-sensei?" "Heavens no. Tashinori." "Who? Oh my. Has he not told you his name this entire time?" No." She gave him a small handful of gummies. "Take these, they'll give you a boost for the day." "I swear that man. The least he could have done was give you his name, especially since you're supposed to be his successor." That was one way to throw Izuku through a loop. "You know." "Of course I know, dearie. Why would I not? Izuku shrugged. As he opened his mouth to further ask her about it, the automatic door slid open. Except, there was no one there. But wait. Izuku looked down to see Nizu. He averted his gaze to the floor, not wanting to get in trouble first thing, especially since this was the principal. The last one Izuku knew didn't like him all that much, what with him constantly being sent to the man's office. It must have gotten annoying to deal with him nearly every other day. Just who I wanted to see, Nizu said, voice bright and cheerful. Midoriya, mind having a chat with me? Midoriya, let's talk about your recent behavior. Izuku looked at the clock overhead, noting the time. He was going to be late to training with his mentor at this rate. With all due respect, sir, I dash. Excellent. Come along now, there's much to discuss. He left the doorway without looking back to see if the boy would follow. Izuku mumbled one more apology to Recovery Girl and hurried out of her office. When he caught up, he stayed a ways behind. He kept off to the side enough to still be in the Chimera's peripheral. Be seen but not heard. When it comes to the principal, silence is absolute unless spoken to. Nizu hummed a tune under his breath, seeming to be in no hurry to go where he pleased. Izuku clutched the straps of his bag, clueless to what the principal might want with him. I heard you had a bit of a mishap sometime during your break, yes? Izuku kept his voice just below a normal volume. Yes, sir. I had some bruising that would have kept me from training. That's odd. I don't recall any practical lessons being set for the heroics classes today. Oh, I mean my training with All Might. It's usually done around this time, actually. Which means he's missing it. All Might's bound to be upset with Izuku being absent. He doesn't even have an excuse this time. What would the man say if he saw his student now? I was never made aware of this, the principal said. His tone mellowed into something soft as he asked, humor me, young one, since when did you have early morning training with your mentor? After the semester started, I suppose? I thought you knew. It appears not. I could have sworn I explained the requirements to him. In this case, all personnel are to ask XPLCT permission to use the gyms and other available facilities. I never realized, All Might always said it was fine. That bubble of guilt was back. I'm really sorry about breaking the rules. He was waved off. No worries, you couldn't have known. The principal sounded unbothered, but Izuku could tell there was something else there. Has he messed up that bad already? Was he going to be expelled? The principal said it was fine, but when All Might said the same thing, it actually wasn't? Though, I'm curious to know, what prompted such injuries to occur in the first place? If there was ever a time that his lies needed to be convincing, it was now. Even without some kind of lie detection quirk, Nizu knows when someone isn't being honest or sincere. He barely has to meet anyone to know their every tell. He can pick apart whoever he so chooses with ease. It's amazing, yet extremely terrifying given Izuku's situation. That I fell down the stairs. The floor was wet so I slipped. He's screwed. The Chimera brought a paw to his cheek in thought. Those kinds of accidents can be quite dangerous. Do be careful in the future, yes? We're lucky you didn't get hurt worse than you already did. A nervous chuckle escaped Izuku's lips, his palms becoming damp with sweat. Did that actually work? No, it couldn't have. Nizu's too smart for that. I just lied to the principal, and he went with it? But he's literally known for his high intelligence. His quirk makes him smarter than any human could ever wish to be. What would he gain to go along with something that was obviously a lie? He doesn't actually believe me, right? It's not like I can just say that my father did this. That would make it seem like Aizawa-sensei's assumption about them was right. But they're not like that. It would be bad to give people the wrong idea. Yeah, of course. Izuku didn't think to ask where they were going, but by the time he'd realized this, they were already at Nizu's office. The wide doors swung open untouched. The principal walked around his desk and sat in the higher-seated chair that was set behind it. It was customized just for him, that was for certain. From where Izuku was, he could see the small staircase that circled around the body, allowing Nizu easier access to his desk. The seat itself was the perfect size too, a fluffy cushion set for ensured comfort. From under the edge of the sleek wood, Nizu pressed a button that caused part of the desk to open. A steaming teapot and 2 intricate cups rose up, the tray underneath sealing up the whole. Care for some? Nizu's demeanor was friendly and welcoming. It was clearly meant to lure Izuku into some false sense of security. He knew it. He managed to PSS off the principal and the year has barely started. Go figure. What did he do though? What could he have possibly done to get on the Chimera's bad side? What about Dash? Don't worry too much about the time, we have plenty, I assure you. Besides, I've already set a timer so you won't be late to class. I think getting to class is the least of your concerns right now. In fact, we have plenty of time to discuss what your future holds if you keep acting up. Okay? Perfect. The small principal poured them both a cup, Izuku taking his with careful fingers. You'll find this is my favorite blend. Refreshing all the while giving off the perfect hint of sweetness. Izuku brought the cup to his lips, taking in the aroma of the soft-colored drink. The warmth of the tea brought some comfort to his nerves, his shoulders easing from where they once held firm. He doesn't know what the game is, but it'll be easier to figure things out with a clear head, as nervous as he still was. Now, I understand my abrupt request to chat has caused some questions to arise. But look no further, young one. I have all the answers, I promise you. With that said, I would like to first discuss something that had been brought to my attention, particularly about the sports festival. Midoriya, I thought I told you to not get in any more trouble. So why has it come to my attention that several of your teachers still have complaints about you? Izuku needed to approach this carefully. He was already in a dangerous position, his spot at UA hanging from the principal's paws. If he said something wrong, he could say goodbye to his dreams, and All Might's Quirk for that matter. He towed the line of losing everything, for what? Izuku still doesn't know what he did. Am I in trouble for something? Well, that was a dumb question. Izuku wanted to kick himself. Quite the opposite really. What? You see, your homeroom teacher came to me about a very interesting point you made during your discussion all those weeks ago. You were concerned about the festival being broadcast, rightfully so. While it's beneficial for students to be recognized by pros and their agencies, criminals are given the same information. In turn, that good is negated and it hurts young heroes before their career can begin. I do apologize for the inconvenience, but you'll have to understand I've been fighting to fix this matter for quite some time. Why, when Shoyuta himself was still your age, he came to me about it. Though, there was nothing I could do then. He raised his paw as he took a sip of his drink. Once satisfied, he continued. However, with the support that has ever so slowly grown over the years, I do believe that by next year's sports festival, we will be applying restrictions to the broadcast. Only selected groups may see it to ensure the utmost safety of the students. So, was the principal not actually upset? Why would I be upset? That's what he can't figure out. Nizu hummed, pausing to think about his next words. Though this may be a bit presumptuous to ask, I must know, are you afraid of me? Izuku's mouth tightened, his fingers freezing in place from where they had been fidgeting with the cup. No. It's quite all right, I'm not offended. There's simply a misunderstanding that must be cleared up. There is no misunderstanding, it's clear to me you were the one that instigated this whole mess. He shrugged at a loss for words. Doubt and confusion pricked at his mind. These weren't the waters that he's paddled through so many times. It wasn't the kind of situation that he knows how to go about. The principal's unwavering kindness and patience almost reminded Izuku of Eraserhead. It was nice to not be yelled at or hit for once, but the unfamiliarity of it all scared him. While I have a strong guess as to why this is, I won't pry. I understand that it takes trust to discuss such things with someone else. That said, there's no need to be frightened, I can assure you. And while I do have high expectations for all of the bright minds that enter this school, a student such as yourself is quite unlikely to ever gain such disapproval from me. Nizu paused as an alarm from his phone went off. Look at how time flies. However, before I send you off on such short notice, I would like to cover one last issue. Since your mentor has gotten himself into a bit of trouble recently, and may in the foreseeable future if there's anything you have questions about, I want you to know that you can come straight to me about it. My doors are always open if you're in need of assistance or simply just some guidance. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Izuku stood, gently placing his cup on its tray and bowed his head to the chimera. No need for that, sir, nonsense. Just call me Nizu-san. The doors swung open. Now run along, it'd be in your best interest to get to class before Shoyuta does. Taking the friendly advice, Izuku sped through the halls. He didn't know how much time he had left, so it was important to take precaution. Within minutes he was nearly sliding past the door, barely catching himself from slipping. The muffled chatter of his classmates was music to Izuku's ears, more so once he saw that Aizawa-sensei wasn't there yet. Not many noticed when he walked into the room, too engrossed with their own conversations. Right as he sat down, their homeroom teacher stepped through the doorway. Talk about timing. The chatter immediately cut off once everyone noticed he was there. No reason to waste time, so I'll get straight to the point. Today you'll be picking out your hero names. Cheers followed and rang through, and Aizawa waited until they were finished to continue. Luckily the noise wasn't drawn out, seeing as the man didn't look pleased with being interrupted in the first place. Usually, you wouldn't need to do this until your second or third year, since that's when draft picks normally happen, but your class is different. And keep in mind, just because you're extended the offer now, doesn't mean you'll keep it. You'll still have to prove yourselves to the ones who've given you a chance at reaching your potential. He pulled out a small remote, projecting their names with an array of numbers next to them. Don't be discouraged if you didn't get any this time around. Though you already have experience with fighting real villains from the USJ, it's still important that you see firsthand what it's like being a pro. So, those who didn't get offers will still be interning. That said, while your hero names will likely be temporary, think of this as if they weren't. Midnight strode through the room, continuing their teacher's speech with, "And if you don't, you'll be dealing with me." Aizawa rolled his eyes at her antics, otherwise indifferent. "Midnight here will have final approval over your names, since this really isn't my thing." And like that he pulled out a bright yellow sleeping bag, slipping into it as the other hero took his place. Whiteboards and markers were passed back, a few students already writing something down. The room had slipped into a quiet space, most too focused on their task to cause a disturbance. Well, that and they knew to be mindful of when Aizawa-sensei was napping. It had only been a week into the year when it slipped on just who their homeroom teacher was. Bits and pieces of general information had spread after Izuku made an offhand comment about the pro. He'd only said it to his small group of friends, but some of his classmates had overheard, so it didn't take long before everyone knew. With this, the whole of Class 1A had eventually come to understand just how little sleep their teacher gets, and it had been a silent agreement to not disturb him when he did take the occasional nap in class. Not that he knew about this, that would be embarrassing. Izuku shook that thought away. He tried to think over what kind of image he wanted to have as a hero, but it kept going back to that image being rather irrelevant. Actions speak louder than words after all. It would be easier to prove what kind of hero he was than to just stick a label on himself. Still, he'll need to be careful with his choice. It was only once Aoyama presented his own hero name that he realized they would have to share what they picked. The first two were a bit odd, though only the first one was approved. When Azui went next and her own hero name passed, it encouraged the rest to go. One by one they went, more confident in their own decisions as class went on. By the time the boy had come up with his own hero name, nearly everyone else had presented theirs. Midnight looked around. Anyone else? Izuku watched as Katsuki hesitated, erasing what was on his board. He quickly replaced it before going up and looked around the room, all the while avoiding meeting Izuku's eyes. Ground Zero, the explosion hero. Midnight clapped and nodded, happy with his name. Excellent. You guys are on a roll with these. That was the name he'd given to Katsuki before he had to pose as Quirkless. They brainstormed ideas when they were kids, set on becoming the greatest hero duo. He used something Izuku picked. He couldn't help but think that maybe, just maybe, there was hope that his childhood friend never actually hated him. He didn't have time to dwell on it, as his turn was fast approaching. After Katsuki, Uraraka went next, then Ida. Though, throughout the class, Izuku noticed Ida seemed troubled. Izuku had read his text from the sports festival, but there wasn't much context to it. It only told Izuku and Ochako that he had to leave the event early, and that he'd see them at school once the break was over. So why did he look so upset? Like Todoroki, he used his first name. When it came to the former boy, he could somewhat understand why, but Ida too. Midoriya, are you ready to present yours? Here goes nothing. Gathering his courage, he walked to stand behind the podium and turned his board around. Proteus, the triumphant hero. Very clever. His classmates followed with their own approval and Izuku's cheeks flushed. He quickly sat down, not wanting to be in front of so many eyes longer than he had to. Still, he was glad that they liked it. Now that we've covered your code names, Aizawa said, yawing as he unzipped himself from the sleeping bag. We'll need to go over the rest about your internships. Those who were scouted will already have their own list of choices, but the ones who weren't will have to pick from a pre-made list of agencies. They'll be staying with their pick for an entire week. And Izuku isn't really sure how to feel about that. He's never really been away from home for very long. Even when he and Katsuki were still friends, they never had any sleepovers, just playdates that lasted a few hours. That reminds me, Midori-kun, do you know who you'll be going with? Uraraka asked. The students divided between going over their options and talking amongst themselves during lunch. Uraraka, Ojiro, Jiro, and Azui were gathered near his desk, excited for their own internships. I'm surprised you didn't get any offers, Todoroki added. Izuku hadn't noticed when the boy traveled to their group. I don't mind, actually, but no, I'm still not sure on where I'll be interning. Azui wondered, what about you, Todoroki? The boy was quiet for a moment. The paper in his hands crinkled from his grip. The irritation seemed to vanish as quickly as it came. I got an offer from my father, which isn't a surprise, but I'm not sure if I want to take it. Endeavor was still a problem. It is your choice, Todoroki-kun. He can't stop you if you don't want to go. The boy looked as if he'd come to some great understanding from Izuku's words. You're right, in that case, I'll go with whoever you choose. That's the spirit. Uraraka looked at the other boy, intrigued. Really? Yes. Had it been anyone else, Izuku might have thought it was a joke. But this was Todoroki, and he's as serious as it gets. Wouldn't that be kind of redundant, though? Ojiro asked. Whoever Midoriya interns with is sure to be an excellent choice. If anything, it would be beneficial to be around a different hero. I already know how my father works, so I wouldn't gain much experience. I'd probably just train to better control my fire side, which is something that other heroes could help with. He had a point. Their next classes soon approached, temporarily averting the students' attention away. It was only once they'd been released to go home were they able to continue their chatter as they trickled out. Bakugu, stay after class. There are a few things I'd like to discuss with you. Odd, hopefully he wasn't in trouble. Since Uraraka went to the same station he did, they usually walked there together. The thought of actually having friends has yet to get old. He just gets this giddy feeling anytime he thinks about it. It may be silly, but Izuku can't help think he's blessed to be able to come to school to so many friendly faces. Before he and Uraraka can get through the door, All Might appears. He announces his presence with such vigor, his voice nearly shakes the floor under their feet. Though, his sheepish request to talk to the boy makes him seem less intimidating than he actually is, which is saying a lot. All Might was 7 feet of pure muscle in his bigger form, so could anyone really blame the boy for having some kind of fear towards him? Hell, Izuku has had to fight him during their morning sparring, so he can confidently determine All Might could snap him in half like a toothpick. Training. To make up for the absence, his mentor isn't going to pull any punches next time. The only way for their sparring to stop is if Izuku wins. Yeah, he'd rather take his chances with Aizawa-sensei. They move to the teacher lounge, the soundproof wall's insurance against someone overhearing them. Its decoration is minimal, giving the room a more spacious look. The large window making up the back wall gave a generous view of the surrounding area. It allowed the sunlight to pass through, naturally brightening up the room. I'll drive you home once we're done, but I'd like to start off by apologizing. Izuku wanted to ask, but All Might hated being interrupted. I was rather harsh during the sports festival. I only want what's best for you, my boy. So of course I needed you to put forth the effort for that. This legacy is important, mind you, but it was wrong of me to reflect such anger at you. It's fine, sir. I understand. I'm so glad you do. Besides, you still have 2 more years to build a name for yourself as a future hero. Izuku nodded. The last time he said something about staying low-key, his mentor wasn't too happy about it. Now, onto the main reason I pulled you aside so late, your internship. Have you picked where you'll be staying for the week? Not yet. That works out great. Because it turns out you have an offer after all, one from someone who knows about One for All. You'll intern with him. Oh, all right. Don't worry too much about him. Gran Torino was my old homeroom teacher back when I was still only a student myself. If All Might trusted him. Todoroki. How to go about this the right way? All Might. What is it? Do you think Gran Torino would mind taking one more intern? Izuku clicked the brace wrapped around his wrist. The feeling of the suppressant entering his system managed to help him ease his nerves. You mean one of your friends? I don't know if we're really friends yet. It's Todoroki. Endeavor's boy? Who would have thought? All Might chuckled, finding something about that amusing. I promise he won't be any trouble. The man then got up and gestured for Izuku to follow. I'm not the one you should be convincing. Actually, why don't I call him now so we can get our answer? If it's not too much of a hassle. As they stepped back into the hallway, Izuku suddenly got the feeling of being watched. When he turned to look, there was no one there. He didn't feel like he was in any danger, but he knew, somehow, they weren't alone. Young Todoroki would need to get Gran's request anyway if that's where he intends to intern, so it's better to ask sooner than later, All Might said as he pulled out his phone. Clicking on the contact he wanted to call, he put the phone on speaker. As odd as it was that Todoroki wanted to intern alongside Izuku, if he managed to get the internship request sent in for the other boy, there are a few bright sides to it all. He won't have to worry about the other boy as much since he won't be around Endeavor. The idea of his classmate accepting his father's request instead makes him downright uncomfortable. Plus, he'll have a familiar face to look to if things go south somehow. But on the downside, there was still the whole thing. With One for All and his talk with Nizu, he trusted All Might, but it turned out even the number 1 hero could be wrong. So how can Izuku know to trust that his word is the truth? The moment Shoyuta and Hizashi stepped through the gen can of their home, all 3 cats were there to greet them. Beezy slipped around and about, rubbing his cheeks on their legs as the other 2, Spoon and Mo, meowed for attention. Shoyuta bent down to pick up Spoon, the gray and white short-hair feline soaking up the warmth. She purred as they made their way to the living room and settled onto the plush couch. It, along with much of their furniture and decor, was fancier than something Shoyuta would have picked. However, he knew it made Hizashi happy, so he couldn't complain. He leaned against his husband, enjoying the quiet atmosphere of their home. With Spoon settled beside Shoyuta, BSRD and Mo took the liberty of curling up with Hizashi. Spoiled brats. Hizashi turned the TV on to an old movie, lowering the volume so the background noise of it wasn't too loud. The underground pro sighed, contempt, as his husband carefully massaged at his scalp. During my talk with the kid, I was able to get answers on some things, but not a lot. I feel like I went out with more questions than when I went in. That's just how these things go, but hey, something is always better than nothing. Fair point. He's safe at home at least, as confused as he was when I asked. That still doesn't explain the behavior though. There's always the possibility that he was mistreated at school. Shoyuta looked at the man beside him. That wouldn't make any sense. Why would a kid with such a powerful quirk be hurt at school? Unless... What is it, Sho? That talk I had with Nizu has been bugging me. He said that there's a reason why Midoriya is so bad at controlling his quirk. Aoyama has a similar situation with his own quirk, powerful with terrible drawbacks dash, but this is different. For some reason whatever is going on has to do with All Might. All Might? They have similar quirks, but why would he be involved? That's what I can't figure out. He doesn't even have a license to teach, yet he becomes the one in charge of heroics lessons first thing. Not to mention the sketchy meetings he has with Midoriya, alone might I add. Meetings? You never told me about that. How long has this been going on? Since I spoke with Nizu. He even watched the assessment tests I had given my class on the first day. Now that I think about it, later when I called him out on it, he talked as if he was familiar with the kid. Hisashi was quiet, only for a moment. What if we're looking at this the wrong way? What do you mean? I think we've been seeing certain details as separate when they actually go together. The favoritism, the similar quirk, and on top of that, why else would parts of his file be redacted? I know it's far-fetched. But it would make sense. Maybe Bakugo could shed some light on this. They did go to the same middle school after all, so if there's anyone that knows, it's him. Hasn't he been avoiding the little listener since the whole, the USJ attack? I'll kill two birds with one stone. Figure out what's up with him while also getting some insight on Midoriya. That would be logical, wouldn't it? Hisashi teased. Shoyuta huffed. You're lucky I love you, cheeky BSRD. Yes, but I'm your cheeky BSRD. When Shoyuta had gotten a certain text from Nizu on his way to his class, he didn't expect to see the boy in question nearly slide past him and the door. He was in too much of a rush to even notice the man on the floor. Usually the kid was so early, he wonders how long that rat kept his student. Plus, there was no telling just what Nizu told the boy during that time. And as he watched his students' reactions to their upcoming internships, he couldn't help but notice the odd way Midoriya was holding himself. He kept shifting in his seat, fidgeting and clicking the metal brace. Didn't that get destroyed during the sports festival? He shook the thought away as Midnight made her overdramatic entrance, taking over the lesson for him. When he slipped into his sleeping bag, like clockwork, most noise settled into something more peaceful. He couldn't pinpoint when he began to notice this habit from his students, but he appreciated the gesture nonetheless even if he wasn't actually sleeping. Previous classes didn't have the same courtesy, that is, the ones he didn't expel first thing. At the end of the day, he listened to the idle chatter from his students, the big topics surrounding their internships. Some had decided by then while others needed to think about their choices more. But they understood this was something to be wise about. Pick the right one and you're sure to benefit plenty, but pick wrong and the consequences could be more than you bargained for. Bakugo, stay after class. There are a few things I'd like to discuss with you. The boy scoffed, clearly trying to mask the unease he'd harbored. As irritated as he looked, he listened to Shuta's request and stayed glued to his seat while the rest of his classmates left. Shoyuta made a note to later find where All Might decided to take one of his other students. Once he sends Bakugo on his way, he'll have to be quick in hunting that giant idiot, lest he miss his chance to get some insight on what's behind the scenes. Though, if Hisashi is right, Bakugo could tell him exactly what he wants to know. So, the boy asked, his voice betraying the scowl carefully set upon his face. I won't take up too much of your time and just get to the point. I have a few questions and I think you might have the answers to them. Like what? Well, the first thing I'd like to know is what's been up between you and Midoriya. The hell are you talking about? There's nothing between us, and even if there was, it's none of your effing business. Despite his student's harsh attitude, Shoyuta stayed calm and kept his voice level. He knew this was a front. It was the kind of thing people put up when they were hiding something, or even just a part of themselves that they didn't want others to see. There's clearly some kind of history between the two of you, and I'd like to help fix whatever it is, but I can't help if you won't tell me what's up. I don't see why it's your problem. Bakugo, why do you even care? That's new. Why would I not care about my students? It would be illogical for me to dismiss one of my duties as a teacher. Is there really a DMN point to this sheet? Deep breathes Shoyuta, deep breaths. I'm asking you to work with me here, kid. You went to the same middle school together, so it's obvious you knew each other before attending UA. But it's also clear that there's some sort of issue surrounding you too, and I'd like to find out what that is. His student's glare didn't twitch in the slightest. Please. The boy crossed his arms, the silence of the classroom ever so thick. Only once the quiet seemed to drag on did Bakugo speak again. Prove to me that you're as competent as you make yourself seem, that you won't just wave off what I might just tell you. His two students have had to deal with bad teachers in the past, that much was clear. It's infuriating, yet important to know. Information is information. And if it means he can figure out what's going on, Shoyuta will take what he can get. Kid, I can promise you that whatever your teachers were like in middle school, UA is not going to be the same. And if you do ever have a problem with one of your teachers here, then you can come to me or even the principal about it. If you have any problems with me personally, you can still tell me. I'd rather any problems be fixed than left alone. It wasn't a whisper per se, but it was the quietest he'd ever heard the boy speak. It's not me I'm worried about. Carefully, Shoyuta asked, is there any chance this is about Midoriya then? A nod. Does this pertain to why you've been avoiding him? For FS sake, did you not see our DMN files? You're supposed to be an underground hero, put 2 and 2 together. Shoyuta could do without the attitude, but he'll let it slide this once. He went on to explain, usually I would be able to see a student's entire file, even if I don't check them very often to avoid bias, but that's where the problem lies. When I checked Midoriya's, half of it was missing or obviously wrong. His student took on a new expression, resignation. The lack of shock or surprise was honestly concerning. I'm asking you on the chance that you might be able to fill in those blanks. It was his student's turn to sigh. Look, I'm not gonna if and to repeat myself, so you better listen carefully. Shoyuta nodded in understanding, not wanting to ruin the progress he's made. It started all because I got my quirk, but Izuku didn't. I only recently found out what a DMN false negative is, so everyone just assumed he was quirkless. Quirkless. Shoyuta knew the statistics, the implications of where this was going. He's only met a few people who were quirkless, sometimes only one party was alive for it. He's saved some, but others he'd been too late. Most of those who didn't make it were kids, ones that were close in age to his students. They all came from different backgrounds, but there was always a pattern to how they'd been treated by their peers and society as a whole. Hell, sometimes Shoyuta would consider the quirkless to be better in some areas. They didn't need to rely on a quirk, therefore their bodies tend to be naturally more resistant. They didn't have to deal with the consequences of quirk overusage, nor any of the drawbacks that even came with getting a quirk. Midoriya was a false negative, though. If anything, it at least explains the poor control over his quirk. It's why he acts the way he does, half the reason anyway. Bitterness laced around his words, the blank canvas slowly filling up with it. But Kugu, did you bully him? Yeah. I wasn't the only self-righteous a-hole, but I pretty much sat at the top with my quirk, so the others followed by my example. I was even the one who outed him as quirkless on the first day of middle school. From there it just became some sick game, all because they knew he was an easy target. What was he going to do about it? No one listened to the quirkless kid. I didn't even help him, I just made it worse. Some hero I was. Shoyuta wanted to ask why he did it. He needed to understand what went through this kid's mind when he tormented Midoriya, what went through anyone's mind when they hurt him. Why didn't any of the adults stop it? He needed to understand. However, Shoyuta knew those questions would have to wait. I won't lie and say that it's fine now. You did something that would have gotten you expelled had you continued that behavior here. The boy tensed at his words. However, the past is behind us, and I won't punish you for something you did at your old school. Besides, you regret it now, right? What difference does that make even if I do? It makes a big difference, kid. You understand where your faults lie, and you've changed because of it. Something like this isn't going to get pushed aside so easily, but change is the first step in the right direction. Bakugu rolled his eyes, but Shoyuta knew the boy was considerate of what he said. Now, I don't want to keep you back longer than necessary, so we'll talk more about this at a better time. All right. Whatever. Shoyuta would have required him to take anger management and go to a few therapy sessions, but he'd already been signed up for both by his parents after the USJ. Speaking of which, Bakugu, are you at all familiar with Midoriya's parents? The boy was caught off guard, more so than Shoyuta would have deemed safe. Enough to know what they're like. Why? The way he worded it didn't sit right. Would either of them happen to be a pro-hero? No. Was he really that offended at the thought of it? What about their quirks? Would either of them have something related to Dash? If this is about the whole thing with All Might, then I don't know. Neither of Izuku's parents have a quirk even close to his own. Though, I'm not effendi blind to the connection between him and All Might, so I guess it would look that way. Does that giant idiot not know what subtlety is? If a student can figure that much out, there's no telling what would happen if a villain did the same thing. He may not realize it, but he was putting that kid in danger. Villains will use his favoritism against him if he's not careful. Alright then. This is unrelated to my last question, but can you tell me what happened during your indoor training? You mean the shit show that All Might had the DMN audacity to call a heroics lesson? Shoyuta huffed. That's one way to put it, but yes. During your fight with Midoriya, there was some kind of trouble with your quirk. Would you know anything about why that is? The boy was thoughtful as he spoke. I'm not entirely sure. 1 minute I was using my quirk, and the next thing I knew, it was gone. I couldn't feel it at all, like it was erased somehow. Shoyuta wasn't anywhere near their class during that point, and Bakugo understood that, sharing his confusion. The only other person around was Midoriya, but he doesn't have an erasure quirk. Though, didn't the same thing happen to Todoroki and Shinso? The latter had no problem using his quirk during the sports festival, and even Todoroki still used the one. Every time it happened, Midoriya was around. It didn't make any sense. And as it turns out, Bakugo couldn't give him much information on the mark or brace either. As far as he knew, the boy suddenly came to school one day with it on, and it's only on rare occasions that he might be seen without it. The marking was there long before, its presence being a constant since before they met. When they're done, he sends Bakugo off on his way and trails in the direction he'd seen All Might take Midoriya. He doesn't get far before he gets a text from his boss. Rat King. I've changed my mind. Please come to my office immediately. It's simple and straight to the point as usual as it forces Shoyuta to change his destination. He would have liked to at least find his student, but if Nizu's actually going to give him answers, he'll keep any complaints to himself. He wonders what's caused the sudden change after all this time. Considering this is Nizu, there's no telling. Either way, he won't waste this opportunity. That would be illogical. As he strolls down the hall, he pulls out one of his caffeinated jelly pouches from the depths of his pockets. Something tells him he'll need it. The plastic crinkles and shrinks as he empties its contents, and the satisfying taste of lightly sweetened coffee still lingers on his tongue after he's done. He could have talked to Bakugo some other time and followed them sooner, but he's glad he didn't. Hell, he might get more information this way than the former option anyway. Gods, it's no wonder Midoriya won't talk to his teachers much. Let's look at them. That is, besides Shoyuta. He's glad the kid trusts him as much as he does, despite the fact that Shoyuta would usually be any student's least favorite of the UA staff. It must have taken quite the courage to admit to his mistakes, to his teacher no less. Especially for something as incriminating as forging someone else's signature. Shoyuta knows it's bad, but he was more worried about Midoriya himself, still is, than what his student did wrong. Besides, Midoriya's own guilt is probably a bigger deterrent already, compared to any lecture he could have given the kid. When he finally gets to Nizu's office, he barely slows his pace and the doors open before he can run into them. Shoyuta would like to think they're automatic, but he knows that isn't the case. When he enters the office, he's welcomed by a steaming cup of tea on his side of the set. The aroma fills the air and creates a gentle scent around the room. Aizawa, come in. There's much to discuss, the chimera chirps. He suddenly regrets not drinking a second pouch. Depending on the circumstances, this discussion could go on for quite some time. At least Hisashi knows he'll be home late. So, Shoyuta starts. What changed? Excellent question. I was going to let the boy tell you about it, seeing as it's not exactly my place to say, but recent matters have come up and I've decided making you wait is no longer necessary. I can only guess that recent matters refer to your own talk with my student this morning? Observant as usual. You're the one that taught me, Shoyuta wants to retort, but that would get him nowhere, so he refrains. You're really not going to make me run in circles again? You put too little faith in me, Aizawa. I've kept certain things to myself, yes, but never have I lied to you. The underground pro will give him that. To Nizu, there's no point in it. Why waste your breath on a lie when you don't have to tell the truth in the first place? It made no sense, yet it did. Shoyuta tried not to think too much about it. Now, what I'm about to tell you is confidential to but only a few trusted people. I'm allowing you to inform Yamada as you wish, but outside of him, no one else is to find out. All Might has his own circle within the ones that know, so I'd put it upon myself to allow Midoriya that same courtesy. If this is confidential, why is my student involved? He's been informed and brought into this secret by rather specific circumstances. Though, before we can cover how Midoriya plays into this, it'd be best if I start by telling you a story. Long before Shoyuta was born, during the first era of quirks, there were two brothers. One strong and healthy, the other small and meek. The younger brother grew up as a sickly child, cooped up indoors for most of his childhood. The oldest of the two was claimed to be empathetic to his siblings' poor state and had set out to help him any way he could. During his late teens, the older brother discovered his quirk all the while the youngest had yet to do the same. He harbored a quirk that allowed him to give or take quirks as he pleased, and he used this to force a quirk onto his brother in his own sick attempt at healing the younger boy's illness. What made him think something like that would help? No one knows, that is, besides himself of course. As they got older, the oldest brother had been building up his own empire of the underground. With his quirk, he easily rose in power, asserting his position at the top of criminal society. He'd gained many names along the way, ranging from the Demon King, the Boogeyman, and even the symbol of evil. However, he self-proclaimed himself as All for One, the same name he gave his quirk. All for One tried to convince his younger brother to join him in ruling his empire, but he'd been rejected. Instead, with his newfound quirk, the youngest set out to stop his older brother. Though, even with the stockpiling quirk as well as his own, he was too weak to defeat All for One himself. Knowing this, the younger brother passed his quirk onto one of his two saviors that had found him when he'd been locked away. Each holder passed on the quirk to the next generation in hopes its next user would be strong enough to defeat All for One. All the while, the man himself hunted down the next user, one by one killed by his hand. The moment that younger brother passed on his combined power, One for All was born and its history has quickly carved itself as a legacy. Wait, how long ago did this start exactly? A little over 200 years. Then shouldn't this All for One guy be dead by now? It's safe to say he has a few longevity quirks that have kept him alive for so long. Originally, he'd been announced dead after his first fight with the symbol of peace, but the police have evidence from the Nomu to prove otherwise. Unfortunately, it doesn't surprise me seeing as he's the reason our Pillar of Hope has that time limit in the first place. All Might's missing several organs, which means All for One is dangerous enough to nearly incapacitate the number one hero. So why or how is Midoriya, who might I remind you is still a child, involved with this if it puts him at such a risk? How else? Please don't tell me. Shuta's expression contorted and twisted into something akin to a grimace. As the eighth holder, All Might had chosen Izuku Midoriya to be his successor. He's been the current and ninth user of this power since the day of the entrance exam. Shoyuta wanted to snap. He wanted to yell and scream at All Might for setting such a large target on his student. However, All Might wasn't there, only Nizu. His teacher and employer is not at fault. That stupid, ignorant, son of a... Not the point. The point is, with the guilty party absent, Shoyuta has to refrain from letting his emotions get the best of him. He forces himself to take a few deep, calming breaths before he dares to speak again. The entrance exam. It just keeps getting better and better. Shoyuta groans as he thinks to himself, dragging one hand down his face in irritation. So he's not a false negative? Nope. Shout pauses for a moment, ever so slowly beginning to finally piece things together. Does that mean he's actually quirkless? The principal hums, theoretically speaking, yes. It's one rabbit hole after the other for him, isn't it? Does he want to ask? Would that be giving into Nizu's newest guessing game for him? Also yes. And for once, he could care less. Fortunately for him, the Chimera didn't wait for a reply before he continued. You see, that metal device around his wrist is actually a quirk suppressant cuff. Despite the small doses it gives out, this model the young one wears is something only found in the black market. Because as most medicinal drugs are, when used in the right amount, it's quite harmless. However, Recovery Girl has shed some light on just how long he's been using this suppressant. Would you like to take a guess? He really doesn't have much of a choice, does he? The way you're implying this makes me think it's been at least a few years. Correct. In fact, his test results show that he's dealt with this particular drug since the age one would normally get a quirk. That said, his body now treats it as if it's a natural part of him. If it becomes too reliant on this drug to function, his body could completely shut down. Not to mention taking him off of it too soon would cause immense stress and anxiety. Other withdrawal symptoms might be occasional mood swings, depression, and even irritability. Fortunately, the more severe effects are less likely to happen as long as we're careful. He doesn't want to believe what he's hearing. There's no way someone could be that mental to do that to their own child. So, one of my students has an involuntary addiction, is that it? It's why, despite being a weaker form of what the police might use, the suppressant is only sold in the darker parts of our world. Why? Midoriya himself is completely unaware of this problem. He doesn't understand the consequences of using such a substance for as long as he has, likely due to lack of information. Though, it might be better if he continues to have this blissful ignorance for the time being. Going back to your first point, Midoriya does actually have his own quirk? Correct again. However, the details on what it is are bare, obviously covered up to make it seem as if it didn't exist in the first place. But I already confirmed that things were fine at home, for the most part at least. They're obviously overbearing and use borderline helicopter parenting, but Midoriya was being genuine when I asked about them. Nizu carried a calmer expression, voice softer than usual. This is a case of very careful manipulation to ensure the victim is unaware of their status. They twist his trust and use it against him to make him feel as if he's the problem. Though, that particular issue seems to run from both home and previous school life. It's quite unfortunate how a boy his age has been put through such a thing. From a drawer of the desk, his boss pulled out several flat and white squares, pictures. Feel free to discuss this with your husband when you're ready to, but I'd also discovered one more crucial detail about this boy. That habit of muttering could become dangerous if the wrong information got out, but this morning it proved to be quite useful. He handed over all 3 photos to Shoyuta, who handled them with just as much delicacy. The underground pro scanned each and every one, face draining of color the longer he looked. Normally I respect that oath between patient and nurse, but this time my paw had been forced. Shoyuta understood. He understood perfectly. And he felt angry. Angry at himself for not seeing it sooner and angry for the boy. You have a plan to get him out, right? Because he cannot stay in that household any longer. This is... He knew he might seem impatient, but this was one of his students, a child no less. There was no excuse for this kind of thing. Shoyuta nearly felt nauseous at the mere thought. He was scared, terrified even, that if they had no problems going this far, then who's to say that this isn't Midoriya's life on the line? He focused on his breathing, handing back the photos before he gripped onto the soft material of his work breathes. It did nothing for his nerves, but it gave him something to anchor onto, only so he doesn't snap then and there. Not only was this kid being manipulated and abused by people he's supposed to trust, but on top of that, he's now a target for someone who could easily kill him. Someone who had power like that within the criminal society threatened and loomed over his student without even lifting a finger. This boy had saved him when he needed it most. Now it was Shuta's turn to do the same. That said, had the USJ attack not happened, he'd be just as happy to protect his student, any of his students really. It was his job as a teacher, and duty as a pro. Of course, with the dorms set in place to be ready after their internships, Midoriya will be in much safer hands quite soon. In the meantime, since our newest staff member seems to still misunderstand just how things work around here, I'll be putting you in charge of ensuring he stays in line. What did he do this time? As if he hasn't already caused enough trouble. To put it simply, unauthorized training with a student, not to mention these should have been supervised by a more experienced teacher as well. You'll have to get to school earlier to catch this, but when you do, I ask that you separate those two until I can have a certain talk with All Might. If he has any complaints, he can come to me about it. Shoyuta nodded, soon dismissed to go home. If the number 1 hero becomes enough of a problem, Shoyuta will be happy to take over the kids' training. He'll have to let Shinso know in advance that Midoriya would be joining their own sessions, but the kid could use some friends anyway, so he's not as worried about it. Once everything is in place, I'll give you further details on what your role will be in extracting him from their custody. Nizu is likely going to use the kid's weird favoritism towards him to help things go along smoother. It's a little on the manipulative side, but it might just work, honestly. Especially since he's placed so much trust in Shoyuta before, so there's a chance he might listen to the underground pro when the time comes. And even though he knows Nizu's plans always work, he can't help but feel that he'll be on edge until it's all said and done. What else is he to do? Stay calm about this. Not until he's completely sure that Midoriya is actually safe. He made that mistake already, and he will not be making it again. When he finally gets home, welcomed back with warm arms, Shoyuta knows he'll have to tell Hizashi that night. Though, that's better said than done. To help him get his thoughts in order, he gets the ingredients together to make cookies. Of course, the one habit he picked up from his mother just had to be stress baking. He's nearly perfected the art at this point because of it. Familiar with this routine, Hizashi waits patiently for him to slide the first batch into the oven before they can talk. Only once Shoyuta sits down next to his husband does he speak more than a few clipped words. He retells the whole thing, starting from his talk with Bakugo. The more he goes on, the worse Hizashi looks. At first, there's only tears, something Shoyuta is more familiar with, but as he finishes his story, there's anger, and plenty of it. In fact, this had been one of the rare occasions Shoyuta had ever seen his husband so sad. Eventually, Hizashi does calm down, to an extent, and they move on to discuss what's going to happen to the boy after he's out of their custody. Until they can find somewhere more permanent for the kid, he'll need temporary living arrangements. Considering they have the extra space and room for Midoriya, it's a possibility he'll be staying with them. Along with most of the UA staff, they both have an emergency fostering license at hand in case something like this happened anyway. Either way, they shouldn't have too much trouble getting the boy settled somewhere. They're still reluctant that they can't get him out of there sooner, but with the internships sending the students away from home, they were able to rest easier. The next morning, after they eat breakfast and drink a cup of coffee together -2 in Shuta's case, they leave early. And if Shoyuta goes over the speed limit to ensure they get to the school on time, neither mentions it. Had Hizashi drove them, it's likely they would have gotten quite the hefty ticket, not that they couldn't afford it, but still. Once he haphazardly parks, Shoyuta checks the time, noting that Midoriya had likely gotten there only a few minutes beforehand. A new notification pops up on his screen. It's another text from Nizu. Rat King. Jim Gamma. Shout didn't hesitate to begin rushing that way, Hizashi following right beside him. So, what's the plan once we get there? Theoretically speaking, if he stays with us, you'll need to build more trust beforehand. So, while you handle the kid, I'll deal with All Might. Besides, it'll be easier to kick his butt if he can't use his quirk. Only if it's necessary. You know what Nizu says about that kind of thing, even though he would deserve it. Don't attack unless provoked, of course. It was practically ingrained into my mind by the time we graduated. You and me both, Sho. Soon enough, they were back outside and only yards away from where they needed to be. Both Shoyuta and Hizashi were forced to squint as their eyes got adjusted to the sudden change in lighting. For it being such an early time, it sure was bright outside. They were barely halfway across the field when a loud bang came from inside the gym. From the sound of it, it came from one of the inner walls of the building. Of course, this only prompted the two to go faster. Shoyuta was the first to approach the doors, swinging them open with such vigor. The sight they were met with made him see red. His back and ribs were on fire, and his head was pounding like no tomorrow. There were droplets of blood splattered around the floor from where All Might had broken his nose. He could barely see straight, and if it wasn't for the fact that he'd already thrown up his breakfast, he probably would have given into the nausea slowly building in his throat. Bruises and scrapes were littered across his body just from the training they've done so far, and since he skipped last time, Izuka knows they're not even close to being done. Their morning session had started straight away with him flat on his butt, cheeks swollen and sore. And since he's reluctant to use one for all until he can figure out a way to not break his limbs, it felt less like training and more like him just getting his butt handed to him by his mentor. He groaned, pained and exhausted from trying to keep up. His breaths came out shaken as he tried to recover from being drop-kicked into the gym wall. If he gets up now, that's it. He just knows if he tries standing up and fighting back, he'll collapse. From where he laid on his side, All Might nudged him over on his back with his spandex-like boot. Come on, young Midoriya, you can't seriously be done now. We've barely just begun. His mentor's encouragement went unheard, the roaring in Izuku's ears covering it up. The bright LED bulbs lighting up the room were giving him a migraine, the sharp pains traveling from his eyes to the top of his head. He could feel the new and old blood that dripped and dried down his chin. Something solid was sitting between his chest and stomach, the weight of it steadily increasing. He opened his eyes. When did he close them? To see it was his mentor. With his remaining strength, he grabbed at the man's ankle, trying to grip and push the weight off. In his struggle, he looked around, trying to see if there was anything that would help him. He scanned around the room, still pushing against his mentor's leg. The other one was close by, in the right spot for him to use his legs. His first attempt was by pushing against the other leg using both of his own to just get his mentor away long enough. The increased weight had stopped, now nearly a crushing force as he such tactics. He brought back both legs and kicked as hard as he could, repeating this process over and over. He was slowly exhausting himself and becoming more irritated, more desperate to get up. His mentor hadn't even flinched at his attempts, at any of the things he's done. Even in the beginning when he did manage to get a hit in, the man barely reacted. He felt so tired, so hurt. Everything was so sore and he barely had any energy left. His irritation and frustration only grew as this went on, and his vision returned to its indiscernible state once again by the tears that gathered. Only blurred shapes and colors were all he could make out. Maybe if he yielded, his mentor would give him another chance. Maybe he could take just a moment, only a moment, to recover and try again. However, before Izuku could open his mouth, the gym doors were slammed open. He startled, pausing in his struggles and craning his neck to see what caused it. Through his limited vision, he could make out two figures. Both were covered in black from head to toe, though one did have some kind of yellow at the top of their figure. With the disappearance of the weight on his torso, he took the opportunity to take deep breaths and get his lungs the oxygen they screamed so desperately for. After a minute, he looked up again, only to recognize the shape of his mentor in his smaller form. One of them was Aizawa. He was in so much trouble. Nizu told him they'd been breaking a rule, but he couldn't help it. All Might was insistent that they catch up. Any time he tried saying something about it, his mentor would cut him off and ignore it. But now he was going to be the one they blamed. He tried to tell All Might. He really did. Apparently, he didn't try hard enough, though. But Nizu said it wasn't his fault last time. That didn't stop him from being in trouble before. Just what do you think you're doing? Aizawa-sensei's voice was cold and icy, almost enough to rival Todoroki's Quirk. He sounded sad. Oh, he's getting expelled for sure. Aizawa, Yamada. All Might exclaimed this, his own voice still cheery and bright. What brings you here? His foot was still firmly planted on Izuku's torso, pinning him down. It must have been a pitiful sight to his two teachers. His cheeks burned up with shame as he avoided looking in their direction. And when he heard footsteps quickly approaching, his stomach dropped. No. No more. He can't do this again. First, he surpassed his third strike and had to be healed by Recovery Girl. Then he's late to training, which turns into skipping it that day as a whole. Because of that, his latest training session has turned into something miserable. And now Aizawa's mad at him. But he can't take any more, he's hurting enough as it is. Maybe some other day he could accept the punishment, but now? The thought alone of his homeroom teacher hurting him makes his heart clench. Something about it just feels like betrayal somehow. When the footsteps get close enough, Izuku chokes back a sob. His eyes trail to the ceiling, waiting for what's yet to come. When he sees movement in the corner of his eye, he can't help but tense up. Except, nothing happens, to him at least. No, All Might is the one he goes for. Aizawa's arm is still extended from where he decked the other man. In the face. Izuku flinches at the unexpected contact, but relaxes when he sees it's just Yamada-sensei. His English teacher is gentle, careful as he helps the boy up. He has to stifle a whimper at the sharp pains that send through when he accidentally disturbs certain injuries. Despite the soreness and hurt, Izuku can't help but watch the scene unfold. His mentor looked as shocked as he felt, still. All the while, Aizawa tugged at his binding cloth, glaring right at the number one hero. Since apparently you didn't hear me the first time, I'll ask once more. What do you think you're doing? Aizawa, All Might started, getting back up from the assault. This better be real convincing, Yagi Tashinori. From where he'd been supporting the boy, Yamada-sensei kept his voice low as he spoke. Alrighty, I think that's enough adventure for one morning. We really should get you to the nurse's office, little listener. Wasn't he in trouble? Even if he wasn't, he should at least finish training, though that might not be possible with the way his homeroom teacher was eyeing All Might. Why was he so angry in the first place, if it's not at Izuku? Think you can make it till we get you fixed up? If not, that's fine too. Just say the word and I could carry you. His mind was a mess and his emotions were a wreck. He was still dazed, trying to process what had happened, why it happened. He was also exhausted, but he didn't want to bother his teacher. If he could still stand, there was no point in making the man go through the trouble. With the best convincing smile he could muster, Izuku declined. The offer's always open, all right? He nodded, going to take a step forward, but it was at that moment that his knees buckled. So much for not needing help. Luckily, Yamada-sensei was there to catch him. Careful now, he said, gently pulling Izuku's arms around his neck and maneuvering the boy around to be on his back. His teacher slowly stood back up to be at full height, supporting him from under his legs that were loosely hanging. Struggling and going against the man's wishes might actually get him in trouble, so he reluctantly accepted that he was going to be carried either way. As his head rested against the back of the man's shoulders, Izuku couldn't help but keep glancing at whatever was happening between his other two teachers. Aizawa's hair floating up and the tightening grip on his capture scarf were the last he saw as he was carried out of the gym, into the warmth of the sunlight. He might have been able to appreciate it more had he not been in pain in so many places. On top of that, the brightness was doing nothing to help his migraine. His head was pounding like crazy the more he tried to look in any other direction other than down. Only once they made it back into the main building did Izuku break the silence. Yamada-sensei? Something you need, little listener? It's just that, is All Might, is he in trouble for something? Aizawa-sensei seemed really upset. That's just some adult stuff. Nothing much to worry yourself over. Are you sure? It's just that I thought since Nizu-sen might have sent you stupid. You don't question a teacher. That's a one-way ticket to getting another mark on your record. What makes you think the principal sent us? He sounded more curious than upset, so Izuku might be safe. For now. Well, he has access to the cameras around the school, and since I talked to him yesterday, I just assumed he might have had you two come to the gym when he saw us there. That's some good observational skills you got there, listener. I suppose anyone could have put that together, though. But not exactly. Izuku waited for him to explain further, but his teacher never did. And because it's not any of his business how they knew, he doesn't push his luck by asking. Honestly, he's kind of surprised at how long he's been allowed to speak, much less talk to any of his teachers. Though, Yue has been different in other ways, Aizawa-sensei being a good example, so maybe the others are similar in that aspect. At least Yamada-sensei has yet to prove otherwise. From where he rested his cheek against the other, Izuku murmured, hopefully Aizawa-sensei isn't too mad at All Might. It's kind of my fault anyway. The man hummed, taking his time to reply. Why is that, little listener? Oh, I was already told by the principal that it wasn't allowed, but I went against his wishes anyway. Did you want to go this morning? No. Then there you have it. You went because of the pressure from someone in charge, so you can't be faulted for that. Precisely. A small voice pitched in. It was only then Izuku realized where they were. He'd spaced out half the trip, which means he must be more exhausted than he first thought. Good heavens! What happened to this boy? Recovery girl sounded more upset than she was the day before. Did he really look that worse off? It was only intensive training. As Yamada-sensei laid him on an empty cot, the man remarked, "I'll give you one guess." The nurse shook her head before she kissed his cheek and healed most of the damage. All that was left was a dull ache where his injuries were more severe and the sickly sweet temptation of sleep. I just lectured that fool about the sports festival. What was he thinking? Why were they mad at All Might? Didn't people get hurt when they trained? Sure, it's CGD since he could barely dodge, but usually it wasn't even that bad. When he did well, he only went to class with a few scrapes and bruises. Some of them were bigger than others, but they didn't hurt too bad. The worst it's ever gotten was when he was doing regular training with All Might and he fractured part of his collarbone. Now that was something he'd rather not repeat. His mentor apologized for it afterwards though, and Izuku didn't hold it against him. Even if All Might didn't apologize, it would be ungrateful to not forgive the man for it. He was brought out of his thoughts when he felt a yawn building up in his throat, his eyes struggling to stay open as the pressure hit its peak. Every blink felt slower, his vision unable to focus on anything worse than it was before. He tried to keep himself busy by rubbing his thumbs against the fabric of the sheets, but it turned out to only make it worse. He has class in less than an hour, so he has to stay awake. He has to. It was then that he began to hear a soft, sweet melody. Someone was humming, and vibrations of it traveled so easily to his ears. It was slow, like a lullaby, and it was such a nice sound, Izuku didn't think he could ever grow tired of it. Just a small nap can't hurt. Not even that, he'll close his eyes and simply listen to whoever was making that soothing music. His efforts were in vain of course as he could barely make out what was said around him. The humming didn't help, but Izuku couldn't say he minded. With this, the lure of sleep won over his resolve to stay awake, and the darkness surrounded him with such serenity. When Izuku finally regained consciousness, he could hear voices around him. "Can't do that. You went too far. If anything, I should have done more. I'm quite upset with him myself, but you broke both of his arms." He could have permanently ruined the kid's spine. The sheer amount of bruising that was visible alone was absurd, not to mention any other injuries we hadn't been able to see. He can't be trusted around any of the students if he thought that sheet was okay. I'll have to agree with Aizawa on this one. I gave him the benefit of the doubt and he tried to go behind my back as a result. I was right to talk to the young one yesterday, lest this go on for much longer. And while we're on that note, I know you were already planning to include him in your own training with Shinso, so you have my full permission to complete that process. You'll have to talk to the boy about this beforehand of course, but I'm sure he won't mind too much. About that, I don't think he understands just how bad it is. I mean, he tried to take the blame for it earlier because he thought he was the one that did something wrong. He didn't even consider All Might being at fault. It's quite unfortunate, yes. Perhaps a few sessions with Hound Dog will do him some good. Although, it'll have to wait until after the internships and once everything is able to settle more. It wouldn't do us any good to put such stress on him. The voices then began to fade out and before he knew it, sleep had taken over once more, surrounding him like a warm hug. When he woke up a second time, it turns out he'd been excused from his classes. He'd also been out for half the day due to the strain his body had been put through. Good to know. Yamada-sensei had greeted him when the man saw he was up and then skirted him to the teacher's lounge to rest the remainder of the school day. Once it was time for everyone to go home, he was to be driven back to his own by Yamada-sensei. But until then, he just had to chill out? At least, that's how his teacher had put it. As soon as Izuku sat down on one of the couches, Yamada-sensei gave him a familiar jelly pouch. It was the same kind Aizawa-sensei used, so he probably got it from his husband at some point. And wasn't that a thought? It wasn't bad that his two teachers were married, but it was just a tad strange to think about. They had different personalities and were completely opposite hero types. Though, opposites do attract, so maybe the balance is what helps ensure a happy marriage. Anyways, apparently Yamada-sensei had someone cover his classes earlier so Izuku didn't have to be by himself in the lounge. There were other staff members in the lounge of course, but they were busy and therefore unable to watch him. Luckily, he was allowed to change back into his school uniform before they left, so it wasn't too bad. His teacher was even nice enough to make tea for them, a more expensive brand courtesy of Nizu. He felt bad about taking up his teacher's time, but there was nothing he could do about it, so he decided to enjoy the kindness while he could. When his teacher handed over his cup, from a set that was also courtesy of Nizu, he handled it with caution. The warmth of the tea seeped through the glass and eased any tense muscles in his hands. He might not understand some of his teacher's behavior, but he will say that he's grateful for the care. UA itself has become a safe haven for him, somewhere he isn't on a specific set of rules, besides the ones from the actual handbook, but that's minor detail. He doesn't have to worry as much about being yelled at or hit outside of training. Hell, even when they do have training or lessons with Aizawa-sensei, it's enjoyable. He just wonders how long it'll last. So, are you enjoying your classes, little listener? Oh, yes sir. Got a favorite? I suppose if I did, it would have to be either yours or Aizawa-sensei's, he shrugged. The man nodded, looking quite satisfied, for some reason. Gaiha? I can work with that. What about your internship, excited? Izuku shrugged. I'm more nervous than anything. I'm sure you'll do very well, but I understand. When I was only a second year, I was pretty nervous for my own internship. Really? You betcha. It's perfectly reasonable to feel that way. However, in all those nerves, don't forget to see the more positive side to this. Easier said than done, but as long as you put in the effort, you'll do just fine. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Yamada-sensei went on to ask about who he was going to intern with, that is, if he's made his choice yet. Technically All Might decided for him, but Izuku doesn't think that's going to help the situation any, so he doesn't mention it. And when he mentions Gran Torino, his teacher doesn't seem to recognize the name. The older man didn't exactly build a reputation for himself as a hero nor when he was a teacher at UA, so it made sense. His English teacher continued to question him about more casual things, ranging from favorite color, favorite food, if he had any pets, and even hobbies. Though, there was just a small problem with that last one. His hobbies barely consisted of much besides analyzing quirks and learning whatever he could online. Like, who knew there was such a complicated process to driving? Or even that the human body by itself was so durable, yet so fragile. Kind of like an egg. Sometimes he was able to find pre-Quirk shows and movies. At least half of them were in English, and he used this as a way to learn the language early on. He practically relied on the subtitles at first, but as time went on, he'd been able to translate what was said without a visual. Not the point. The only answer he'd given his teacher to that particular question was a simple shrug. Fortunately, the man didn't ask further about it and accepted the answer as it was. After a while, they had lunch, personally delivered by Lunch Rush. And while Izuku was only able to eat half of it, what he was able to try was absolutely amazing. Not that he'd ever admit it, but it was better than his mother's cooking. And don't get him wrong, she's a good cook, but Izuku doesn't think it'll ever compare to a pro hero who literally specializes in food and cooking. Only a few moments following his last bite of that delectable meal, Izuku felt another yawn quickly building up. The pressure spread from his throat to the back of his jaw until it finally released. He probably imagined it, but when he did yawn, he could have sworn he heard midnight cooing and awing. He definitely heard Yamada-sensei chuckle, but he didn't understand why. He can't help seeing a pattern with that. Inconveniencing as it is, but a pattern nonetheless. He didn't realize he'd fallen asleep, again, until he'd felt himself being carried. One hand supported from underneath his legs while the other came around his shoulders and neck. And there was that humming again. It was a different melody, but it stayed just as soft and sweet as before. He was just coherent enough to recognize that he was hearing Yamada-sensei's voice since the man was carrying him. It made sense that it had been his quirk Izuku was hearing, seeing as the man had more control over his voice than just amplifying it. He uses his more complicated tricks to help calm down any panicking victims or even bystanders. And while there aren't many videos of this, after hours of searching, Izuku had managed to find a few bits and pieces, just enough to know he was at least right about the basics. It was only when he heard the low rumble of the car engine that he'd been brought back from the land of thought. He felt stiff from not standing for so long, and stretched out his arms as far as the limited room would allow. Afterwards, he attempted to rub the tiredness out of his eyes, but was quickly stopped. From the passenger seat, a gruff voice said, "Don't do that. It's not good for your vision." Well, that's one way to wake up. He'd been placed behind Yamada-sensei, who was currently driving at the moment. And based on Aizawa-sensei's reaction, he must have said something in return that only the other man could hear. "You're kidding, right? You should know when I'm joking, Sho." "Unbelievable," his homeroom teacher said, rolling his eyes. "You can't deny it," the other man replied in a sing-song voice, his tone smug. "Only a little." Something tells Izuku that he was intruding on whatever moment they were having. It's not like he wanted to, but since they were all in the same space, he didn't exactly get to leave. He did the best he could to avoid listening in on their conversation, but there was only so much he could do given the circumstances. The two continued to banter while he had eyes glued to the window beside him. He kept to himself the rest of the trip until he quietly thanked his teachers for the ride. When he went inside, he was given dinner and then sent to his room. His parents liked their quiet time, so as long as he didn't make any racket or leave his bedroom, he was free to do as he pleased. For the most part. When he went to school the next day, Yamada-sensei and Aizawa-sensei were both there to greet him. Strange. Nice but strange. Any time All Might tried coming near him, one of the two were always there warding him off. He seemed especially wary when it was his homeroom teacher. And considering what Izuku heard the day before, it was for good reason. Honestly, he never imagined someone like Eraserhead or Present Mic of all people to be considered scary, but apparently, they could be if you upset them enough. Note to self, don't anger those two, or any of the teachers, really. The rest of the week continued like this, with two of his teachers keeping All Might from getting too close to him and scaring him off if he does. At one point, Izuku was even offered the choice to sit in the main teacher's lounge if he needed somewhere to get away or just somewhere quiet. Would he be taking that opportunity? Only if it was absolutely necessary. And at the end of each day, they drive him home, polite as they were the first time. Besides the weird kindness, it was almost as if they were being protective of him. No, that wasn't right. There's no reason for it. It's not like he's being threatened by his mentor. Maybe All Might was still in trouble for going against Nizu-san's rules? But then shouldn't he also be facing some sort of punishment? Izuku was having trouble wrapping his head around it. Unfortunately, he knew the longer he dwelled on it, the more confused he was going to be. Sometimes, it's best to just accept things how they are rather than complicate it. At least the internships will help take his mind off of it all. Who knows? Maybe this next week won't be as bad as his paranoia is trying to make it out to be. Honestly, to call his internship a mess would be an understatement. That's not to say he hated it, no. It's just that there were a few things he could have gone without. There were things he could have prevented had he tried hard enough. But he didn't, and it's already done, so there's not much he can do about it, no matter how much he wishes he could. And while the chaos didn't exactly start until a bit later into his internship, there were details that led up to it. Which, the more he thought about it, those details went as far back as the morning that officially began their internships, when they were waiting for each of their designated trains to arrive. At least half of the class had already left, so only a small group remained. The remainder of his classmates had said their goodbyes to Aizawa-sensei, along with promises to keep the class group chat. Apparently, they had one updated when they got the chance. That is, except Ida. He hadn't said anything since they arrived at the train station. It had been concerning, not just his behavior then, but even before. He seemed off since the news about his brother being released. When people gave their condolences the first few days, Ida's jaw would tighten, and his hands twitched as if to curl into fists. Any time someone implied, much less dared to mention Stain, the boy would carry this thick and violent energy with him the rest of the day. Though, when he returned the next morning, he acted as if he was okay. Izuku knew that's all it had been, an act. He had known his friend was angry. He just hoped that Ida wouldn't let his anger cloud his judgment. Unfortunately, hope is an evil thing. He had been wrong to hope his friend wouldn't do anything stupid. Who knows, maybe if he went to Aizawa-sensei or even Yamada-sensei about it, they could have talked to Ida. Maybe, just maybe, they could have changed his mind about attempting to get revenge for his brother. Midoriya, this is ours. Todoroki said, pulling Izuku away from his thoughts. Right. The last call for his and Todoroki's train had been announced, and Ida's own was getting ready to close its doors as he got on. He worried for his troubled friend, but he didn't know where to begin in comforting the boy. It was too late to say actually anything, and as much as texting was still an option, Ida hadn't been answering any of Izuku's other messages. That doesn't mean it wasn't worth a shot to at least try. It's just, the fact that he was interning in the same city where his brother had been attacked didn't alleviate Izuku's worry. He shook the thought away, no point in dwelling over it now. It'll play out how it will. Once Izuku and Todoroki got on, they found a pair of seats facing one another. They didn't talk much for most of the ride, but that was okay. Besides, the shorter boy needed the extra time to go over everything. Mostly the rather peculiar occurrences that have been happening ever since he got into UA. Things like Aizawa-sensei's rather lenient behavior, talking to the principal, All Might getting punched in the face by Aizawa-sensei, the things that Izuku never thought would have ever happened. Hell, he couldn't have imagined such things happening. It wasn't bad per se, but weird? There's got to be a better word for it. Abnormal? Definitely not. Something else? Yeah, we'll go with that. He still couldn't process it in the hour it took for them to get to their stop, but instead of continuing to contemplate things and make them any more confusing than they already were, he pulled up the directions to the address All Might gave him the last time the man had dropped him off at home. So, who is this hero again? Izuku looked up from his phone. Oh, his name is Gran Torino. He was All Might's old teacher. The other was silent, only for a moment. Okay, but isn't Aizawa-sensei still mad at him? He's been quite open about his recent dislike for the #1 hero. If Gran Torino was All Might's teacher, then there's the possibility he might be similar. Izuku shrugged. I suppose we'll have to find out when we meet him? Fair enough. He nodded as he brought his attention back to the map on his phone. Their given directions sent them through a relatively quiet neighborhood. It wasn't exactly clean, but it wasn't wholly trashed either. They passed by the occasional resident, but it wasn't all that busy then. Some buildings they passed had to be decades old, while others could only have been built at least a few years before. Quite the diverse area. When they arrived at their destination, the sun was still high in the sky, its heat radiating in gentle waves. Todoroki was the one to knock on the door. The stone structure around it was old and vandalized. To any passerby, and themselves, it almost looked abandoned. Izuku could have sworn it was the right place. Sketchy, but the right place. When they didn't get an answer, Izuku tried the handle. It was unlocked, and the door gilded open, the hinges creaking with it. They weren't given any time to react before a white and yellow blur whizzed in front of them, nearly knocking them both off their feet. It bounced from wall to wall until it changed direction again, heading straight for the two students. Izuku, unable to dodge, clutched at his torso from where it had been rammed into. Todoroki was quick to his aid as they heard a gruff voice, one worn from age. Lesson 1. Expect the unexpected. Got that, ya newbies? So, this was Gran Torino. Already off to a great start. With a half-groaned, yes sir, and understood, they were sent into another room to change into their hero costumes. When Izuku opened the case to his own, he expected to see it simply fixed from the battle trials. What he wasn't expecting, however, was the main pieces to be more or less redesigned. The only things that had stayed the same were the red supply belt, the additional designs on the legs and chest of the sleeveless turtleneck bodysuit, the metal respirator, and the length of the gloves. Firstly, the material of the body piece and hood was different. It was thicker yet more stretchy when he pulled at it. The bicep-length gloves were seemingly made of the same material, but their cuffs had been changed to white. The steel-toed shoes and bodysuit were changed to black, now coming with some kind of leg bracers. Additionally, new pieces were now included as his support items. Said items being the ink and paralytic darts. Hatsum also had been able to get his request sent in on time. That request? A metal bat. It was compressed into a small cylinder with 3 buttons running down one side while the top held a glass piece to scan his fingerprint. A safety measure he might have specially asked to be included, but that's beside the point. When he finished putting it all together, it was surprisingly comfortable. Snug but not too tight. With the stretchy material, he had more mobility than before too. It appeared Todoroki had made a few changes to his costume as well. The first one was, questionable. And once they were both done, they dove right into training. To begin, while Gran sent Todoroki off to meditate, while using his quirk in one of the more out-of-reach corners of the living area, Izuku was to dodge the retired hero as he bounced around. He also had to figure out how to use OFA safely. Too slow to avoid each attack, he got lucky that the hero only clipped him wherever he deemed fit. Really, if Gran wanted, he could have taken Izuku out 10 times over. Get out of that head of yours, boy, and start using it. The hero shouted this as he continued to ricochet off any surface he could, knocking over the occasional possession with it. Irritated, he wanted to quip back with "I'm trying." But that would get him nowhere, so instead, Izuku replied, "Yes, sir." Whenever he tried activating All Might's quirk, Gran was behind with another attack. This repeated over and over, soon becoming one seemingly endless pattern. Gran Torino wasn't even attacking him, he was just being toyed with. He wasn't going to give up, but it was starting to get on his nerves. Fortunately, as if timing couldn't be any more perfect, he remembered something he read online. It was something he'd come across when searching through all those underground hero forums. It was something from the articles and papers buried under all things limelight. And it was dumb. The possibility of it working out very well wasn't all that high. However, if Izuku did it right, he might just be able to get a hit on Gran Torino. So, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He focused on listening to the thumps of feet on solid wall and feeling the air from where the man whizzed past him. He waited for Gran, waited to determine where he would make his next move. A clip to the shoulder here, a jab at his side there. 9 o'clock, 6, 1, 8, 10 and the. Just as Gran Torino landed once more, he swung his body towards the retired hero, bringing his leg up with it. Although he was right in theory, Gran Torino was still faster. So, instead of the kick landing, their temporary mentor had been able to react in time to kick off his attack. While Gran landed safely on the ground once more, considering the force he'd used to correct his move, Izuku, in turn, had been set off balance. This, of course, led to him landing on his butt. I think that's enough for now. Oh, thank Kami. However, Demon. That doesn't mean we're done. Midoriya, your performance was inadequate, and Todoroki, don't think I didn't see your slip up earlier. You're both a mess, and according to one of your teachers, it's my job to fix that. Not to mention I'd only been expecting to deal with one brat, but now I have to deal with two? Unbelievable. You could have said no to my request and just mentored Midoriya. Helping. Gran didn't seem to take offense to the boy's comment, instead finding it quite the opposite. More specifically, Izuku could safely assume that the man found it rather amusing. I could have, couldn't I? But here we are, and if you have the energy to get smart with me, you'll have enough to clean up this place while I buy some lunch. It better be spotless by the time I get back. Neither could get a word in before he was out the door, the lock clicking behind it. Izuku looked around the place, taking in just how much of a mess the room had become. A cracked vase here, a shattered cup there. Footprints scattered around the walls and the microwave is broken. Todoroki noted. They'll have to be careful about the glass pieces, lest someone get any of them embedded into their skin. Now that would be a hassle and pain to get out. Was the destruction really all that necessary? His friend shrugged and Izuku sighed. Better get to it while we still can, who knows how long he'll be gone. And they did. It was a process, so to speak. Both boys began by picking up anything that got knocked over. Sweeping the floor followed after wiping down any counters that might have gotten dirty and throwing away anything that might have been broken beyond repair. That is, besides the microwave. Neither knew what to do with it, so they decided to wait. Lastly, there were the walls. And when they were finished, they were left to their own devices. Sometime later, Gran finally returned with a box of frozen taiyaki. Considering the way they were supposed to be cooked was now useless, Izuku was somewhat confused about how they would thaw it. That is, until Gran ordered Todoroki to do it himself. Is that safe? Of course it is, boy. Just as long as he uses the right amount of heat, it'll be fine. Apprehensive as he was, Todoroki managed not to burn anything. It could have been luck, or it may not have been. There was always the possibility he experimented with his quirk in a similar manner before to build up the skill for it. Either way, Izuku was happy to get something on his stomach, even if it didn't agree with his diet plan. According to Gran, 1 or 2 cheat meals wouldn't hurt any, but All Might would disagree. Who knows, maybe his mentor was wrong about that too. He could always ask Nizu about it since he is one of the most intelligent beings to record. On second thought, that would be kind of odd. He'll just take Gran Torino's word for it instead. After lunch, the older man went on to ask them different things about their quirks. Basic things that should have been known, but considering Izuku's progress with All Might's quirks so far, he knew next to nothing. The less he knew, the more lectures both he and Todoroki got. It was mainly aimed at him since he's one who was nearly clueless about his own quirk, but Gran made sure to include his friend when it was necessary. After all, they both had emitter quirks, so some of his advice could be applied to either case. And while the type is similar, Izuku understands that they're different in nearly any other way. But maybe, just maybe, Izuku could use a similar method to Todoroki when he uses OFA. Hell, it could be better than just thinking about an egg in a microwave because that sure hasn't worked any. Fortunately, by sunset, the retired hero deems them done for the day and sends them off with a grocery list. A new microwave is included on this list, so it takes about an hour for them to return. Dinner, similar to lunch, isn't ideal, but it's better than nothing, so Izuku doesn't complain. They finish everything a little after the stars and moon come out, lighting up the night sky. And by the time they finally turn in, it's around 9:30. Izuku tries to settle down, he really does. He reads through the unread messages he'd sent Ida, refreshing the page a few times just in case the other had texted back. Still nothing. He tried getting comfortable, but his mind just couldn't turn off. He tossed and turned, kept the blankets on, then left them off, but nothing worked. He rechecked his phone once, twice. Hell, he even tried reading any newer hero news. 1 hour turned into 2, and that 2 slowly melted into 3. 3 hours had passed since he tried settling in for the night, and he couldn't sleep. The boy sighed, giving up on his fruitless endeavor, and sat up. His throat felt parched anyhow, so he supposed it worked out. His bare feet touched down on the cold, hard wooden floor as he crept out of the room, resolved that he might only get a few hours of rest that night. The door shut with a soft click, the silence of the apartment making it seem louder than it probably was. He looked around the dimly lit room, and one of the side windows caught his attention. The curtains were left open, letting the glow from the stars and moon, and frankly the rest of the city shine through. Without thinking, he went to it. Like a moth to a flame, it lured him in. He didn't want to fight it. He didn't even think he could. Several moments passed as he simply stared out of the glass. It wasn't enough. He needed. Wait, if he gets caught sneaking out, All Might would surely be disappointed. He wasn't even supposed to be out of the room in the first place. But he needed to go outside. He wanted to go. He wouldn't stray far, and it'd only be for a few minutes. No, what if he actually got caught? His internship could be terminated so quickly. Izuku might even ruin it for Todoroki. Couldn't sleep? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Or rather, think in Izuku's case. He'd only been a few feet from the door, arm out and ready to grab the handle. And he just might have done it had he not been startled by his friend. He knew the other boy could be quiet, but Izuku didn't even hear him come out of the room he'd been given. Would it be weird to give him a bell keychain to carry around? Of course it would be weird. Izuku shook his head. No, sorry if I woke you up. It's fine. I couldn't really sleep either. Going somewhere. I thought some fresh air might help. I won't be going far. Oh, mind if I join? Really? Izuku had assumed Todoroki would have stopped him, for some reason. As much of a BSRD endeavor is, maybe his rules were different in that regard? He didn't dwell on it too long as the thought of that man alone made something in his gut twist. He shrugged. Your choice. Though I wouldn't mind the company. His friend nodded, following him out the door and gently pulling it shut. Izuku trailed to one side of the apartment, seeing only heaps of trash lying against the wall. Then he moved into the other. This one was where the emergency stairs connected to the roof. Izuku gestured to show Todoroki his findings. It's not much, but we could get a better view up there. I don't see why not. Izuku was the first to go up, noting the different steps to be careful of when they decide to go back. Most of them were just squeaky from the rust built up, but there was definitely the odd one or two that had the possibility of giving out at any point. He'll ask Todoroki to ice the more problematic steps beforehand, their sides, anyway. Since, making the whole thing slippery would ruin the point of doing it in the first place. Once they safely made it up, Todoroki asked, "What now?" Izuku doesn't know what compelled him to do it, but instead of answering, he laid down on the cold stone and let his gaze drift to the sky above. His friend didn't seem to mind it and simply copied his actions. Neither said a word for several moments, instead taking in the crisp feeling that came with fall and enjoying the peaceful silence of the night. "It's probably easier to see the stars outside the city," Todoroki commented. "Yeah." Izuku paused. "Todoroki? If you don't mind me asking, why did you want to intern with the same hero? Not that I'm complaining, but, yeah. Anywhere is better than dealing with my father." For a moment, his voice was cold and bitter. "Right, sorry. No need." There was something else that's been on his mind since the sports festival. He could be overthinking the whole thing, but there's no harm in asking. At least he hopes there isn't. "Hey, back at the sports festival. What about it? You said we're more alike than you first thought. I mean, I know you thought All Might was my dad dash. That's still a possibility. But was there anything else? I know we didn't have much time to really talk, so I suppose now is a good time as ever." Izuku turned his head enough to see his friend, watching the boy's brows scrunch together just the slightest bit. "Well, the other reason why I assumed he was your dad was because of your scars, plus, some of the injuries you had been getting were similar to the ones I have after training with him. But if he was your dad, if he was training you like Endeavor trains me, then that means All Might is no better than my old man. I didn't want to ask where you got the ones on your back since I thought that might have been too insensitive. I used to train with All Might in the mornings, but I already told you he's not my dad. He was trying to help me get a hold of my quirk since it's so similar to his, and besides, those scars aren't from him." "Then who are they from?" He thought for a moment, weighing out his options. He could either tell Todoroki a half-butted lie even though he's a terrible liar, or he could tell the truth. And Izuku knew he wasn't obligated to tell Todoroki per se, but he had a feeling that he could trust the boy. He didn't seem like the type to go and spill someone else's secrets. He'd kept Todoroki's, so he wanted to assume he would be just as safe with that trust. "My adopted father has a power similar to yours, though he can only breathe fire. He can't do all those fancy tricks Endeavor can." A hitched breath and then silence. "Midoriya, are you saying that your father just hurts you?" "Only when I get in trouble, but it's not even that bad. Honestly, I think your situation is worse." Todoroki sat up, staring at Izuku with such bewilderment. "That's different. It's only during training that I get hurt, not just for no reason." "That's not what I said. As long as I follow the rules, it's fine." He shrugged. Izuku didn't understand why the other acted as if it were some big deal. "We'll get back to that." "He doubts it. But why are you so against All Might being one of your real parents?" "Because it wouldn't make sense." "It would make perfect sense." Todoroki, listen. He can't seriously be doing this. All Might was clear that no one could know. But how else is he supposed to explain himself? Was he really about to risk it? "What I'm about to tell you cannot get out." If he gets in trouble over this later, he blames the logic that comes with staying up during ungodly hours. "Is everything okay?" "I guess. It's just that, how do I explain this? I know there's no way All Might could be my actual dad because our quirks are completely different." "I don't think I follow." Izuku dragged a hand down his face, partially out of nerves and partly out of exasperation with himself, and then continued. "The superpower quirk I have, the one that people see me use, it was given to me. It isn't really mine." He could feel his heart beginning to race, so he took a deep breath and continued. "It's a long story, so I'll summarize it the best I can. Basically, I met All Might 10 months before the entrance exam, and I trained the whole time to build up enough strength. On the day of the entrance exam, he gave me his quirk. And I know it sounds crazy, a quirk that can be passed down? Unheard of, but it's true. The same quirk the #1 hero has, his emissary passed on to him, and so forth. That's why I know he isn't one of my biological parents. Besides, we look completely different, so the chances of that being true are quite low. During his rant, Todoroki hadn't said a word, hadn't even tried. He simply sat and listened to everything Izuku had to say. So, All Might gave you his quirk? We've established that, yes. Izuku tried joking. Then what is your quirk? This ought to be good. Well, if I look at someone, I can activate an erasure effect when I speak. That's so, it's like Aizawa-sensei's? Kind of. Sometimes it's easy to avoid since it has both an auditory and visual requirement, but I've definitely had the occasional slip-up with it. That's why you couldn't use your quirk a few times during our fight at the sports festival. The same thing happened with our indoor training. Oh. Well, he didn't seem mad, which was a good sign. Wait, why don't you use your quirk then? Well, since I've been using All Might's power, it would be pretty odd if I just showed up with a completely different one. I guess that makes sense. Also, technically, if All Might gave his power to you, wouldn't that make it yours now? He never thought of it like that. But how could All Might be wrong on something even like that? How much has he treasured to be the truth when, in reality, it was far from it? Who else had lied to him, or at the very least, given him misinformation? He feels wrong about doubting his mentor, but what other choice does he have? They continue to chat about lighter topics for a bit longer until one of the two yawns, with the other following suit. When they tread back down, Todoroki was able to ice the sides of the steps just enough so any traces of his quirk would be gone by the following afternoon. They managed to get back inside without getting caught and said their goodnights before going into their respective rooms. The moment Izuku's head hit the pillow, he was out for the rest of the night. Honestly, he barely remembered falling asleep. And although he didn't know when they actually went to bed the night before, when Gran woke them up the next morning, he felt dead on his feet. Just by the way Todoroki looked, he likely felt the same. During breakfast, his eyes still felt heavy, and he struggled to hold onto his utensils. Gran Torino scoffed at their states, the telltale sign of dark circles around their eyes not helping the situation. If you're going to sneak out, make sure you're quiet about it. Hell, Toshinori was better than that when he was your age. Nearly gave me a heart attack, Demon kid. Oh yeah, Toshinori was All Might. So, even the symbol of peace did that sort of thing when he was younger? That's actually reassuring, in a way. Because if All Might did it, then surely it can't be that bad? It's not something Izuku would ever do regularly since it was still not allowed, but as long as he stays around the area, technically, that was just a one-time thing anyway. That's all that was and ever will be. Moving on. When the two students were given a better opportunity to wake up, this being more quirk training, and what do you know, Izuku actually figured out how to use his quirk without breaking himself. The solution? It was something he should have thought of long before their internship. Like seriously, how did he not? Every time he used his quirk before, he never controlled the output. In a sense, it was like trying to use the maximum voltage to power a machine. However, that machine only needed some available resources to do its job. And then, that same voltage was only being dispelled into one part of the machine, so the rest of it was never given a chance to work in the first place. In a way, One for All is like a giant battery, and the whole time, Izuku had been using it wrong. As of then, he could only use a small percentage. That morning he'd estimated that he could still move and maintain it around 5, to be specific. He'd hardly been able to dodge Gran Torino with it when the man had decided to initiate another session. But that's just it, he had finally been able to dodge. And though when compared to what All Might could do it wasn't much, that 5% alone had already made a massive difference in his usual strength and speed. And if he worked hard enough, he might be able to use the full 100% without breaking himself before the end of his 3rd year. But he shouldn't have had any trouble with his quirk in the first place. All Might didn't. The man had mastered it before the end of his 3rd year. So, what does that mean for him? Is he really that bad of a successor? If so, why hasn't All Might taken his quirk back? What if he decides to after they get back from their internships? With the way Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei have been behaving, would he get the chance to? What if Midoriya? Spatial awareness is still a thing. Right, sorry. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Instead of being in your head, use it. Getting lost in thought isn't doing you any good when you're in a fight. You must learn to think while staying aware of your surroundings. Got that? Yes, sir. Anyways, to prevent you two from only knowing how to fight one type of opponent, we'll be going out to find some villains. However, I do understand that you're only students, so we won't be dealing with anything too big. Todoroki looked to the older hero, one brow slightly raised. Gran ignored it, continuing to go about as he pleased. He strolled down the sidewalk, not waiting for the two of them to catch up, likely knowing they'd follow soon enough. Honestly, considering the height difference between him and the students, it wasn't that hard. After a few minutes of walking, they'd managed to hail a cab. Gran got in the passenger seat while Izuku and Todoroki were in the back. Seeing as the area wasn't familiar to him, Izuku couldn't tell where they were going. And as anyone would in this situation, he asked. Apparently, due to the smaller population, their current area had a low crime rate, so they were visiting the city of Shibuya. Their cab would take them to the train station in Kofu, and from there, they would need to take a bullet train. As it stands, their cab ride barely lasted an hour, if even that. However, the rest of the trip would put them in Shibuya long past nightfall. Izuku supposes it's the best time for crime to be at an all-time high, so they'll likely end up finding at least a few fights. We'll be passing by Hosu. Ida still hadn't answered any of his texts. And that was fine. To us. It's just was the boy even in the right mind frame at that moment? His brother had just gotten hospitalized, and now he's in the same city? That can only be a recipe for disaster. But why stop there? When they got on the train, it wasn't too crowded, and they found empty seats in a more quiet area. General chatter still filled the silence around the front of the car, but Izuku mostly saw it as background noise. As night approached, things settled down more, and the city lights outside stood out more. Only once they began to pass through Hosu did things take a turn for the worst. Is that smoke? What is that? That building's on fire. All passengers of this train, I ask that you dash. They weren't given a chance to hear the rest of the announcement as the train jerked to a stop. In seconds a hero crashed into the car with a Nomu following suit. Gran was already on his feet, ordering, "You two stay put." He flew from wall to wall, angling himself just right to slam into the Nomu and take it away from the train from where it came through. Midoriya. I know, come on. The two quickly got to the opening themselves, and Izuku's stomach dropped. The city was a mess. Giant clouds of smoke inched into the sky, the warm glow of fire below it. Screams could be heard coming from the city. Just what was going on? Please, calm down and return to your seats. The heroes will handle the situation. Everything will be okay, but I need you to stay calm. With the train operator handling the civilians, they were free to do what they needed. With that, they left the train and headed straight into the city. Got any plans? Izuku pulled on his hood, the respirator attached to it. Due to the nature of Todoroki's quirk, he hoped that the other was more suited to deal with the smoke. Endeavor never seemed all that bothered by certain levels, so his son was bound to inherit that immunity. Who knows? What Izuku does know is that his certainty isn't, so there's no harm in being safe. As of now, no. But why would there be more Nomu? Why are they even in Hosu in the first place? It doesn't make any sense. The one at the USJ had been taken into custody. So unless they're somehow making more, there shouldn't be any running around right now. That one alone couldn't have caused this much havoc, so they must be scattered around. Shiti's right. Izuku jumped from rooftop to rooftop with the help of OFA, while Todoroki used his ice to boost himself and slide to each one. They worked their way down to the roads, in the middle of where the chaos centered from. They passed scared, panicked people and almost as many individual fires. What to do? What should they do in this situation? What could they do? In all the panic and terror, one individual voice stood out. He was calling for Ida. That must be Manuel. Todoroki said. Why isn't Ida with him? He had a feeling he already knew. Damn it. If Stain is still in the area, he probably ran off looking for revenge against the hero killer. Why else would he disappear? Why else would he pick Hosu of all places to intern? We need to find him before he gets hurt. Or worse, killed. It'll be faster if we split up, but it's more secure if we stay together. You have easier access to the rooftops, so I'll search from here while you look from there. Right. They set out, determined to find their friend and, in Izuku's case, tempted to talk some sense into him. Particular actions typically need an equal consequence, but he doesn't think more violence will fix anything. It would be like trying to fight fire with fire. Plus it would make Izuku look like a colossal hypocrite. Yeah, no thanks. Fortunately, it didn't take them long to pin the other boy's location, for Ida's sake and Izuku's. In the time frame it took for them to search, his panic had steadily grown and his stress level neared the point of snapping. His nerves were on edge, and his eyes flitted anywhere and everywhere he could. How else was he supposed to feel? What else was he supposed to do? Anything can happen in such a short PRD, so it was crucial that they found him in time. Had Izuku not caught the glint of metal in the corner of his eye, he might have just missed the two. He landed on the top of the building directly behind Stain, trying to keep his steps as light as he could manage. He just hoped only Todoroki saw the light from his quirk. He didn't wait for confirmation that the other had followed, dropping into the alley as Stain readied his blade to plunge into flesh. With his thumb, he pressed the first button on the metal cylinder, and the compact tool grew, shaping into a bat. With the measurements Hatsum had taken, the handle fit perfectly in his palm, and the weight was adjusted to accommodate his needs. He'd been too slow to make his move, and Stain was able to react when he swung. Metal clashed against metal, faux green meeting white. Another fake hero, the hero killer sneered. Izuku allowed himself only a second to glimpse at his troubled friend. Sheet, that was blood. He was breathing, but down. If only he could. A groan interrupted his short train of thought. He looked past Ida to see another body hunched over and still. It was native. He wasn't in much better shape than Ida was. He kept his eyes trained on the hero killer, almost daring him to make the next move as he spoke. Ida, can you move? No. Ever since Stain cut me, my body. It's like I'm paralyzed. Think. That's his quirk. That's right. He'd come across a forum on Stain a while back, though at the time he didn't think much of it. Honestly, the only reason why he stayed on the page was because there were theories about the hero killer's quirk. The most popular and agreed upon one was how if he ingests a drop of your blood, you're completely paralyzed. It wears off eventually, but no one knows what determines just how long it lasts. And if Ida can't move, that must mean native is the same. He'll have to stall the hero killer until Todoroki or other reinforcements arrive. Midoriya, this isn't your battle, so don't get involved where it doesn't concern you. Listen to me. He couldn't be serious. No, Ida, you listen to me. I know you're angry, and I understand you're upset about what happened with your brother. Who wouldn't be? Of course you're going to be bitter that someone so close to you got hurt. I understand that, okay? And that's fine. It's okay to be upset. He paused, only long enough to activate OFA and use it to get himself into the air, bat ready to swing. What's not okay? He kicked off one of the brick walls, propelling himself, and metal clashed against metal once more. This time, he used that 5% to knock Stain's sword out of his hands as he kicked off the thin blade. Izuku knew the man had more, but if he could disarm the killer long enough, he might have a chance. Is you trying to get revenge? That's not what a hero is about. He landed to stand between the two downed heroes and Stain even if one wasn't acting like a hero at that moment. You preach about rules and how we need to follow them, but where is that logic now? Does it just not apply to you anymore? Midoriya, you don't understand. He hurt my brother. He has to pay. He's hurt a lot of people, okay? He should pay for his crimes, for all the lives that have been lost because of him. But does that mean those families should be able to hunt him down and try to get revenge? I understand that feeling of being wronged by someone else, but you can't go around like this. Heroes save people, and if you hadn't been so stupid, you could have started with native. Maybe we wouldn't even be in this mess if you hadn't tried to keep all that negativity to yourself. Stain watched through Izuku's rant and Ida's losing argument against it. The glare burned holes into the one on the ground, his expression firm. I may consider sparing you, Heroling, but that fake must die. His blade lowered to point at Ida's head. It was a silent threat. His corrupt way of thinking will infect the few true remaining heroes, so step aside now. If you don't, I can't promise that you'll come out of this unscathed. Midoriya, oh, thank Kami. Todoroki managed to find them. You should warn someone next time you decide to take off. You too. Ida muttered. Izuku ignored the comment. Sorry about that, but noted. Now beside Izuku, Todoroki asked, so, what's the plan? Well, we have no backup. No one knows we're here, and even if Todoroki and I manage to get the other two out of here, Stain might follow. What would our best bet be? Fight him. Todoroki, I need you to cover for me. With Ida and Native in the way, we put them and possibly ourselves at risk. Be careful of his blades. You'll be paralyzed if he ingests your blood. Got it. His left side was instantaneously lit with a layer of flames, arm up and ready. Izuku knew it wasn't ideal that Stain had hurt him, but he could care less. What was important was getting the vulnerable two to safety and then subduing the hero killer. Fine, have it your way. As soon as Izuku put his bat at its holder on his back and moved to grab Ida, Stain lunged. Todoroki let out a blast of fire, creating a temporary wall. It only worked long enough for the shorter boy to get a hold of Native before a blade had been thrown in his direction. Stain had been able to force Todoroki back, the boy in question then creating a mass of ice. Izuku heard the two fighting as he quickly put Ida and Native down at the entrance to the alley. He hurried to get back with Todoroki, the boy now donning a fresh cut on his face. You're lucky you have good friends, Ingenium. Stain slashed through the ice, flattening the top and utilizing it as a scaffold to strike from. Their fight went back and forth for a few minutes, with one side pushing the other back and vice versa. Soon enough, Izuku realized that the bat by itself, even with help from OFA, wasn't doing much good. It was barely putting them and Stain on equal grounds, if you would even call it that. So, it was time to try his other option. Using the window he had with Todoroki distracting the hero killer, Izuku let the small screen scan his thumbprint to activate the second feature of his support item. The metal gears clicked and spun, moving around and rearranging themselves to become a gadget that resembled a crossbow. Two bands wrapped around his forearm, securing the weapon in place. Then, from their respectable pouches, he loaded 6 ink rounds and 6 stun darts into the cartridge. The small lever was beside the trigger, making it within reach of his fingers and easy to access when suching which one he wanted to use. For the moment, the lever stayed on the left, putting its settings at the ink. Fortunately, since the substance was purposed to temporarily blind whoever it came in contact with, it was neither permanent nor harmful. It did sting, however, or so Hatsum had said in the note. The process took less than 10 seconds, allowing Izuku to join back in the fight quickly. And with the latest ice structure Todoroki created, Izuku hopped over both individuals, bouncing from each alley wall to get on the other side of Stain. He flinched when one of the knives embedded itself below his ribs. His adrenaline rushing at that point as he barely gave it a second thought and yanked it out. He threw it to the side somewhere, not caring where as long as the hero killer didn't get it back. The injury wasn't agonizing, probably not even that deep, so he was all that concerned. Either way, he didn't have the time to worry about whether he got hurt or not. If they didn't win this fight, Izuku didn't even want to consider the possibility. The thing with Stain, though, is that he's different from the thugs from the USJ. He's different from villains like Shigaraki. He wasn't this unhinged maniac, no. He was cold and calculating, he was fast. He was careful too. He didn't just attack his opponents. He did everything he could to keep himself on the winning side. That isn't to mention his quirk. One wrong move from either Izuku or Todoroki and they were screwed. They would have a considerable advantage if he couldn't see, so Izuku waited for the moment to strike, watching for the hero killer to turn just right. When he got his opportunity, several things happened almost instantly after one another. He'd fired off 2 shots of ink, missing with the first and hitting only one eye with the second. He'd heard Stain's groan and hiss of pain, and then a crack. Ida had suddenly joined the fight, likely right after the paralysis wore off, and they eventually managed to knock out the hero killer. Izuku wasn't entirely sure. The moment he'd realized they won, the adrenaline that had rushed through him now long gone with weariness settling in its place. Then he felt his side grow damp, not having noticed before, and the feeling of his suit sticking to his skin was more prominent. It had only taken mere seconds for a sickly and unsteady feeling to follow suit. Something was off. Izuku slid off a glove and pressed his hand against the source of the wet spot, only for it to come back covered in a deep scarlet. Whoever says Sho Yuta Aizawa was stressed when his students began their internships is a liar. Is he still worried? No, how would he be if he never was in the first place? Sure, he was a bit concerned when they first left, but it's logical to be concerned. Any responsible adult would agree. Who knows what could happen in just a week? 7 days allow for accidents. In any of those 168 hours, an incident could occur, but they had someone watching over them this week, so Sho Yuta was not stressed. However, would he have been right to be if he was stressed about it? Absolutely. Things can never go how they're supposed to in some shape or form in Shuta's life. Really, he shouldn't have been that surprised when he got a late call about one of his students on only the second night of their internships. And in most cases, only the parents would be informed of what happened to their child. However, UA's policy sometimes requires the homeroom teacher to be notified as they have partial custody of the child during school hours. It's only enough to allow the teacher to take the necessary action to help the student. Taking this into account and the fact that it had been a number from Hosu's General Hospital, Sho Yuta first thought it would have been about Ida. His student had been troubled up until they left, and going by the news, he wasn't in the best area. Of course, the experience is essential, but it won't matter if that experience causes them to be critically injured or even costs them their life. The point is, Sho Yuta wasn't thrilled that's where one of his students had been. Or at least, he thought only one student had been there. The nurse he'd spoken to said that Midoriya, the trouble magnet he's concerned about as it is, was there too, along with Todoroki, because why not? They couldn't get a hold of the kid's guardians, so he was next on the list. The three had gotten in a fight with Stain and were severely hurt. However, they were saved by Endeavor at the last second before anything became close to life-threatening. Unfortunately, Midoriya still had to get stitches, so they needed Sho Yuta at the hospital the following morning. Was he going to go? Of course. It was logical to tend to his students when it was needed. He risks going soft and ruining his reputation, but the kid needs a responsible adult there. So, he wakes up Hisashi around 2 in the morning and grabs them both a thermos filled to the brim with coffee. In between letting his husband fully wake up and making their drinks, Sho Yuta informs the other about the situation. As expected, Hisashi's just as concerned about the kid and is more than happy to drive the first half of their trip. He even grabs a few blankets and pillows for everyone. Sho Yuta doesn't really think they should bring that many, but if it eases his husband, so be it. They heat up some leftover soup and set it in a third thermos. Then, Sho Yuta filled the food and water bowl up for their cats since neither knew when they'd be getting back. If push did come to shove, they could always ask Namuri to babysit for a few hours, but Sho Yuta wasn't exactly fond of people, besides them being in their home. Call him paranoid, but he feels it's justifiable. By the time they leave, it's around 3, so the long trip brings them into the recovering city of Hosu a little over an hour after noon. They park a ways away from the hospital, so it takes them an extra 10 minutes to arrive. When they get in, Sho Yuta flashes his hero license, and one of the nurses escorts them to where all 3 of his students are staying. Right this way, she instructed, her voice soft. She gestured towards the room and instructed, just let me know if you need anything, then left. Sho Yuta listened to the heels clicking on the hard tile, hesitant to open the door. He felt Hisashi give him a comforting squeeze, letting the man know he was there. The tension in his shoulders eased up some, and he sighed. The kid was fine. Sho Yuta didn't understand why he was so uneasy in the first place. Midoriya was fine. Not waiting any longer, he slid the door open to reveal all 3 boys. Like he said, they were fine, for the most part. Todoroki and Midoriya were sitting on one of the beds together, a hushed conversation shared between the two. They were faced more towards the window, angled just right so they could still face each other, but Shoyuta couldn't see what they were saying. Meanwhile, Ida was on his phone, looking somewhat troubled about whatever was on his screen. He might bring that up if it becomes an issue, but as of then, his main concern was Midoriya, who, of which, still has yet to notice them. Hisashi clears his throat, grabbing the attention of all three boys. The two stop, turning their heads to face the entrance. Logically speaking, Shoyuta expected to see emerald green eyes when the kid faced him. However, he was instead met with red and gold. He paused for a minute, gathering himself not to react further. There were more important matters at hand. Ida was the first to speak up. "Aizawa-sensei, what are you doing here?" The underground pro noticed how Todoroki looked between him, Hisashi, and Midoriya, putting some kind of puzzle pieces together. The boy looked at his classmate and blocked his mouth with his hand, preventing Shoyuta from seeing any lip movement. Whatever it was caused the other to turn a shade of pink as he desperately tried to disclaim what had been said. "What? No. Not this again dash. But this time it makes more sense. Think about it." Shuta's curious to know what that was. As he took too long to answer, Hisashi covered for him, like the angel he was. Sho, here was called to sign some paperwork dash. That was partially true since they had to sign off on the previous procedures to Midoriya. And I decided to tag along. Had to make sure you listeners were okay after such a rough night, you dig? "Oh, well, we appreciate the concern, sir." Midoriya looked as if he wanted to say something as well, though cut off before he could. "Hate to interrupt, but who are you two?" Shoyuta turned to see a short, old man in what looked to be a hero costume. "I'm their homeroom teacher. You must be Gran Torino." "That would be me." Shoyuta caught the movement of someone behind the older man, looking up to see Tsuragame. "Chief," he greeted. "I didn't realize my students had gotten into something to warrant a visit from someone such as yourself." "Eraserhead, I wasn't expecting to see you here, woof. Some business came up. Mind explaining what's going on because I can't help but notice I'm missing important information that has to do with my students." He said this, beginning to feel the prickle of irritation. "This isn't for prying ears, so it'd be best if we all got inside," Gran Torino commented. The underground pro nodded, letting the others in. Once the door was slid shut, Shoyuta and Hisashi were told everything. His students hadn't accidentally found Stain. Ida had purposefully tried to find the hero killer himself, almost getting killed in the process had it not been for the other two saving him. They defeated the hero killer by themselves and eventually were found by other pros. However, due to the legality of the situation, Endeavor would be given credit for defeating Stain to not put any backlash onto the students. And while Midoriya looked relieved not to get the credit, Todoroki was clearly bitter about the lecture they'd been given for using their quirks without a license, going as far as arguing with the chief himself. Shoyuta can agree that some quirk regulations are irrational, but that doesn't mean people shouldn't follow them. Most of them exist for a reason. In this matter, when they pertain to deliberate vigilantism. Fortunately, Ida seemed to take the lecture earnestly, so Shoyuta would like to believe they won't have another incident like this. However, that doesn't mean that their actions didn't have any other repercussions. For the time being, Manuel and Gran Torino's teaching licenses will be revoked. All three students were at least apologetic about that. By the end of the day, Ida and Todoroki were both released from the hospital. They were sent back to their temporary mentors to collect their things before they went home for the rest of the week. Meanwhile, Midoriya was to stay for another 2 days so they could monitor his injuries. Not only did he fracture several bones and receive a deep gash, but he also gained several punctures in his side. There's no winning with this kid, is there? At this rate, Shoyuta will have more gray hairs than black by the end of the year. But does his headache stop there? Of course not. Hosu was only a piece of the iceberg. They stay with the boy for the remainder of the time until he's sent back to Gran Torino and, eventually, to the ones considered his guardians. They don't deserve the title of being parents. It worries Shoyuta to no end, and any other time the boy isn't in his sight, honestly, But all he can do is wait until Nizu gives them further instructions. Only once they return to UA do things begin to build up more. Shoyuta was back to grading papers while Hizashi taught one of his own groups of Hellions when the familiar bell of UA's intercom system rang as a warning for an announcement, and Shoyuta cringed. Will Hizashi Yamada and Shoyuta Aizawa please come to my office? Why does he even phrase it like a question? Shoyuta sighed, leaving the lounge and making his way to his inevitable fate. Fortunately, he'd run into Hizashi at one point, allowing them to walk together. Even if it was only for a few minutes, he enjoyed it nonetheless. As much as he despised his boss's antics, at least he could deal with this one alongside his husband. Hizashi had better patience with these things than he did anyway. When they got to the office, the doors opened untouched, revealing one stoat and a face he didn't recognize. How strange. The woman sitting in front of Nizu turned to see them, quickly getting up and tilting her head in greeting. She looked to be in her mid-40s to early 50s, with dark skin and lighter patches scattered around. She was short and on the heavier side, likely from stress if the crow's feet at her eyes indicated anything. Her dress was simple in that it reminded him of one of those cliché outfits you see housewives wearing on TV. It did look comfortable, though, so who is Shoyuta to judge? Nizu cheered, Aizawa, Yamada. Come in, there's much to discuss and I'd hate to keep anyone too late. Oh yeah, that's very reassuring. The woman's eyes lingered on Shoyuta, widening in realization as the corners of her lips turned up into a grin. You must be Eraserhead, she chirped, holding out her hand. He took it, somewhat hesitant, and said, that would be me. She panned over to Hizashi, her smile just as warm. And you must be his husband. It's a pleasure to meet you too. The blonde went through the same motions, just as confused as he was. It's a pleasure to meet you too, miss. Hizashi trailed off, neither of them understanding the situation quite yet. Nizu cleared his throat, and she seemed to realize her mistake. My apologies about that. Most just call me Miss Hen. Honestly, I was worried I'd only be able to meet one of you, but with both here, this makes matters much easier. Not to be rude, but I'm still lost on what's going on. Shoyuta seconds that. Patience, you too. Answers shall come soon enough. Ms. Hen. Oh, it's all such a mess. Where would I even begin? You're rather familiar with who I am, so what about that? Shoyuta offered. Right. This was years ago, but you had saved me once. I'd been coming home from work when I got jumped. The two threatening me seemed like they would have had no problem killing me, so I got lucky when you showed up. Unfortunately, there was an accident with my Quirk afterward. I'd only noticed once I made it home later that night, so it had been too late to tell you then. Not to mention that I didn't even know your hero name, so imagine my panic when I realized I had no way of contacting you. Usually, doesn't the other party involved eventually notice that there was a Quirk accident? Unless this is a special case and I've just managed to be blind to it this entire time. Noticing her pause, Shoyuta asked, what is your Quirk, anyways? I probably should have mentioned that beforehand since it was the cause of this mess in the first place. She seemed to mutter this more to herself than anyone else. It's called surrogate. The function is based on that idea anyways, so it might as well have a fitting name. Primarily, I can see the compatibility and capability of a couple who might want a child. The more capable they are, the easier it is for my Quirk to trigger and begin the process of creating said child. Only the most oblivious would still have trouble putting two and two together by that point. Shoyuta is undoubtedly intelligent enough to at least figure the rest out. But then that would mean Shoyuta and Hizashi have a kid. They have something that always seemed like nothing more than a wish for them. I can only guess that my Quirk thought you and your husband were well enough to raise a child. Even if it wasn't an active thought, you still wanted one, so the activation had been triggered. And I understand this might seem sudden of me to just put upon you too, but this meeting has been long overdue. She opened the messenger bag she had hung across her shoulder and pulled something out. A small square of paper that could only be a few inches on each side. More pictures? So, Eraserhead-san and Present Mike-san, I would like you to meet your son. She turned the paper over as she handed it off to the pair, revealing the photograph on the other side. In that photograph was a baby. Its short, fluffy hair was a rich black, and its cheeks were covered in freckles. His irises were not nearly the name color, one a golden yellow while the other a candy red. And he was looking directly into the camera, smiling dearly for whoever was on the other side. "Oh, Shoyuta, he's gorgeous." "Hold on. When was this picture taken?" "Almost 15 years ago. With my work and the limited information I had on you, it took me ages to finally track you down. I usually don't make a habit of taking pictures of the children I've created, but I thought by keeping the photo with me, I'd be able to recognize one of the parents if I ever got lucky enough to come across them." "Can we still meet him?" Hizashi asked, hopeful. That's where the next problem lies. Barely 2 weeks after the incubation process had been completed, the babe was stolen from right under my careful watch. I'd left him unattended for only a few moments when this man and woman took him out of his crib, threatening to kill me if I tried to call the police. If that wasn't bad enough, I don't even have a name to search with. All I've been able to go off of is the limited connection I'm given to him. Connection. Due to my creations, having this mark that sits at the base of their neck, I can keep a particular track of them. The only thing I can pick up from these connections is the children's basic status, acting as a sort of failsafe to ensure that they're in good health and secure wherever they may be. Nizu continues for her. Things took a turn for the worse a few years after this incident happened. Ms. Hen has been getting warnings that this child is far from safe. It's a given with the situation, but more so since the individuals who have him seem quite fond of hurting the boy at such a level that's far past what may be considered humane. "All because I couldn't protect him," she said, voice cracking. Then she got up from her seat, sank to her knees, and placed her forehead firmly on the floor. "Forgive me for what I have done, for my mistakes. I desperately need your help finding the first child I've ever failed. If not for my peace of mind, but for a boy who doesn't deserve such cruelty." Shoyuta took in every bit of information he could, trying to make sense of it all. They were parents. They had a kid who was being abused by the ones who stole him. This woman had been searching for him for 15 years, meaning their son would be the same age as his students. He looked back at the photograph, and piece by piece, the puzzle finally began to come together. Red and gold eyes. Freckles. The marking. The toxic home life. The coincidence of random traits he's shown that are similar to both Shoyuta and Hizashi. The erasure effect when that suppressant brace was either missing or broken. Shoyuta sees the moment that Hizashi puts together the same revelation he does as his husband slowly brings a hand to his mouth in shock. "Kemi, I think we already know where to look." She perked up some from where she'd been on the floor. She wiped her eyes as she said, "Really? Oh, this is wonderful news. The thing is," he looked to Hizashi, "the kid in question is one of my students, Izuku Midoriya. We were already planning on removing the boy from that situation, so we can think of it like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Nizu chirped. In fact, once the children return from their internships, the dorms will be ready for them, providing the perfect reason to give Midoriyas a sudden visit. Their internships end in only a few days. Most of the week had already passed, so they'll have their kid by then. Wait, since we have even more of a personal interest in this case dash. Their boss interrupted Hizashi, already knowing where his question would go. Not to worry, you two. Your roles in this will still be the same. Shoyuta was determined to save Midoriya even beforehand, or is it Izuku since Midoriya isn't his actual family name, so what's a little more motivation? Before the woman left, they discussed what would happen more and went over the legalities of it all. As the boy's rightful parents, Shoyuta and Hizashi have full custody of him automatically. That's a given, of course. They also have enough evidence to put the Midoriyas away for life, ensuring Izuku would be safe from them. However, only once they have Quirk-canceling cuffs on the two, they'll need Shoyuta in case things go sideways. After that, he and Hizashi will be allowed to take their son home and give him time to settle in. Nizu had already found 2 substitutes to watch their classes during that PRD, so at least they won't have to worry about that. In the meantime, they'll need to ensure everything is ready for their son to move in. The guest room is already set up, but it never hurts to double-check. I know I was wrong about All Might, but there's no way you and Aizawa-sensei having similar quirks is just a coincidence. Plus, I've seen Yamada-sensei mumble to himself like you do on several occasions. What? No. Not this again dash. But this time it makes more sense. Think about it. Izuku desperately resisted the urge to bang his head against his desk as he'd been reminded yet again of his friend's newest theory. Even after Todoroki was released from the hospital, there was a constant reminder of that exchange around Izuku. It couldn't be helped, he supposed, since both subjects of said exchange had been with him during the remainder of his stay. Izuku didn't understand why they willingly chose to keep the company of one of their students, since they had better things to do and were more than likely tired from the trip it took to get to Hosu, but he appreciated it nonetheless. They'd even stayed in the hospital room until he'd fallen asleep each night, then there to greet him when he woke up. He can't recall ever seeing them leave unless it was to go get something, but Izuku doesn't let himself dwell on that particular detail for very long. For entertainment, they spoke about whatever came to mind and occasionally watched the news. There were plenty of instances that involved heroes, so it was inevitable that Izuku got sucked into the excitement of it all. He barely even noticed when he started to go into another one of his analytical ramblings, mumbling aloud to himself as he absorbed any information he could like a dry sponge. He'd never actually gone into an analysis anywhere other than his notebooks, so it had taken some time before he noticed that he'd been the only one speaking the first time. Personally, Izuku blames it on the painkillers, but that still didn't excuse his actions. The simple fact that he'd indulged in his weird analyses in front of his teachers nearly had him hunched over from an unhealthy mix of embarrassment and fear. Which is why he considers himself lucky. Because instead of growing tired of his rambling and calling it creepy, Yamada-sensei seemed rather proud of Izuku. He'd grinned, reassuring that he was proud of the boy's dedication to ensuring he kept a sharp mind. Both teachers had praised him for it. It's safe to say he nearly cried over their encouragement. His old teachers had always looked at him with disgust or strapped the muzzle on him for the day when they didn't feel like listening to his rambling, so the positive feedback had definitely been a nice change. But then he remembered what his mentor had once said about it, how crying only asked for the wrong kind of attention, and Izuku quickly caught his slip-up. All Might was usually kind to him as long as he followed orders, but when he messed up, there were bound to be consequences. Who's to say Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei weren't any different? Besides, they've been quite tolerant of him so far. He couldn't ruin that with a few tears. He wouldn't allow himself to mess it all up. Izuku already had a freak-out in front of Aizawa during the sports festival. There was no need to make it any worse. Fortunately, the days went by quickly, and Izuku was finally signed out of the hospital by the fourth morning. Now, he'd initially planned on taking the trains back, but his teachers had other plans. According to Aizawa-sensei, Izuku was still recovering from the attack, and the man didn't want to risk something happening to his student. So, instead, Izuku joined the married couple on their drive back. They ended up making a short stop at Gran Torino's to grab his things, but were soon back on the road after about half an hour. Sometime in the middle of the trip, he'd accidentally fallen asleep and didn't wake up until they'd made it back into the Shizuoka prefecture. That didn't mean he wasn't still tired when his teachers dropped him off at home. Both men were somewhat reluctant to drop him off so late, going as far as offering to let him stay the night at their home, but he politely declined. Izuku thanked them for the ride home after he showed them his own set of house keys, just as a reassurance that he wouldn't be locked out when they left. He didn't know if that was exactly what they were worried about, but he couldn't think of anything else to explain their behavior at the time. It didn't take much to wave the thought off with the exhaustion that settled in his mind, shrugging to himself as he left his shoes at the door and attempted to make his way through his own home. There wasn't any light to guide him, so he'd been going purely based on memory. Unfortunately, despite his slow trek to his room, he still managed to stub his foot on a piece of furniture. Izuku had grit his teeth to not make any more noise than he already did, only continuing his search after the pain disappeared. This time, he was sure to be more mindful of where things were. From there, it only took a few more moments of tiptoeing around to find the right door. Izuku turned the knob at a snail's pace and kept his hand where it was until his door was softly shut. He set his bag on his desk before plopping face first on his bed and letting the sweet embrace of sleep lull him into unconsciousness. In the morning, when the sunlight shone through his window and created a soft glow around his room, fingers knocking on wood was the first thing to bring Izuku to. He groaned, tempted to fall back asleep. At least, that is until he heard his door open and remembered just where he was. "Izuku baby, time to get up. Your father made breakfast, so you better hurry before it gets cold," his mother said, almost teasingly. He bolted up, eyes wide and heart racing. So much for a wake-up call. Mama, I think. He'd been too tired the night before to at least consider what his parents would think once they realized their son was home from his internship. He didn't even text them that he was on the way back, for Cammie's sake. "It's good to see you too, mister. You're not mad?" Izuku watched as she brought one hand up to her cheek, her voice warm yet puzzled. "Now, why in the world would I be mad? No, I'm relieved to have my sweet boy back home, safe and sound. I was so worried you'd be hurt, but it all turned out fine in the end, didn't it? I suppose." She shook her head. "My silly son. Now come on, your father worked hard to prepare our first meal of the day." Despite his confusion, Izuku stretched and did as he was told. When he stepped out of the hall, he's met with the heavenly aroma of breakfast and the sight of his father taking off an apron. The man nods to him as they sit down to eat. They got through their meal without a hitch, and even throughout the day, both parents had yet to address his concerns. He couldn't make heads or tails of it all. Surely they would have been upset about something, right? Should they be? It's only until after dinner that his mother refrains from asking about his missing suppressant bracelet. Izuku nearly panics at the reminder, but tries to stay calm as he explains how it had been broken during his internship to her. She only pats his head in reassurance when he finishes his excuse and gets another spare. The application is gentle, and he barely registers the pinch of the needle when it pierces through his skin. Once the brace clicks together, secured around his wrist, his mother softly coaxes him to get ready for bed. It's still too early for him to actually sleep, but there's no reason he shouldn't go through his evening tasks. Izuku showers, gets into a pair of fluffy pajamas, then goes over homework they were given before the internships to ensure everything was complete and ready to be turned in when they return from school. When he's sure everything is done, he draws a line through homework on his paper, moving down the line as he completes each task. He'd already unpacked his bags, so he checked that off the list. He would have worried about returning his hero costume to the school, but Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei had already taken care of it. And, of course, this short-lived line of thought brings Izuku to his newest problem: trying to forget what Todoroki said. There's that saying about how you should be careful what you wish for, and apparently, Izuku's wishful thinking has come back with a vengeance in the form of his friend's theories. That was the problem. It didn't make sense. When he thought Aizawa-sensei would have been a good parent, he never actually believed the idea that the man could be Izuku's actual parent. Sure, they have similar quirks, but that's all. At least, that's how it is as far as he knows. Izuku tries shaking the thought away, reasoning with himself why the boy's theory was wrong. There are plenty of things that would disprove what Todoroki said. He just can't think of any. Throughout the next few days, no matter how hard he tries, he just can't shake off the theory. By Sunday morning, Izuku finds the only way he can distract himself from it, from overthinking something so simple, is by his notebooks. Number 13 was ruined, so he had to start his next entry in his 14th notebook. The newest subject of his entries, Tsunago Hakamata, better known as Best Genist. Name, Best Genist. Quirk, Fiber MC. The user is given the ability to manipulate fibers to their will. Strengths, technique, team-based fighting, and of course denim. Weaknesses, fire. Relies more on Quirk for power, and sweats fiber. His costume is well fitted to accommodate his strengths and allows for more use before he runs out of material. It is unknown if Best Genist is only limited to fibers found in clothing. In all technicality, muscle fibers fit into the category of material his quirk would be effective on. So, if the situation called for it, would he be able to control that as well? My leading theory revolving this: he's able to control anything considered a fiber, but he limits himself to clothing due to the image it would create if he used such methods against villains. In particular, the use and manipulation of muscle fibers. In all technicality, muscle fibers fit into the category of material his quirk would be effective on. So, if the situation called for it, would he be able to control that as well? For example, in the case of the immediate need to immobilize an enemy, the user would simply need to target the Achilles tendon or the fibers making up this muscle, at least. If this tendon were to take any damage, it'd be the most effective for this task. Another fiber I've found that could theoretically be used is spider silk, and based on further research, the likelihood of a civilian with a spider-based quirk existing is 8.3%. Given this, the sound of a car door slamming shut makes Izuku jump, his pen dragging across the contents in one harsh movement. He sighs and makes a mental note to rewrite it on the next page when he gets the chance. Until then, his curiosity gets the best of him, and before he knows it, he's up, leaning over his desk to peer through his curtains. It's only for a moment, but what he sees has him frozen. Striding up to the front door are several police officers, including the detective he'd spoken to after the USJ attack and the same two people who dropped him off a few nights before. They said. Behind them were several officers who were quickly surrounding the place. Izuku almost tripped over himself in the process of taking a step away from the window, unsure and, quite frankly, terrified. Just what was going on? Then, a knock echoed from his door. His mother's voice was gently muffled as she instructed, "Izuku, I'll explain later, but I want you to stay in your room and be very quiet for the time being, all right? Mommy will take care of this, but I need you to do as I ask." "Oh, yes ma'am." His mother at least understood what was happening, so all he could do then was trust her, for the most part. It was all such a bizarre situation, so he couldn't help but have doubts. The sharp click of his door being locked only worsened his unease about it all. Izuku approached his door, keeping his head turned to hear what was happening inside the rest of the home. And besides, those scars aren't from him. Then who are they from? Parents punish their children when they misbehave. That's how it goes. Izuku just gets scars from his punishments. It's not that big of a deal. What if Todoroki was right, though? There's a casual knock at their front door, with a silent pause following suit. Izuku strains his ears to listen, but he can barely hear much. After a moment, there are a few muffled voices, several pairs of footsteps echoing with them. Soon, it's quiet once again, and Izuku waits. "Midoriya, are you saying that your father just hurts you?" Technically both of them have hurt him, but it's only for his own good. Only if he breaks a rule have they ever laid a hand on him. It's his fault for being disobedient, anyway. The voices are getting louder, some angry, while others are more frantic. He can hear his mother's muffled voice. "You will not ruin this for me. We have full reason to put you both behind bars, so don't make this harder for yourselves than it has to be. We can and will use force if necessary." That must be Tsuchachi. He sounded upset. Why would they be arrested? Unless Todoroki was right, they'd done nothing wrong. But they were being arrested, so what did that mean for him? Was he just that stupid to not understand what was truly going on? What will happen to him if his mother and father go to jail? Would he be put in the system? Would he still be allowed to attend UA? What if sudden screaming temporarily distracted him from his thoughts? "He's not even here, you're wasting your time, you this." He'd never heard his mother curse before. She must be livid. Izuku's almost glad he never had to see that side of her. "Where is he?" "I already told you, now get off of me." The voices begin to go from inside the home to outside his window. Izuku couldn't help but want to see it all happen, so he slowly rose to his feet and quietly moved to the source. The moment he confirmed his reality, there would be no going back. He didn't think it was some effed-up dream in the first place, but still. He didn't understand why he was so worked up about it in the first place. He should be relieved they were being put away if they were terrible people. It would only make sense. So why wasn't he? Still in his own head, he barely noticed when he'd finally made it to the window. He knew what he was seeing, yet he struggled to process it all. Both of his parents were in cuffs, each led by two officers. His father looked unbothered, subdued even. Meanwhile, his mother thrashed away from her restraints, a snarl overcoming her usually soft features. It was terrifying how quickly things could change. A pair of footsteps suddenly made their way toward Izuku's room, startling him from his trance. The knob shook and rattled, barely budging or turning more than a few centimeters. From the other side of his door came the unmistakable voice of his homeroom teacher. "Kid? Are you in there?" Shoyuta holds his breath, awaiting a response, awaiting any indication that his son is behind that door. They'd checked every other room in search of the kid, and this was the last one. The fact that it was locked gave Shoyuta a sense of twisted hope. He listened to the subtle movement and shuffling from inside the room, patient for a response. He had to be patient. He knew it would be easy to ruin any progress he's already made with the boy, so it was best to take things slow. "It's okay to come out now, they can't hurt you anymore." After another minute came a quiet, "Aizawa-sensei." "Oh, thank Kami." "Yeah, kid, it's me. Could you unlock the door?" Shoyuta could kick it down in all technicality, but something like that isn't what his kid needed. "I can't." "I know you must have a lot of questions, but I need you to trust me." "I can't." "Midoriya?" "No." Izuku's voice cracked, seemingly on the verge of a breakdown. Damn it. They should have waited until the boy was in school before they went through with detaining those psychopaths. Sure, there still would have been some mental repercussions, but it wouldn't have been as much of a shit show as his current situation. Shoyuta doesn't blame the boy for it, no. He just wishes his kid would finally be given a break. Kami knows he needs it. After a pause, the boy spoke again. The door's locked from the outside. "I'm sorry I can't be much help, Aizawa-sensei." He said that as if it were his fault, as if the responsibility for those shitty people acting the way they did was on him. Oh, how Shoyuta wanted to hug his kid and never let go. He wanted to wrap the boy up in something soft and hide him away from the world. He knew it was illogical, but a parent can dream. You did nothing wrong, kid, so don't apologize. If anything, he should be the one apologizing. He'll have more so of a reason after this. Look, I know this is going to be an odd request, but I need you to move away from the door. Oh, okay. Shoyuta gave his kid a moment before he mustered up all his strength to kick at the solid wood. He winced as the barrier was ripped from the hinges, the force of impact sending a jolt of pain up his leg. He usually didn't make a habit of kicking doors down for that sole reason, but he wouldn't have been able to wait long enough for someone to pick the lock. The handle had one of those keyholes that only worked with the sole key it came with, which was already irritating as it stood. He spotted the boy off to the side, shoulders hunched and posture tense. He looked back at Shoyuta, his gaze holding an undistinguishable mix of emotions. After a minute of tense silence, the man approached his son. His steps were slow, movements purposefully obvious in an attempt to not stress the other figure in the room more than what's been already done. Yet, even with Shuta's precautionary measures, nerves practically surrounded Izuku in a thick coat. As Shoyuta grew nearer to the boy, it was then that he could pick up the quiet sound of breaths gradually picking up and notice the slight tremble that took hold of its victim's tense form. Shoyuta wasn't good with comforting children. He knew that. Because of it, he goes off instinct and luck most of the time, even for the ones he talked off ledges and into trusting him to help them. Hizashi, however, despite them both having experience being teachers under their belts, was always good in these situations. Shoyuta occasionally wondered if it was just a natural talent for him, as illogical as that might be. He knew the truth though. Hizashi was part of the limelight side of heroics, so he was bound to run into more instances requiring that skill than Shoyuta. Plus, Shuta's seen the parenting his husband's borrowed from the library. So yes, it's safe to say Hizashi would have been better for this predicament than him. However, his husband wasn't there at the moment, so he would have to rely on the knowledge from his own experience and hope it worked for his son the way it worked for him. You see, when Shoyuta was still living with his parents, still only a child himself, his mother always found a way to calm him down when his emotions getting the best of him were more common. He didn't get upset as often as other kids his age, but he definitely had his moments. And when he did, the only person who could ease his internal storm into something more of a light rain was one of the few people who might just know Shoyuta more than he knows himself. Her gestures were never the same, but they always carried the same intention, the same air of warmth and security. So, giving into his instinct to comfort his child, Shoyuta let his hands softly rest atop the mass of curls. He waited for any indication of discomfort, any sign that the touch was unwelcome. He didn't know how much time had passed when the boy began to lean into the touch, but when he did, Shoyuta felt relief. He still had his son's trust then. He guided the boy's head to lean against him, his other arm coming up to settle on a shoulder. That was all it took for a sob to escape, eyes watering shortly after. The kid shook and sniffled as he wrapped his arms around Shoyuta. Fingers tangled into the back of his shirt as the front became damp with tears. His grip was desperate, and his posture remained tense with nerves, yet he still sought comfort. The pro could feel his heart break that much more for his son. Just how much damage did those people inflict on his kid? Just how far did they go before a line was crossed? Was there ever a line in the first place? It didn't make sense. If they kidnapped his son, wouldn't they have wanted to at least pose as decent parents? Why hurt him and risk getting caught? Unless they didn't care and only stole him for the sole purpose of having a punching bag or some kind of FING pet. Either way, the Midoriyas didn't deserve the mercy of being behind bars. It wasn't a very heroic thought, but Shoyuta could care less. That's all it was, a thought. Shoyuta was a hero, first and foremost. No matter how much he wanted to avenge every child who was ever mistreated, all he could do was his job. He can only capture, detain, and ensure they are imprisoned. His own grip tightened ever so slightly on his son, not wanting to hurt him but not wanting to let go. He only relaxed when he heard the appealing sound of his husband's voice calling him, still keeping a hold of the trembling kid in his arms. Sho! Unfortunately, the boy startled at the new voice, shoving himself from Shoyuta as if he were burned. In here, the pro replied, only loud enough for the other to hear him. There you are. Hisashi said, relieved. How's the little listener holding up? Arms protectively curled around themselves, eyes avoidant as the boy sniffled. Yamada-sensei? Hisashi slowly approached the two and crouched as he spoke to the figure previously in Shuta's arms. Hey, but you doing okay there? The boy shrugged, eyes crinkling as his face flushed more than it already was. He turned his head, trying to hide as if he was embarrassed. Now that just won't do. That's all right, Mike reassured. You're not obligated to know how you feel in these kinds of situations. He's right. There's going to be some confusion until you can get readjusted, which is why Mike and I will be there to help you. Izuku took the heel of his hand to erase the tears that had built up and fallen, but continued to fail as more kept coming. Shoyuta gently took hold of both scarred limbs when the boy's efforts quickly became more aggressive. Don't do that, he softly instructed. Sorry. There's nothing to apologize for, little listener. Shoyuta just doesn't want you to hurt yourself is all. The man in question added, trust me, if that becomes a habit, you'll have bruising around your eyes. It's not the greatest experience. He squeezed the smaller pair of hands as extra reassurance. Another sniffle, then silence. So, what you said earlier about helping me, what did you mean by that? This was quickly followed by, sorry, that probably was a dumb question. There's no such thing as a dumb question unless it's Mike asking. Hey! Then it's a dumb question. He didn't get a laugh, per se, out of his son, but it was close enough. Even if that means using his husband as the punchline of a joke, Shoyuta will take what he can get. But anyways, back to what I said earlier. You'll be staying with us for the time being. He'll stay with them permanently or until after he graduates and decides to move out, but that's minor detail. As your teachers, and his parents with rightful custody, you're more familiar with us, so it'll be easier to settle in once we get your stuff moved over to our place. I suppose if it's not too much trouble. Of course it's Hisashi tried reassuring, but was interrupted before he could get another word in. Eraserhead, present Mike. Scotchy's voice seemed flat, the tone fake. Shoyuta shifted to look over his shoulder. Detective, did something happen? A glance to the boy, gone as soon as it came. Not exactly. This does require your attention, however. The underground pro sighed, turning back to the boy. Will only take a minute at best. So while we're gone, you should pack anything immediate you might need until we can collect the rest of your things. If we're not done by the time you're finished packing, you can ask one of the officers to help you get your stuff loaded up. Sounds good. He only got a nod in response. He really hoped the boy wasn't going to clam up more the longer this went on. The detective led them through the home, stopping in front of the only other door with the same lock that had been on the one connected to his son's bedroom. Shoyuta was previously told that it led to the basement, but not much past that. Tsukachi looked as if he wanted to cringe. Before we go down there, it's best if I give you a heads up. What makes you say that? Hizashi asked, hesitant. There's no other way to say this, but, you know those photos your boss had? Of the boy's injuries, I mean. Shoyuta felt he knew where this was going, and he certainly wasn't going to like it one bit. I'm well aware. Is this where it happened? Based on looks alone, yes. They continued their trek downstairs, the detective pulling out a gold key from one of his coat pockets when they reached another door. This one was the most different from the rest of the home. It was metal from top to bottom. Even with a quirk, with the way it was reinforced, getting out would have proven nearly impossible unless you had the means to unlock it. Shuta's gut twisted, his anger from before slowly rising once more. When the detective opened the door, neither parents were ready for what they were subjected to see. Bare concrete walls made up the space as the putrid stench of antiseptic attacked lungs. The smell was almost enough to make Shoyuta lose the contents of his stomach. What caught his attention the most, though? The middle of the room. It held a BGMI thrown off to the side, a white square innocently placed next to it, and chains. Steel cuffs attached to chains that hung from the back wall. Accompanying those was something that almost resembled a collar. It and the link connecting to it were made from the same metal as the cuffs. What kind of sick people? Hizashi trailed off. I almost reconsidered not allowing you two to come down here, but this is probably for the best. Better that you understand what kind of trauma you'll be working with than to send you two home risking the chance of triggering some sort of episode. Smart man. Shuta's eyes caught onto more metal. This time it was simply 2 bars. One was somewhat dented if you looked hard enough, while the other showed signs of being reheated repeatedly. His fists clenched, jaw tightening with such intensity. That's what those monsters used to burn his son. He tried not to let his anger get a hold of him, but it proved to be a task. Thank you for showing us, detective. However, I think it's about time Mike and I take our son home. Right. The underground pro turned on his heel, set on getting back upstairs. He only stopped when he heard the detective's warning. As much as I hate to say it, Eraser, if things go the way I think they are, they'll want the boy to show up in court. He'll have to face those who hurt him. His husband tried reasoning. They're clearly guilty, though. Didn't we have enough evidence to prevent that? It's just the way the system works. They're giving the boy time to heal, but I can only hold the case hearing off for so long. Had it been anyone else, in his fogged state of mind, Shoyuta might have just taken the detective's remorse as pity. He hated pity, loathed it even. There was plenty of it when they lost Oboro. He didn't want his son to have to deal with that kind of thing like he did, no matter how harmless it might seem. He nodded his head in thanks. I'll keep that in mind. When they returned to the main floor, Officer Sansa was helping the boy take his things to the car. It wasn't much besides a black suitcase and his school bag. Less than Shoyuta would have liked the boy to have, but if he still needs a few things after they transfer the rest of his belongings, they could always go shopping. Hizashi wanted to make a family trip out of it anyway. Shoyuta got in the driver's seat while his husband got into the passenger's. Their son had already buckled in before they'd reached the car. His eyes were locked onto his lap, scarred hands fidgeting. Shoyuta gripped the wheel with white knuckles as he started the car, taking a deep breath before asking, "Comfortable back there?" Yes, sir." Hizashi continued the conversation, allowing the underground hero to focus on getting them home. "You don't have to address us like that outside of school, listener." "Oh, how should I address you then?" "Whatever you're comfortable with," the underground hero shrugged. "Is Aizawa-san and Yamada-san okay?" "I see no issue with that. Got any objections, Sho?" "Sounds fine to me." The car fell into something akin to a tense and awkward silence after that, neither parent knowing what to say. It was only broken once Hisashi tried to start small talk once more, something to break the ice. No, if you have any questions, Sho and I would be happy to answer them. Through the rearview mirror, he noted hands cradling against one another, thumb rubbing against palm as a form of self-comfort. He didn't get a response, but Hisashi knew his offer was being taken into some sort of consideration. Another minute passed before the boy's mouth opened, then snapped shut as if regretting that first decision. Both parents knew it would take patience to crumble those protective walls built up, but they were willing to wait. So, when Hisashi realized he wouldn't be getting a response, he simply continued the conversation until their son was ready to join in his one-sided banter. No worries if you can't think of any right now, but the offer will be there when the time comes, you dig? A nod. It wasn't much, but he'll take what he can get. Baby steps. Now, there shouldn't be too many changes to your usual routine around the house. However, rules will differ quite a bit from what you've gotten used to. Neither noticed when the boy's expression changed. Something less nervous, more fearful. Yet in that fear, there was acceptance, as if he was giving up before he even gave himself a fighting chance. A chance at what? He wouldn't know. Shortly after, Shoyuta added, "We'll discuss the finer details once you're unpacked and settled in better." Sounds fair. Yes, sir. I mean Aizawa-san. The car ride was quiet again, the silence lasting until they'd made it to the Aizawa Yamada residence. The place wasn't super fancy per se, but it couldn't be considered modest either. It was big enough for Shoyuta and Hisashi, their 3 cats, and now their son to live comfortably in, but small enough to not have excessive unneeded space. The 2 pros offered to carry the boy's luggage upstairs since that's where his room was, understanding when their offer was declined. Shoyuta guided his son to his room, slowing down to allow the boy to catch up after he noticed him struggling to haul both bags upstairs. Luckily, he seemed to fare much better once on more even flooring again. The pro pointed out which rooms were which until they got to the end of the hall. The last door on the left was once a guest room, now modified to look more like a bedroom. With only the essential furniture, it was rather bare for someone to be sleeping in. Hopefully, they'll be able to decorate it more before the following week. You're free to rearrange the place how you see fit, but Hisashi's making lunch in a bit, so whenever you're hungry feel free to join us downstairs. The boy nodded in confirmation, his discomfort clear as day. Shoyuta, reluctant as he was to leave, let the boy have his space and went back downstairs to where his husband was preparing the ingredients for curry. He didn't hesitate to join in the distracting activity, cutting up the remaining vegetables as Hisashi prepared the rice. You know, it almost didn't seem real that they had a child of their own, one that they'd come to know without realizing it. It would certainly take some getting used to, but with time and patience, they could become the family Shoyuta and Hisashi had once dreamed of. Maybe not exactly the one they had dreamed about, but one nonetheless. In due time. To put it simply, Izuku was on edge. His nerves from before had yet to settle, and he was still trying to process what his days become. One minute his parents, who he's come to realize were terrible people, were getting arrested, and the next, he was moving in with 2 of his teachers. It didn't help that Izuku felt as if he was intruding when he stepped inside the home. It makes sense since in all technicality he was. They were giving up their privacy and peace to foster him so he wouldn't have to stay with someone less familiar. Sure, he should generally be more comfortable with his living arrangements, but that didn't mean his teachers were any less inconvenienced about having to watch over one of their students outside school hours. Anyways, after taking his shoes off, he was given a pair of red house slippers. Once he put those on, Aizawa-sensei showed him to his room upstairs. They passed several other doors on the way, each one leading to its own decently sized room. Starting from the first door was a small storage closet, his teacher's bedroom, and then his bedroom. The guest bathroom, similar to the second one upstairs, was attached to the bedroom from the inside. It was spacious compared to his old room, already filled with the basic needed furniture, but spacious nevertheless. And though it was a bit much to take in, Izuku would eventually get used to it. Eventually. His teacher only stayed long enough to explain something about lunch before he went back downstairs, leaving Izuku to his devices. He began to unpack only once he was sure the man had left. He fills about a quarter of the large closet with his shirts, jackets, and hoodies. The remaining clothes, like pajamas and shorts, used only one large drawer from the dresser on the opposite wall to his bed. Next were the other essentials like his toothbrush, hairbrush, and deodorant. Those were stored with his pajamas to avoid clutter. Sure, there were other places to keep them, but he'd rather have most of his things together, just in case. His school bag sat beside the desk while his laptop and chargers sat on top. The laptop was an older model, but it worked perfectly fine nevertheless. It was an agonizingly slow process, but he liked it that way. The extra minutes Izuku gave himself allowed him to finally calm down some, which honestly was well needed if he was going to get through the rest of the day. After he was done unpacking, after everything he could put away was in its place, he mustered the courage to go back downstairs. At least he tried to. Both have been nice to him, but he can't help thinking this is a bad idea. They obviously regretted their choices if their moods in the car were anything to go by. Come on, Izuku. Just get it over with. He huffed, frustrated at himself. Before he could work himself up again, he slowly padded out of the room. However, the uncertainty returned as quickly as it left, as he was able to make out what was being said in his absence. His footsteps coming down the stairs were quiet as can be, so it was no wonder they didn't notice him. And while Izuku knew it was wrong when he stopped midway down the stairs, crouching to hide himself to listen into the conversation more, he couldn't help himself. His curiosity had once again gotten the best of him. That gonna be okay, Sho? How do we know that Hisashi? I'm not even sure where to start with the mess of problems he has. Is it fun to make such a mess for us to clean up? I mean really, Izuku, it's as if causing problems is a game to you. Who's being illogical now? An agitated hum followed. Look, we'll just have to take things slow. This is a delicate situation for all of us, so we can only do the best we can. And if we make a mistake, we'll do what it takes to fix it. What are we supposed to tell him? We can't exactly bring it up in casual conversation. Were we ready for this? Taking him in was the logical course of action, but I don't want to make things worse. This was about Izuku. Sho, you're overthinking this. I know you're worried, but we'll get through this together, one way or another. A pause, followed by a sigh. You're right. I think the stress is just clouding my judgment right now. Maybe if you listened for once, you wouldn't cause so much stress for your poor mother. The saying misery loves company is really starting to make more sense. Izuku didn't mean to, nor does he want to stress his teachers out, but it's been made clear he's too late in that regard. He wonders how long it'll take until they get tired of being nice or just tired of him overall. He grimaces at the mere thought. Well, one of us has to keep a clear head. Though, I always imagined the roles being reversed when the time had come. When the time came for what? Strange that if suddenly turned into a when, and we didn't even know when it had happened until less than a week ago. What exactly were they talking about? They didn't know Izuku was there, but how they phrased everything was rather vague. It could have been unintentional since they're the ones with context, so the subject didn't need to be outright stated, but doubt says otherwise. If they know he's there eavesdropping, he could be in a whole world of trouble. Barely an hour in their home and he's already causing problems. If they didn't know already, and somehow find out because Izuku slips up, well, he's effed either way. Izuku, I know I did not raise you to spy on people. Do you understand how disrespectful and invasive that is? Having heard enough, he decided to stay in his room after all. He ate breakfast that morning, so it wouldn't kill him if he didn't eat the rest of the day. Besides, he can always wake up earlier than they do to make himself something quick. Though would they mind if he used up the food they paid for? His adoptive parents didn't as long as he cleaned up after himself and ensured everything was back exactly where it was before. Then again, his teachers are bound to have their own set of house rules, and he's yet to understand what they are. He'll figure something out. Until then, he just has to stay in his room, the room he was given. Anyways, the first thing Izuku does when he goes back upstairs is attempt to get back inside the room as quietly as possible. He repeats the process from before with the knob to ensure it doesn't click when he closes the door. When he finally releases his hold of the cold metal, he sighs, praying his teachers didn't notice him come downstairs. He then slides down the door, bringing his knees up as a makeshift armrest. Only when he looks up does he realize that a pair of slitted eyes are watching him. He has no idea how he didn't see it slip inside, much less one of that size, because sitting neatly in front of him is a large, fluffy cat. Now, he's not an expert on cat breeds, but this one is a bit more obvious. The calico mainsin has a fitted collar resting around its neck, the golden name tag reading, Mo. Kind of a strange name for a cat, but who am I to judge? I don't exactly have experience with naming, much less owning a pet. The large feline seems content to stare at him, only meowing after he mumbles out a hello. Izuku is almost taken aback by the pitch of its voice, clearly expecting something deeper. He waves it off, slowly reaching his hand out for the cat to smell. When Mo takes one sniff, then two, he can feel the small puffs of air almost tickling his hand. Izuku breathes a small laugh, lips upturning just the slightest. Once the cat pulls away from his hand, a deep rumble starts from its chest. It begins to rub against Izuku, and he's confident to say this one is safe. His hands eventually find their way into its soft fur, the digits disappearing in the long coat. Mo continues to rub itself against him, the purr from before only getting louder. "You're pretty friendly, huh?" He's given an answer in the form of a curious meow. Seemingly done with its latest goal, the large feline begins to make his way into Izuku's lap. He puts his knees back down to give it more room, and the weight that settles on his legs feels equal to that of a small child. He isn't looking forward to the numb feeling that'll be coursing through his legs soon, but he doesn't complain. The cat is a nice distraction from his situation. He doesn't think much of it when he takes his phone out and sends a picture of the cat to Shudo. "I think we've shared enough between us to be past a first-name basis, at least I think so anyway. I'm not all that experienced when it comes to friendships, if I'm being honest. And that's only if you want. It's not like I have much experience either, so I'd say we're even. You can call me Shudo then." "Okay Shudo, call me Izuku." During their rooftop talk, Izuku discovered Shudo had always wanted a cat but could never get one due to his father's strict rules. Instead, he kept himself satisfied with pictures of cats and rare moments when strays would flock to his left side, seeking the comfortable warmth. Zuko 2.0, you got a cat? Secret love child. No, it's Aizawa-sensei's. Zuko 2.0, why do you have sensei's cat? Zuko 2.0, Izuku. Secret love child, about that? Zuko 2.0, did you steal our teacher's cat? I'm amazed he didn't catch you. Secret love child, I didn't steal his cat. Zuko 2.90, the only other explanation would be that you're currently at sensei's house. Secret love child, I'm not at our homeroom teacher's house either. Zuko 2.0, I knew it. Secret love child, Shudo no. I just said I wasn't. Zuko 2.0, Shudo yes. My theory was right after all. Sure, my first one was off but that doesn't dispute the newest one. Secret love child, listen, I swear it's not what you think, maybe? It's not entirely what you think. Zuko 2.0, I'm listening. Secret love child, it's kinda complicated. Zuko 2.0, my father is at his agency so I have all day. Izuku rubbed his fingers through the fur at the top of Mo's head, trying to find a way to explain this to his friend. He doesn't want to give the boy more of a reason to think his two teachers are secretly his parents of all people, but he might be too late in that regard as well. You got any ideas, Mo? He mused. The feline tilted his head at the mention of his name, providing no response. Izuku shrugged, it was worth a shot. Secret love child, it was kind of sudden, honestly. 1 minute I'm in my room working on the next subject of my analysis and the next police are surrounding my home. The only people I recognized were Aizawa-sensei, Yamada-sensei, and that detective that was there after the USJ. That reminds him, he still has to show Shudo his latest book. The boy was curious about his notes when he mentioned them, so he made a mental note to bring them when school started again. Shudo wasn't the judgmental type, therefore Izuku was less hesitant to let the others see his stalker notes. At least that's what Katsuki called them. Zuko 2.0, the one with the oversized coat? Secret love child. Yeah. Anyway, I kinda got locked in my room, and our homeroom teacher kicked down my door. Long story short, my adoptive parents got arrested, And now I'm staying with Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei until further notice. Zuko 2.0, they live together? Secret love child. Don't tell anyone this, but they're married. Zuko 2.0. Makes sense. Who would I tell though? Secret love child, Uraraka or Ida. Zuko 2.0. They don't understand my theories and probably wouldn't believe me. Secret love child. Fair point, but basically, that's the gist of what happened. As for the cat, it somehow snuck into the room I'm staying in. Zuko 2.0. I never took Aizawa-sensei for a cat person, but at the same time it makes perfect sense. Secret love child. I mean, he kind of just naps wherever, so I suppose it does make sense, yeah. Zuko 2.0. Back to more important matters. What is he like outside of class? Secret love child. You're taking this really well. Zuko 2.0. Why wouldn't I take this well? You have been reunited with your true heritage. Secret love child ple not this again. Zuko 2.0. You'll see that I'm right soon enough. You're in denial and we both know it. Secret love child. Izuku softly chuckled to himself at the absurdity of it all. Just because he's temporarily living with his teachers doesn't mean they're automatically his parents. He doesn't understand why Shudo is so convinced he's Yamada-san and Aizawa-san's kid, but he's sure it'll blow over eventually. At least he hopes so anyway. The boy was persistent about All Might being his dad until the whole thing with OFA was revealed, so there's no telling how long it'll last this go-round. And he knows it's only been 2 separate guesses so far that his friend has had, but why do they both pertain to it being one or more of their teachers of all things? Izuku can only shake his head, going back to giving most of his attention to the rumbling feline. A knock at the door brings him out of his thoughts, and he has to bite his tongue when claws from a startled cat embed themselves into his skin. He doesn't blame Mo for it, it's an instinct the cat can't control, after all. Still, that doesn't lessen the pain any. It's Aizawa-san behind the door, letting him know lunch is ready. The thought of rice and curry makes his mouth water, but he can't bring himself to join them. As much as he knows his teacher is being genuine, he can't seem to get rid of that seed of doubt. The man has worked with plenty of distressed kids before. As long as Izuku doesn't make it hard, his teacher dealing with him won't be any different from his other cases. He knows that his teacher following protocol isn't the problem. It's the things that he doesn't know that bother him. He hates how the only thing he can do about it is fill in the missing information with an educated guess or two. He knows both of his teachers are good people. He knew that All Might was an excellent hero, but in the same sense, good people only have so much patience. All Might's ran out and theirs will too. They'll only foster him long enough to say they tried, and then he'll be handed off to the next person. But as he said before, they're good people. They wouldn't do that. He may be the exception. Who knows? If he's lucky, they'll let him at least stay until he's legally old enough to move out. That way, it's a win-win. He gets a roof over his head for another 2 years or so, and they only have to deal with him for another 2 years or so. That's if he doesn't f it up halfway through. Izuku sighs, returning to his ministrations of combing his fingers through the thick coat of the purring bundle of fluff. He spends another half hour with Mo before the feline decides he's had enough attention and wants out. When he opens the door, Mo darts out and heads downstairs, leaving Izuku to his own devices. To keep himself occupied, he opens a new tab on his laptop and starts the latest research rabbit hole. This time, the subject isn't a hero, but someone who has helped people in their own way. Now, not much is known about this woman, but a few people had posted about her services before she ultimately retired. No one knows why someone so successful had shut down her business. No one may ever know or understand, for that matter. There are theories about it, but most of them are more or less the same. Ms. Hen, as she'd call herself. She was known enough among hero couples when her services became more popular amongst those who needed them, but her quirk wasn't exclusively used for heroes. Plenty of same-sex couples or even couples with FRTLTY problems came to her for help. And while Izuku doubts the legitimacy of Todoroki's wild guess, he is undoubtedly curious to know who his parents are, no matter how unlikely it is that he'll ever meet these people. Nevertheless, there's been a question Izuku's had since the sports festival. One that's really bothered him far more than the unknown identity of his bloodline. If his parents never wanted a kid, then why have one? It just didn't make any sense to him. Why go to such lengths to have a child if they were only going to leave him for someone else to take care of the first chance they got? Did they ever think about what would happen to Izuku after they gave him away? Do they remember him? Do they at least know he exists? And if they don't, what then? As much as that doesn't make much sense to him, he can't wholly dispute the idea. Well, that would mean he wasn't supposed to exist. It would mean he's nothing more than the result of some kind of slip-up. It would mean out of all the mistakes Izuku has made, he's the biggest one. A mistake making mistakes. What a joke. Izuku laughs, the sound bitter and fake to even himself. Damn it. I'm getting myself worked up again. Before tears could slip, Izuku forced shaky breaths to even out. Breathe in for 4 seconds and out 4. His shoulders sagged once he could calm himself down, and he wiped away any built-up moisture that had yet to leave. He huffed, so much for that keeping him distracted. Only a few hours had passed since he'd unpacked by that point, and he was unsure if one of his teachers would check on him again, so he decided to move on to other research. It'd be redundant if he continued with the first idea, seeing as that nearly caused him to spiral from his own unwelcome anxiety and unyielding habit of getting so emotional over even the smallest of things. He scrolled through recent hero news, trying to see if there were any recent debuts. Mount Lady and Kamui Woods were more along what he was looking for, but they were at least a year past that part of their career. Actually, they don't seem to be doing too bad so far. Mount Lady has taken well to the publicity, while Kamui Woods has been improving with his rescues. He wonders if his next thought is interrupted by a familiar ringtone going off. He checks the number just in case he has set the short audio for anyone else, but lo and behold, it's still one of the first people he's given his number to. Caller ID, All Might. He let it ring once more and then twice to be sure before he answers. Hello. Young Midoriya. How good it is to finally hear from you again. You too, sir. Did something happen? Can't a mentor call to check in on his student? Oh, I didn't mean to imply anything. It's just been a while since we last talked. Yes, it has, hasn't it? I've tried setting up another chat between just two of us, but with your other teachers being so overactive, I haven't gotten the chance. I also meant to call sooner, but I've been busy with other matters, you see. It's okay, sir. I understand you must have a packed schedule. Thata boy. I knew you would. Now, I hate to be so blunt with this, but I heard what happened earlier today. Your folks seemed like such good people. It's a shame they'll be behind bars for who knows how long. Who told him that? When did he find out when it's barely been a few hours since that happened? I guess. The police must have had a solid reason to, so maybe it's a good thing, Izuku shrugged. He wasn't entirely sure about that, but he will admit it's nice not to worry about following so many rules at the moment, anyway. Nonsense. In the end, they had your best interest in mind, but I didn't call to lecture you about that. Tsukachi told me Aizawa and Yamada are homing you for the time being, so I thought it would be a wonderful idea if I took you in instead. I have plenty of room and income for one more person. And while you wouldn't have to stay with me permanently, of course, you would be guaranteed a roof over your head until you graduated and gained some financial stability. That sounds great and all Might, but I'm not sure. He may not have liked his previous parents' punishments, but his mentors weren't all that great either. Living with him would mean Izuku couldn't escape those punishments. I know I went a bit harsh during our last training session, but I can promise if you stay with me, there won't be a reason to hate improving one for all. I have my own training room, so we wouldn't even have to practice on school grounds, and after we're done, I'll drive us to UA so we can have some bonding time each morning. Doesn't that sound fun? I'll have to think about if that's okay. What are you talking about? Didn't you want to see your mentor again? This is the best way to do that. All Might, I didn't mean dash. What did I say about the stuttering boy? The cheery tone had fallen, revealing something colder. Now you listen to me. I've put time and effort into ensuring you have a bright future as a hero. Don't ruin all that progress simply because dash. The line went dead. Izuku's phone beeped twice, indicating the end of the call, but he knew All Might didn't hang up. He didn't hang up and still has bars, so what? Unknown ID, I strongly recommend you block that number. If he attempts to contact you at all again, do try to ignore him. I'll handle this as I should have weeks ago. Should you have concerns, need any advice, or simply wish to chat, my office and number will always be open to you. P.S. Enjoy your time off of school with my former students. Principal Nizu. Unknown ID has changed nickname to Nizu-san. Okay, maybe that's enough screen time for today. He wasn't as stressed anymore, but something else slipped into its place. Confusion maybe? Bewilderment? Yeah, that sounds about right. He didn't know how Nizu knew All Might was calling him, but he'd rather not find out, much less understand what taking care of All Might implied. Maybe the principal will go easy on the man. He was still relatively new to teaching after all. Besides, it's not like All Might acted like that around other students. It couldn't be that bad, right? The following morning, Izuku is woken up by the sound of paws grasping between the small space separating the bottom of the door and the flooring. He cracks his eyes open, turning to face where the sound is coming from. The fur on the limb is short, gray, and white. It's not the same cat from the day before. Aizawa-san did say they have 3 in total. Izuku just wasn't expecting to meet all of them so soon. He's eventually forced to get up and open the door when the pawing worsens, and the noise going with it becomes louder. He pauses in the doorway, listening to see if his teachers are up yet, but there's only silence. That is, besides the soft purring at his feet. He bent down to give the short-haired feline a gentle scratch behind its ears as he lifted the name tag on its collar enough to read. Spoon? These cats sure have interesting names. He straightened back up and left out into the hallway, keeping his steps as light as he could manage. As he passed his teacher's bedroom, he could hear the soft padding of Spoon following him like a baby duckling. It was rather cute, he smiled. He initially assumed cats were more antisocial in nature, but either that didn't apply to Aizawa-san's, or whoever came up with that idea had never actually been around a cat before. He'll take the unexpected company regardless. He was relieved to find a vacant kitchen confirming that both teachers were likely still asleep. Considering they have other jobs outside of being teachers, he can't blame them for sleeping in while they can. Yamada-san only has to go to the radio station every Friday, but still, even just the 2 jobs the men have must take up a lot of their time. It's impressive if they somehow find the time to relax, especially now that they have to take care of another person besides themselves. Izuku shook off the thought. He doesn't want to use anything without permission, but he would like to at least eat something today. Breakfast it is. Aizawa-san said they left a pre-portioned container of lunch from the day before, which would make that the ideal option. If the situation calls for desperation, he can always use some of the birthday money he's saved up over the years to get a meal or 2 from the closest convenience store. However, that would require sneaking out, so he'll come back to that if push comes to shove. Izuku considered heating up the leftovers but ultimately decided against it since he didn't know how loud the microwave would be, and using the stove would take longer than he'd prefer. As expected, cold food that's supposed to be warm isn't all that appetizing. But since Izuku has yet to eat since the previous morning, he does what he can to brush off any nausea. The flavors are wonderful, of course, but he can't bring himself to appreciate them as much as he'd like. Something about eating cold food with the added liquid texture reminds him too much of the slime villain. And even though the portion he was given isn't more than he can stomach, it does take longer to get through. Meanwhile, the gray cat that followed him earlier had quietly sat beside him on the floor behind the counter, waiting until he was done to get more attention. He tried to be thorough yet quick when he washed the container and utensils, drying them with a soft rag before he found the cabinet they belonged in and put them away. Despite his efforts, the gray feline still had gotten impatient by the time he'd slid back down to the floor. He understood that. What he didn't understand was why Spoon used him to get up on her back feet and drawled out a rather loud mrow. The walls weren't thin by any means, but the cat wasn't exactly quiet either. Apparently, the time it took for Izuku to freeze up and regain his bearings also took too long, as Spoon began to meow in a short, quick pattern. Was this what they called chirping or chattering? Not the point. If Aizawa-san and Yamada-san were sleeping, things needed to be quiet. Some people, or beings, disagreed, however. He rubbed his fingers at the top of the feline's head, keeping his voice low as he spoke. "Please don't do that, you're gonna wake everyone up." Kid! Too late. Upon hearing the new presence, Spoon abandoned her spot halfway on top of Izuku and darted out of sight to Aizawa-san. After another series of what Izuku guesses are chirps and trills, he hears the man mumble, "Good morning to you too, brat," before he sets his attention back on his student. Izuku watches as his teacher leans over the counter to spot him and raises a brow. "I didn't expect to see you up so early. I take it you're not one for sleeping in." He gets up, brushing himself off from where he sat, and shrugs. "Not really." Aizawa-san hums. Just as a forewarning, whoever is up first, the cats tend to bug about being fed. Usually that would be me, but it seems Spoon already decided it was your turn instead. I didn't realize that was what she wanted. The man waves it off. "No worries, kid. You've barely been here a whole 24 hours. Once you're more in tune with our schedule, it'll get easier." Izuku moves more to the side when his teacher slips into the kitchen, starting a pot of coffee. Once that begins to brew, he takes out 2 cans of cat tuna and splits one between 2 bowls. The whole of the second can is set into a larger bowl. Each of them is personally labeled for each cat: Mo, Spoon, and BSRD. He must have lingered on that last name too long, as Aizawa-san said. Originally it was a joke, but we couldn't find any other fitting name. Eventually it started to stick anyway, so there was no point in trying to change it. The other 2 were so sweet though. I wonder what that one is like. Then, I could have worded that better, sorry about that. The irony of his name is what made it a joke in the first place. Izuku mentally cursed himself for mumbling but refrained from reacting to the comment too much besides a simple, "Oh." They didn't seem to mind too much last time he slipped, but it's best not to push his luck. "Why you think naming one of our pets an insult is beyond me, but there's no going back now, is there?" Yamada-san chided, joining in the conversation. Aizawa-san poured them both a cup, adding creamer and milk to his own while the other stayed plain black. "It was funny, at the time," he smirked. "Yeah, at the time. Hey, you thought it was good too." "When I thought it was only a joke, show. Not my fault BSRD likes his name." "What is he supposed to call the cat then?" Yamada-san asked, gesturing to Izuku. "Kid." The boy looked up from where he'd averted his gaze from the couple's moment. "You have my full permission to curse as long as it's not done excessively." "There, problem solved." "Shoyuda Aizawa, you can't do that." "I just did." It was different, to say the least, to see Aizawa-sensei be so expressive. "I deal with your sailor mouth enough as it is, mister." I wonder what Todoroki would say if he saw this. It keeps things lively around here. Yamada-san sighed and shook his head, a fond smile gracing his expression. "As if I'm not the life of the party between us. Now, I don't know about you two, but I could go for a more American-style breakfast." "Sounds good to me." "Kid, got any special requests?" "Oh, he already ate though." "Does he tell them that? Or does he go along with it and just eat a big enough portion to satisfy them?" "Something wrong, little listener? It would be worse to waste food than not eat it at all." "It's just that I already ate this morning. You two were still asleep, so I had the leftover curry." "I hope that's okay." Of course it was okay. Hell, even if we don't have leftovers in the fridge, you're free to make yourself something to eat. Yamada-san added, "Show's right. Though, I'll be making some French toast, eggs, and sausage if you're still hungry at any point, alright? All you have to do is ask, and I'll be happy to make you a plate." "Sounds good." Izuku nodded. It was similar to how things were before, though Izuku was only allowed to cook as long as he kept things quiet and didn't wake the other house occupants in the process. He's unsure if Aizawa-san and Yamada-san woke up by their own choice or if the cat really was as loud as he feared. He's leaning towards the former option, seeing as either teacher didn't look to be in a sour mood. Yamada-san then began to take out everything he needed to prepare the simple breakfast, and Aizawa-san quickly joined. Izuku eventually moved to watch from the other side of the counter that separated the kitchen and dining room, unsure what else to do. They nearly moved in sync, barely exchanging words between the two as they did their part. And with 2 sets of hands working, it only took so long before everything was in the cooking process. "Hey, Aizawa-san?" "Yeah. I was just wondering, are we not going to school today? I meant to tell you yesterday, but Nizu has given us a few days off. Mike and I will have substitutes covering our classes until we go back Thursday since the principal wanted to give you some time to rest and recuperate. Oh, it's not a bad thing. Everyone needs a day off or two every once in a while, Yamada-san assured. And that's coming from the guy who has 3 jobs. Different people have their own limits though, be it mental or physical. Unsure how to respond, Izuku kept quiet. The silence was less awkward this go-round as the couple busied themselves with cooking, and it wasn't long before breakfast was ready. Although Izuku thought he'd eaten enough to last him at least a few hours, he was proven wrong when his stomach growled after being exposed to the aroma of cinnamon and meat. Alrighty, Yamada-san grinned once everything was finished cooking. All that's left to do is set the table. Midoriya, could you help me with that? Izuku took the request as an opportunity to keep himself busy, grabbing the things his homeroom teacher gave him to set on the dining table. When that task was completed, he looked to see if there was anything he could do to make himself useful. However, Aizawa-san waved him off, urging him to take his place at the table. He hesitated at first but realized it was best to do what they said and be safe rather than do something that'd make the situation worse for himself. Everything counted, the more minor stuff included. The couple joined him shortly after with bowls of mouth-watering food in hand. His portion was set down first, and the other 2 followed. They returned with tall cups of water, the cool temperature creating a layer of condensation around the glass. Once his teacher's foster parents sat down, they said their thanks for the meal and dug in. Izuku waited for them to begin eating before he followed suit and had to resist the urge to take bigger bites. He wasn't sure how he was so hungry when he'd just eaten barely half an hour prior. Do you not like it, kid? We can make something else if needed, his homeroom teacher asked. Do you not like your mother's cooking? She's slaved away for hours, and this is what she gets in return. Izuku nearly inhales a bite of toast, forcing himself to swallow before it sends him into a coughing fit. The food is painful going down, so he quickly chases it down with his drink. He avoids looking at either adult as he comes up with a response, the embarrassment staining his cheeks a light pink. He's barely been in their home for a full day and already comparing the 2 with his parents. I'm sorry if it came off as I didn't enjoy your cooking. I was just lost in thought. Yamada-san offered. It's okay, little listener, it happens to all of us. And there's no need to apologize, kid. Even if you didn't like it, we wouldn't have been offended. Everyone has their different tastes. Izuku nodded, going back to his meal to avoid further conversation. The rest of breakfast is quiet, albeit awkward on Izuku's end. He can't bring himself to look anywhere but the table until their meal is over. He's quick to offer to take care of the dishes once everyone is finished, reasoning it's the least he could do. However, he's shot down by both men, being told to relax in the living room instead. He hesitates to leave the area but is guided away by Aizen when the man notices him lingering. He sits on the plush chair facing the equally plush couch his homeroom teacher chooses to rest on. Unsurprisingly, his teacher is the one who starts what he can only guess will be either a very long discussion or something else. Like most things revolving around his life recently, Izuku's not entirely sure about this. We don't have a solid plan on how today will go, so I'd like to get a few things out of the way before it gets too late into the afternoon. And while I understand if things might feel a bit overwhelming at the moment, I thought it'd make it easier if we went over at least the basics, like how things run around here and our own set of rules. Does that sound okay to you, kid? As uncomfortable as Izuku was, he knew the information would be necessary and it's not like he had much of a choice either, so he nodded. With that, Aizawa-san continued. Right. That being said, I'll start off with the usual routine we'll have once you start attending classes. In the mornings, we'll eat breakfast, get ready for the day, and then head to school. Mike and I have to be there earlier than the students, so if you need to take a quick nap in the main lounge before homeroom starts, by all means be my guest. I'll show you where the pillows and blankets are if you ever need them once we actually go back. Izuku couldn't help how his fingers twitched to hold a pen and notebook. Despite this not being a class lesson, he still felt he should take some sort of notes on this. After all, you never know when even the more minor details will be essential to remember. After that, you'll attend your usual classes. During lunch you can either join Hisashi and I in the staff room, or you can eat with your friends as you normally would. Before he could stop himself, Izuku asked, "If I ate in the staff room, wouldn't that be inconvenient for you too?" His teacher raised a brow. "Why do you think that would be an inconvenience for us?" "Well, lunch is supposed to be a break from students, I suppose. If I was there, it'd ruin the point. While that's not what our lunch is for specifically, I think I see where you're coming from. But no, technically any student can spend their lunchtime in the staff room if they're feeling overwhelmed or just need somewhere quiet to eat. We don't go around advertising the fact, so it's understandable only a few students are aware of this. However, your situation is a bit different. The same rules apply, but you get more lenience since Hisashi and I, as UA staff, are your foster parents. Of course, you won't always get extra privileges since you still are a student regardless, but this is one of the few I don't mind giving out. Anyways, once school is over, we'll come home and take care of any chores needed. Dinner is usually made around the same time, and once we get that out of the way, we'll find a movie to watch before bed. If movies aren't your forte, there's a few board games Zashi has stored around here somewhere." That sounds similar to the schedule he used to follow, kind of. A lot has actually changed, but Izuku isn't going to let himself think too hard about it. That's a problem for later. Mind you, I will have patrol a few days out of the week, but you'll be in bed by then, so you won't even notice I'm gone. To Zashi, however, "I have my radio show Friday evenings, so it'll just be you and Sho," Yamada-san finished, sitting beside his husband. "That is unless I happen to have patrol that night. Now, as much as we would prefer to not leave you home by yourself, trust must be given where it's due." Izuku nodded, and his teacher continued. "That brings us to rules and expectations. Should I write this down? I feel like I should, but it would be rude to interrupt Aizawa-san just so I can get the supplies. I'll have to memorize it until I can get the chance to store the information physically. First things first, Midoriya." "Yes. We want you to understand that under any circumstances we will never lay our hands on you as punishment. Yes, there will still be some consequences if you break our trust, but we would never hurt you, and if we ever do something that upsets you, you can tell us." Izuku stopped, unsure how to feel about that. He should be relieved, happy even, that he won't have to deal with the pain like he did before, but how does he know they won't go back on their word? How does he know his teachers won't snap and punish him the same way they did? He wants to think they're telling the truth, but he just can't bring himself to fall into that sense of security like he desperately wants to. Not yet, anyway. When he's quiet long enough, he hears a sigh from one of the two teachers. Now, I'm sure no one wants this part of the conversation to drag out longer than it has to, so I'll try to keep it relatively simple. It was Yamada-san who spoke up this time. "Actually, before we discuss that, Midoriya, do you mind telling us what kind of rules you originally had to follow?" "Yes?" "No, I don't mind." That seemed reasonable enough. He should be able to list the main 15 rules. Most of them, anyway. Some of them. There was a number that Izuku knew might sound odd to an outsider's perspective. Those were mostly the ones about his original quirk, though. If you need to stop at any point, feel free to, alright? We can come back to this at another time when you're more comfortable talking about it. Izuku nodded. Most of the rules were easy to follow. Don't be home late, don't get in trouble at school, grades are to be no lower than an A, keep my location on at all times unless I'm at home, avoid cameras. He trailed off, trying to remember the rest. Aizawa nodded, remembering when the boy had told him about that last rule before the sports festival. Some of those seem reasonable enough. Though, Midoriya, do you know why your parents didn't want you around cameras? Izuku went to answer, but realized he couldn't. He didn't know. He never understood why they had established specific rules, but then again he didn't question them all that much either. If he ever did ask, it was brushed off. In the end, he could only shrug in response. Okay, were there any others you can remember? Izuku nods this time, listing off the rest of the rules in his head before he answers. He's already covered 8 through 11 and 13 since those were the basics and safer options to start with. Raising my voice ended in a strike that went for hiding things or if I tried to lie too. Any time I went against the rules it was a strike, actually. There's a few extra, but they're just more of the basics. While they already had a good idea of what the answer would be, Aizawa still asked, "What exactly does a strike insinuate?" He needed to hear what they did from the boy's mouth. It was one thing to hear about something from another source, but it's a whole other when it comes straight from the victim. Especially in this situation, seeing as said victim is a child, more so with it being their own child. And while they didn't know they had a kid until recently, this is the first step to making up for all that lost time. Well, it's like how baseball works. 3 strikes and you're out. Except that's when I was punished for my mistakes. They were actually quite lenient with me considering how much I messed up. Sure, they were bad in some areas, but really, who's to blame for that? Could have been punished for every strike. They could have enforced more strict rules for him to follow. Who knows, maybe they really did have a reason to hurt him. Do you really believe that? Well, you were a mumbling kid, but do you really think that what happened to you is your fault? He really needed to kick that habit. Well, I mean kind of. There had to have been some kind of reason why their ESPN was more intense. Unfortunately, that only seemed to upset his teachers more. It was easier to tell with Yamada-san, but Aizawa-san had his tells, and they were showing. With that, Izuku couldn't help but flinch when his English teacher suddenly got up and rushed over to where he was. He instinctively cowered back, quickly remembering there was nowhere to go. Yamada-san paused mid-step, his face scrunching up into something hurt. After a moment's hesitation, the blonde kneeled in front of Izuku, giving his student the higher ground. "Midoriya, we meant what we said when we told you we would never lay our hands on you. What they did to you was not your fault either. You're a good kid, and you didn't deserve that." "No one does." Izuku couldn't find the words to respond, so he shrugged. Suddenly, arms are wrapped around him, and his body tenses out of habit. A hand cradles his head, and the other keeps him close. Hizashi dash. The man in question sniffles above him, sounding on the verge of tears. He doesn't understand why his teacher, guardian, is hugging him. How could those monsters be so cruel to such a sweet kid? Yamada-san. He doesn't dare move away. The embrace is warm and comforting, similar to when Aizawa-san hugged him. Being held like this felt almost alien, yet safe. He doesn't dare move away. Mistakes happen, little listener. They don't give other people a reason to hurt you, and I'm so sorry you had to think that all this time. Why was he apologizing? Why was he upset? Did Izuku do something wrong? If only we dash. Hizashi. There's nothing we could have done then. We didn't know. Izuku wants to ask but ultimately decides to keep his mouth shut. The warmth slips away as Yamada-san stands back up. "Sorry about that, little listener. I should have asked before I got into your personal space." Izuku could only mumble, "It's fine," in return, disappointed the embrace hadn't lasted a little longer. What am I thinking? These are my teachers. I'm lucky they even entertain the idea of caring about my opinion in the first place. Not to mention the consideration of taking me into their home rather than sending me into foster care. Aizawa-san clears his throat. "Right, like I mentioned earlier, we have our own set of rules I'd like to go over. We don't expect you to be perfect in following them. All I ask is that you put some effort into respecting them. With that in mind, I'll start off with the basics. Things like picking up after yourself, going to bed at a decent time, and asking for permission to go somewhere are a given. If you want to hang out with your friends for a few hours, make sure we don't already have plans that day, and let us know where you're going. If you want to bring someone over, again, just ask. If you ever get hurt, I ask that you don't try to hide it from us." Why would I try to hide an injury? Though, what's the point of them knowing about it if I take care of it anyway? The other two never interfered when I got hurt, but they did provide the right things so I could patch myself up. It's likely they want to ensure it's nothing severe in case I have to go to the hospital. Right? Izuku nearly forgot something Todoroki had asked him when they were still in the hospital. With the first two, he knew it'd be a slim chance that he would be allowed to go, but he still needed to figure out where exactly he stood with his teachers. "I actually have a question regarding one of those things." Hizashi-san perked up in his curiosity. "Shoot." "So, I know you two probably don't go that much due to Aizawa-san being an underground hero and all, but would it be okay if I tagged along with Todoroki to the upcoming Hero Gala? Endeavors bringing him, and since he's allowed a +1, he invited me to go with him, with your permission of course. The reason why I don't go to those galas is more because I can't stand most of the flashy heroes there, but sure, I see no problem with that. Yamada. Of course you can go. I haven't been to one myself for some time, and Nemuri's been bugging Sho to attend one anyway. I do go, it's just on rare occasions, Aizawa-san quipped. Honey, I love you, but the last gala you attended was 3 years ago. Like I said, rare occasions. Izuku fought the urge to snort at the display, unable to stop the corners of his mouth from tugging up. He was almost dizzy from how much the mood changed within such a small window of time. We're getting off track. Did you have any other questions, kid? Izuku shook his head. Alright, just let me know if you do at any point. Anyways, we don't have a lot of specific rules, and if we happen to forget to mention any, that'll be on us. Understand? Yes, Aizawa-san. Going over the more specific rules didn't take long, and soon the conversion melted into topics less nerve-wracking like their plans for the rest of their break. Yamada-san and Aizawa-san decide they should wait until they can retrieve the rest of Izuku's belongings before they spend the rest of the day at the mall. More clothes and shoes are on the list of things to get, along with a new bed set and any extra decorations that catch the boy's eye. Their words, not his. Izuku insists he doesn't need the extra stuff, but the men don't take no for an answer. They even seem more laid back as the day goes on, yet Izuku can't help but notice the caution they take around him. Luckily, the worst of it is settled by the time they have dinner and watch a movie. However, that doesn't mean it's not there when Izuku is gently ushered to bed, Yamada-san insisting he gets as much rest as he can since they have a long day of running to do. Izuku still doesn't understand why the couple has taken the extra effort to make sure he's comfortable and more than well taken care of. He appreciates it nonetheless, though. And while he may not be sure about how things will turn out for him in the near future, as he drifts off to sleep, there's a small voice in the back of his mind that dares to hope things will get better from then on. So the first 2 days of having their son home didn't start perfectly, but that's to be expected. It was logical. Yes, the kid didn't come out of his room the first night, but if he wanted space, Sho Yuta wasn't going to deny him of it. It looked to help by the next morning anyway, so it was the right decision in the end. The tension in the boy's shoulders had loosened enough, and the nervous way he carried himself had dented out some by the end of their first full day. That was progress already. It was slow, but still progress nonetheless. Besides, it's not like he expected Izuku to be immediately comfortable with them. As much as they were his foster parents, they were also his teachers. They have to earn a level of trust first and foremost. They have to allow the boy enough time to feel comfortable around them and show their son they are adults he can rely on. Though, regarding the situation of telling the boy of their connection, that's a whole other story. There may never be the right time to say to him, or there may be, and they miss the chance. Either way, Sho Yuta, as happy as he is to have a kid to call his own, doesn't know how Izuku will react to the news. However, that is an issue for later. Sho Yuta needs to focus on the now issue, Hisashi trying to buy everything their son so much as glances at. Of course, he'd also like to spoil the kid, but they don't need to overwhelm him. Therefore, he only buys the things the boy lingers around before moving on to the next item. So far, within the span of the 2 hours they've been at the mall, they've found a little over a week's worth of shirts, jeans and shorts, sweatshirts for the fall, and a few jackets for the winter. Currently, they're looking for a new set of sheets and extra blankets. Little listener, what do you think of this one? Isn't it cute? Yeah, I suppose it is. Oh, what about this one? Or this? Hisashi. Yes, my darling dear? You're going to overwhelm the kid at this rate. We're not in any rush to find these things. Besides, it's barely noon. We still have the rest of the day to look around. As well-intentioned as his excitement is, Hisashi needed that extra reminder to tone it down. This was still a new situation and environment for their son. Too much at once might ruin any progress they'd made. Not that either of them would ever purposely do that, but between Sho Yuta and Hisashi, the latter is more excitable. In this case, it's logical, but that doesn't change how delicate their situation is. Sorry about that, little listener. Got a bit too eager there. It's fine. I don't really mind. If things do start to become too much, you'll let one of us know, right? Yes, Aizawa-san. Shoyuta hummed, encouraging the boy to look at more bed sets. They've come close to a favorite. Only close, not quite yet, though. At some point, Shoyuta is about to remind Izuku to take his time when he notices flitting eyes catch on something. The packaging displays a starry theme. Among the yellow constellations decorating a black background is a simple cat silhouette. It's set to make the cat look as if it were dancing among the stars. He could see the appeal. Is that the one you want? If that's okay. Shoyuta nods in approval. Afterward, Hisashi helps the boy find a few matching decorations for his bedroom, and when they're done, the underground hero has one of the employees run their stuff to the car. It wouldn't be much of a trip to drop the things off themselves, but it's best to allow as much time to shop and spend with their son. Speaking of which, as loud as the mall is, Shoyuta can't help but notice how quiet Izuku has been. He'll talk when he's spoken to, but not on too many occasions besides that. Hisashi, bless him, keeps the air light with jokes and nonsensical ramblings. That seems to do a decent job of keeping the boy less tense, at least. Not to mention, theoretically speaking, this could encourage their son to indulge in his own ramblings. Should has learned to understand Hisashi, so it wouldn't be too difficult to make sense of Izuku's. Soon enough, they agree to take a break from walking around and settle on a place to get lunch to satisfy their hunger until dinner. Once that's done, the group heads into more themed stores that Shoyuta caught his son lingering on in passing. Said son is still more hesitant to ask for much without being prompted but has slowly given in to requesting things here and there. Anyways, most of the stores have popular hero merch while others sell more limited edition pieces, which can get quite pricey depending on what it is. However, it isn't a problem for the two pros, and they ensure to not so subtly remind their son of this fact. They could care less about the price as long as it makes him happy. Ultimately, they leave with a few posters, 2 figurines, and a couple of themed shirts. Izuku thanks them for everything they've gotten him, obviously worried about the quick-growing total of it all. Shoyuta gently waves it off, cursing the Midoriyas to himself while Hisashi thinks of more ways to spoil their kid a bit more. By the time the three get home, it takes all of them to carry Izuku's things upstairs. The two pros head back down to make dinner to allow the boy time to organize and arrange his stuff how he pleases in peace. This time when he's done, he joins them downstairs, although still unsure what to do with himself. They manage to convince Izuku to help them prepare dinner and are more or less surprised to see how skilled he is in the kitchen. There's still a sense of rather amateur-level methods to the tasks he's given, but that just means there's more that they can teach him. Dinner goes as smoothly as possible with their progress with the boy, and downtime is around the same. There's hesitance to most things Izuku does, but he's slowly coming around. Shuta's proud of how far his son had come already, but the man still keeps in mind how long it might take for the boy to get used to his new way of life, much less be comfortable around his two teachers. He almost can't wait for the day they can be considered a family like the one he and Hisashi had once dreamed of. Almost. Shoyuta Aizawa is a patient man. Even if he doesn't like it, he'll wait as long as it takes. Luckily, by the 3rd day of adjusting, Shoyuta is able to convince their son to take off the brace, albeit not without some panic and another long conversation. I don't know what you're talking about. I promise it's okay, you're not in trouble. While yes, I wish I had been informed of this earlier, it still should have been your choice alone to tell me. Even if you didn't tell me everything, something would have been helpful with adjusting your training. However, because of the incompetence of others, you've had to suffer up until after the internships. Oh. It wasn't really my secret to tell, I think. Care to elaborate on that, bud? They were patient with the boy. Oh, so patient. It was sickening to see how he reacted to their behavior, though. Like anything he did was going to be wrong, and get him hurt, for that matter. Well, you know how Todoroki went to the same hero I did when we had our internships? Shoyuta kept a mental note of the name slip but didn't think much of it beyond that. Of course. I might have told him. The boy quickly added, he won't tell anyone, I swear. Easy there, little listener. We're not upset you told someone who you felt you could trust. Long history behind the quirk or not, it's your decision in the end to decide who knows. But All Might would be disappointed if he knew. Does All Might know? Well, no. then it'll stay that way as long as you want it to. Besides, considering how much trouble that jackass language has caused and been in recently, he definitely doesn't have the right to be making demands. If that means keeping a secret from him, then so be it. Is it really okay? Shoyuta would love to have another talk with that pretentious blonde BSTRD, but he knows his boss wouldn't be too happy with him if he did. The only thing he can do for now is help his son, which they've slowly been getting better at. Recently, they've switched the boy over to taking a safer method of Quirk suppression. The prescribed capsules only block the factor by so much, and even then, they'll be working on taking him off of those little by little. Had they tried to take Izuku off the suppressants completely, his body would have eventually gone into shock. The more extreme withdrawals from being so dependent on that black market drag would end in a visit to the hospital. A very long visit. In some similar cases, patients have died from withdrawal, but Shoyuta doesn't want to see that as ever being a possibility. They only just learned they had a kid of their own. Nothing nor no one is taking him away from them. Speaking of which, he is not looking forward to the trial being held in only a few weeks. Izuku has to see those demed child abusers again, and according to Tsukachi, they're trying to sue for custody over the boy even though it would be useless by the time all of their criminal charges are put out into the open. Entitled lowlifes, the lot of them. Another issue regarding the trial is that the police want to use their parental heritage of Izuku as a backup in case the Midoriyas try to pull something. So he and Hisashi either have that time in between to tell him, or they wait to see if it is needed in court. It's a strong winning factor for their side, so Shoyuta isn't going to place any bets on it not being used. This isn't to say he wants to keep their son a secret. The attention from being a legacy child is just a foreign concept to the boy. Izuku didn't grow up around it, unlike Tensei and his little brother, and the Yaoyorozu girl. The others know what to expect. He doesn't. Shoyuta sighed, brushing his hair back from where it had fallen in front of his face. He was supposed to be typing up an email to his other employer about when he'll be starting patrol again. However, he's barely gotten anything done since he began almost 2 hours ago. By this point, the subject of his worries has long since gone to bed, followed by all 3 of their cats. Shoyuta would have thought it was sweet how quickly their pets had warmed up to the boy had he not been dealing with what he can only describe as a parental crisis. Anyways, his employer wants him to take a paid leave until further notice. He mentioned the new member of their family once in his temporary leave request, and now the guy suddenly cares about him taking time off for once. Figures. Well, as much of an a-hole as his other boss is, the guy always did try to make himself out to be compassionate for family-regarded issues. Plus, Shoyuta has never requested more than a day off before, so when he asks for 2 weeks, he rolls his eyes, huffs, and finally comes to terms with the fact that he won't be submitting this email until he can get a clearer head. He lightly rubs at his eyes from where the screen's glare had strained them, and then he hears knuckles rapping from the other side of the door to his office. It's Hisashi holding 2 steaming cups of non-caffeinated tea with 3 cubes of sugar added to shouldas, just how he likes it. What can he say? He enjoys sweet things. It's getting late, and you know it doesn't do anyone any good when you stress yourself out before bed. Shoyuta got up, bending back to pop out any stiff joints. What makes you think I'm stressed out? Your shoulders are still tense and your eyes are scrunched, dear. Considering how long we've been married for, you would think I should know my own husband at this point. He took the cup from Hisashi, the warmth from the cup easing some of the stress. You make a good point. As usual, the blonde quipped. Damn it. I thought we were doing fine. Hisashi, wake up. He's gone. What huh? Izuku, he's not in his room. What? Are you sure he's not downstairs? The blonde man frantically asked. I checked. Twice. Well, where do you think he could have gone? I don't know. Why would he just leave all of a sudden? I don't know, Shoyuta snapped. He cursed, immediately apologizing for his mistake. Look, we're both worried and would like some answers, but we need to find him first. I don't even know how long it's been since he left, so he could be anywhere by now. It seemed like things had just started to turn around for the better. They did everything possible to ensure he felt comfortable and understood they were safe. Shoyuta had watched as the boys slowly became more comfortable around them. More relaxed. It was a slow, gradual change, but change nonetheless. He'd been so proud when his son began to genuinely smile around them again. It was a small tug at the lips at first, then a quick smirk. Next was a light grin. It was aimed toward the cats, but it still counts. And only hours before discovering his son's disappearance, something Hisashi said during a movie had gotten a chuckle. Pipe, mind you, but a chuckle nonetheless. So where did they go wrong? I'll contact my agency and have any heroes on patrol keep an extra eye out. Shouldn't we get Nizu to help? He'd be able to track the boy's phone. Nizu already knows the situation, but he won't be of any help. For now. Are you sure? Unfortunately, yes. DMN Rat decided then was the perfect time to play his mind games. Shoyuta had asked his boss for assistance before he woke Hisashi up, but Nizu assured him that they didn't need his help and would be fine returning to the school like normal. He had told the pro that whether or not Shoyuta and Hisashi looked for the boy themselves wouldn't make a difference. He knew something. Shoyuta just didn't know what or how much. And it's not that Shoyuta isn't used to the rat's mind games. The pro would simply prefer it if his boss didn't risk children's safety in the process. Or at least pretend to, anyway. Nizu is sadistic, however he runs UA for a reason. Mostly because the Chimeras always had a soft spot for kids, especially the troubled ones. And because he won a chess game against the principal before him. Before Shoyuta attended UA, Nizu was only a teacher initially, but the last guy was too prideful for his own good. He had fully believed he could compete against someone with one of the highest IQs in Japan, but that's beside the point. Hisashi hummed. Do you still have that detective's number? Shoyuta nodded, wasting no time sending a mass text to any nearby heroes first. Tsukachi speaking. I need to cash in a favor. This early? I wouldn't have called you if it wasn't an emergency. Can't argue with that. What did you need? The man asked, a yawn following suit. It was to be expected, considering the time. Shoyuta summarized what happened and gave the other man an estimation of how long it might have been since the kid left. I don't know what else to do here. Well, do you know if he took his phone with him? I could get someone to track it down. I checked, he left it. Smart kid. Not helping. I was only joking. Though if it eases your mind any, I'm sure he's fine. Probably just needed to go for a walk and clear his head. If that really was the case, why didn't he take his phone with him? Shoyuta was more so asking in general rather than aiming the question at the detective. Kids forget things, that's just how they are. But anyways, I'll see what I can to get a team on the lookout. Thank you, detective. It is my job, Eraser. When the call ended, Shoyuta let himself go almost limp as he rested his head against Hisashi. His husband. His anchor. His other half. The one who completed Shoyuta. Well, almost finished, anyway. A child of their own to love and raise was the only thing left to make their family whole. Well, they got their wish, but because nothing in Shuta's life was simple, it came with some bumps and obstacles. Fortunately, when the sun began to rise above the horizon, they finally received their first update. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Shoyuta got the text sometime after they started getting ready for the day. Hisashi was packing extra canisters of coffee. Kami knows they needed it when the notification from his phone pinged through. Tsukachi, call me again when you get a minute. Now's a better time than any. He laid his phone on the counter, leaving it on speaker so he could still do what he needed to. That was quick. I take it you found something? We're still working on it, however 2 men were taken into custody a few hours ago. They recognized the description we gave them. And? They wouldn't give us anything else. I even tried negotiating with them, which turned into 2 hours of nothing. What about their quirks? Hisashi asked. Anything on their quirks was wiped from the database completely. I wouldn't put it past them to be involved in some kind of bigger organization. It's certainly possible. On the bright side, based on their appearance alone, your kid put up quite the fight against them and won without too much trouble. As much as Shoyuta knows Izuku can defend himself, he still worries. A lot. Powerful quirks are only so much help when your enemy is better prepared, and the rumor of Quirk erasing bullets on top of the Quirk steroids, because why would it be any other way? Makes the city much more dangerous. If that wasn't bad enough, They were now dealing with what could be quirks that weren't for the offensive or defensive yet still powerful enough to incapacitate victims easily. His sour mood ended up carrying into the morning, only temporarily satiated with promises between him and Hisashi. Shoyuta had to stand just outside his class door, taking a deep breath before he slid it open to reveal his students, who were in their seats on time. Not all that uncommon these days, but the teens were more subdued than usual, keeping their voices low as they spoke amongst themselves. Kaminari was the first to notice him, immediately alerting the rest of his classmates. Just like that, they were like a pack of wolves ambushing the unsuspecting hare. Except while they physically didn't get up, he was bombarded with questions thrown left and right. Most stayed within a pattern, though there were one or two oddballs. Still, that didn't help that he could barely hear himself think. Shoyuta wasted no time flashing his quirk, effectively quieting the rambunctious teens. While I apologize for my absence, what occurred in that time is of none of your concern. He scanned the room, noting several hands up. Shoyuta knows they won't drop the subject if he ignores them, so he might as well get it over with. Yes, Uraraka? What about Midoriya-kun, sensei? Your classmate is fine, or so Nizu says. He's just dealing with personal matters. He'll be back in class by the time you lot have your pre-test assessment to gauge how much you've improved and what you've learned over your internships. Yes, Ishido? We already did our assessment with all might, though, she whined. Do we really have to do it again? Think of it this way. Because you took the assessment once before, you'll have the opportunity to be more familiar with the area than your classmate. If you're smart about it, you'll use this as an advantage. Anyways, after that's dealt with, those of you who pass both parts of your final exam will be participating in a summer camp program. What happens if someone doesn't pass? Summer school. As expected, one of the only students unaffected by his words was Todoroki. Shoyuta almost considered asking the boy if he knew anything, but he didn't know what all his son had told the other regarding his living situation. That and he didn't need any more questions being thrown at him before he even knew the answer. However, he did make a note to speak with Todoroki after their exams. In the meantime, he concluded homeroom and left to start his first PRD of the day reluctantly. His only saving grace was that the first half of the day ended up passing by without much trouble. Keywords, first half. Shuta's other classes, unfortunately, seemed to drag on if only to spite him. Only after the final bell rang did the two pros leave for Nizu's office. Any passing students avoided approaching the pair as best they could, logical enough to understand that drawing attention to themselves wouldn't be the smartest idea. Neither pro would do something rash, of course, but the temptation lingered regardless. Like clockwork, the automatic doors swung open when Shoyuta and Hisashi were close enough. Their boss was sipping on another cup of tea, and he seemed chipper than usual. It grated on Shuta's nerves. There was nothing to be chipper about when his son, when one of his students alone, was still missing. Shoyuta resisted the urge to clench his fists when Nizu had the gall to ask, Aizawa, Yamada, what brings you here? I wasn't informed we had a meeting this afternoon. Deep breathes. Where is he? Whatever are you talking about? Just tell us where he is, please, sir. Who? Freeze. Where is my student Nizu? You have 20 students. You'll have to be more specific. Damn it, I'm not gonna play into your FNG games right now. Where is he? Where is my son? At that moment, Shoyuta knew he had just lost the latest game of mouse and cat because the chimera went quiet for a moment, only a moment, and then absolutely beamed.